Buying over Marvel, I became king of Hollywood. Chapter 1 _ Talented director at USC. 1991, Los Angeles, USA. The University of Southern California, also known as the University of Southern California, is the most famous school of film arts in the United States. This school has sent a series of film industry talents such as directors, editors, and photographers to Hollywood. In the school, on the playground at this time, a pair of handsome men and beautiful women were talking about something under the onlookers of countless people. "Kevin, let's break up." Para with the top green tea face said coldly, looking at Kevin's handsome face in front of her. She felt somewhat regretful in her heart. Steve Kevin, an orphan, a genius as a director, his short films have been praised by countless professors in the school. Such a genius, in a sense, has a promising future. For such a potential man, she should never have given up anyway. Pity. Para glanced at the man who was surrounded by the crowd and cast her admiring eyes on her, and returned a sweet smile. No matter how talented he is always just a potential stock. In USC, there are quite a few directors named as geniuses every year, but 95% of them end up failing. The reason for all this is simple: Hollywood doesn't accept losers. They only have one chance. Rookie director, it is too difficult to succeed in the first film. If Kevin is not an orphan and his family has money, then even if he fails, the family can still give him more opportunities. But as an orphan, it was very difficult for him to raise funds for his first film, let alone other issues. And if that man, the son of a Hollywood Fox executive, can accompany him, the success rate of his desire to become a big star will be greatly increased. Especially the man who promised him not long ago that as long as he was with him, he would be able to get the position of the heroine of a low-budget movie. Thinking of this, Para's heart became more determined. Seeing the foreign woman in front of him suddenly say the breakup, Kevin's face was stunned, and a memory suddenly appeared in his mind at this moment. His name is Chen Deoxuan, and he is a young director in 2020. Memory: in order to get money to make a new movie, he accompanied the investors to drink a lot of wine in KTV, and finally got drunk in KTV. In the last scene, after being drunk, he could only say one sentence: "So big and so white." That's right, the heroine is so big and white. There is no need to say much about the relationship behind it. How could he suddenly come to this group of foreigners? Unsure of all this, Chen Deoxuan, who was anxious to get rid of the current situation, nodded involuntarily and spoke English in his mouth. Good. 3 days later, in the dormitory, Steve Kevin finally sorts out what happened and where he is now. He, Chen Deoxuan, was a third-rate director in China in his previous life. He, Steve Kevin, was a genius in the eyes of USC professors. The memories of the two were intertwined to make him. Of course, although he has two memories, it is mainly Chen Deoxuan. However, in the United States, he certainly cannot use the name Chen Deoxuan. Hence, from now on, his name will be Steve Kevin. "Kevin, are you all right?" The 1-meter-8 giant man on the side asked with concern. Since 3 days ago, Steve Kevin has become dull since he was separated by Para. He didn't like to talk, so he just lay in bed quietly for 3 days. It's hard not to worry about it. "Thanks, I'm fine, I just figured something out. By the way, Mitt, do you want to complete the graduation project with me?" A smile appeared on the strong man's face. "Of course, we are the best partners." Kevin also had a smile on his face. In the past 3 days, he didn't say a word. In addition to sorting out two memories, he was thinking more about his future path. He was a director in past and present lives, and the path he chose in this life is also a director. What he wants to do is become a great director like Steven Spielberg. This also means that he must continue to be successful in the film industry. For directors, The real success is not in any artistic awards, but at the box office. No matter how many art awards there are, if 3 films fail in a row, no one will dare to invest any more money in him. But as long as the box office has been successful, through this status, he can expand his contacts step by step, earn money, and gain status. The first step is to complete a perfect graduation project. That is, a movie. That's right, Kevin's goal is directly at the movies. The normal growth path of a director may be from editing, photography and other work, and then the assistant director and director grow up step by step. And such a road, normally, it takes at least 5 to 10 years to get ahead. He doesn't have time to wait for the hardships to end, and the memory in his mind is only available for 30 years. If he can't achieve a high enough status and money within these 30 years, it means that in his mind, the memories of those profits will all be ineffective. Such an opportunity is in front of him, how stupid he would be if he missed it. After agreeing with my roommate and partner on the goal of completing the graduation project together, Kevin immediately started the retreat, picked up a pen and paper, and recalled in his mind which movie to choose. As a student who has not yet graduated, even if he has a certain reputation in the school, he is unknown outside the school. This also means that it is difficult for him to pull large investments. Therefore, a low-budget movie became his choice. Among the low-cost and easily upset movie types, Kevin instantly thought of horror movies. Blood and sex are the 2 most eye-catching things, and horror movies are undoubtedly the perfect themes that combine the 2. But today, what Kevin wants to choose is not a tertiary film in the shell of a horror film, but a real classic horror film. Chainsaw Horror? As a classic horror film produced by Lionsgate, he is familiar with all the plots, layouts, and shooting techniques of the film. This is also the way that many directors learn, that is, to analyze the shooting method step by step for some movies, and analyze the picture frame by frame. In his previous life, the Chainsaw Horror was undoubtedly one of his key analysis. But before everything starts, all he needs to do is make a detailed project plan. Hollywood movies have never been art, but the film industry. This also means that if he wants to pull investment, a project plan that seems to be feasible is essential. Chapter 2 CAA and the Chainsaw Project Proposal. 2 days later, Kevin finally walked out of the school with his project plan. It is different from Chinese education. American education, extremely loose. It is very common to learn things in middle school and even high school in China, but the United States will not start learning until university. Of course, Kevin knows it's all an illusion. It is an illusion that confuses the lower classes. Those middle-class people support liberal education on the surface, but they don't take any remedial classes behind their backs. The purpose is naturally very simple, to exclude most of the competitors for their children. From this point of view, those who can be admitted to the University of Southern California generally have a good family. And there is only one reason for orphans like Kevin to be admitted to the school. That's his grade. The logic behind it is actually easy to understand. A genius from a commoner like Kevin is the face of the school. A portion of the admissions will also be accepted every year. And those middle-class people are the foundation of the school. After taking a penny out of his pocket and stuffing it into the bus, Kevin quietly came to a few kilometers away, under a building. This is the Creative Artist Agency. Many people may be unfamiliar. But it's another name, it can be said to be famous. CAA, the world's #1 brokerage firm. The big names they have served include film stars such as Tom Cruise, Tom Hanks, Julia Roberts, Nicole Kidman, and music stars such as Madonna, Beyoncé Knowles, and Justin. Kevin came here to find his agent. That's right, his body was signed with a CAA agent very early on. Step into the CAA building. Hello, do you have an appointment? The long and very beautiful big girl at the front desk asked kindly. Kevin nodded. I made an appointment with my agent Dawson. Kevin glanced at his watch and continued. Just 10 o'clock. The beauty at the front desk checked the items in the registration office and said, Room 0306 on the 3rd floor, your agent is waiting for you. Having said that, the beauty at the front desk seemed to want to say something, with a little crimson on her face. Thank you. Kevin ignored her expression and walked towards the elevator on the 3rd floor impatiently. The biggest task of this trip was to convince his agent. Since 1980, CAA has grown year by year, and now it has become a behemoth with an annual revenue of over $100 million. And what CAA needs most is a talented director like him. All this is because of the special mode of CAA. CAA is obsessed with a model called project packaging, which in simple terms is a director-centric approach to collaboration. As the director of CAA, after the director proposes a film project, CAA seeks cooperation from major film companies. Due to the scale of CAA, they can often sell actors, editors, lighting, etc. to this project. The logistical assistance of the series. In this mode, CAA can make the best use of every resource of its own. CAA can help them solve these chores. The only thing that is unacceptable may be the major film companies, but under the circumstance that CAA has mastered a lot of resources, as long as their directors have successful experiences, they are often not short of investment. Result, CAA has instead become a strong party. Kevin. As soon as he entered the room, Dawson, the manager, greeted him with a smile. As Kevin, who is known as a genius director in Southern California, no one dared to underestimate him until he really failed, that is, before he made a movie and the movie failed at the box office. Although the chances of success are not great, but there is a chance after all. Dawson. Kevin sat opposite Dawson with a smile, and after sitting down, he continued. I'm here today for my movie project. While talking, he handed the project plan in his hand to the past. Dawson nodded and took the project proposal. In fact, the reason why he was able to sign Kevin, who is known as a talented director, was exactly what he promised Kevin. As long as Kevin can provide a real and effective film plan, he will use all his resources to promote the plan. As the bottom agent of CAA, he also needs such an opportunity to climb up. Of course, if Kevin fails, the consequences will be equally severe for him. However, after staying at the bottom of CAA for several years, he is no longer satisfied with his current status, but suffers from the lack of high-end customers in his hands. Therefore, he tried his best and finally signed with Kevin. As long as Kevin can get up, he can speak to the outside world and use CAA's packaging plan to recommend some potential characters to the crew system. Of course, the premise must be to sign a contract with CAA. A high-end director client with the potential to propel him to the position of CAA's top 5 partner. For this position, he is willing to give it a try. Of course, for all of this, his plan must be practical and feasible. With consideration for the project proposal, Dawson looked carefully. Chainsaw horror. Open the plan and start with the script. With a thoughtful mood, Dawson looked carefully. Regardless of the story, the standard of the script is purely based on the Hollywood standard writing style. Don't think it's very simple, in fact, many people who are screenwriters for the first time can't do it. From this point of view, Kevin at least pays enough attention to this project, not just fooling others. The format was fine, and Kevin naturally started to look at the content. The script is not long, just a few sheets, and serious Kevin finished it quickly. After reading it, he fell into deep thought. A successful movie always has a few characters that are firmly remembered. As long as the characters in the movie can be vividly engraved in the heart after a few years or even 10 years after the movie is finished, then the movie can be called a classic. And in this script, Dawson no doubt saw that potential. The script, the murderer Jigsaw who controls everything is not killing without reason, but choosing people who he thinks are guilty or who don't value life because of whether people value their lives. Design various levels for them. All of his levels leave a way for test subjects to escape after paying a certain price. Many survivors have corrected their attitude towards life, and some are even grateful to him, while those who failed the test were marked by a puzzle-shaped skin cut off by John. Chapter 3 Strong support from CAA. Such a murderer who has faith and teaches people to cherish their own lives is a character that has never appeared in film history. Judging from Dawson's own experience in the past 30 years, as long as the director's skills are not too bad, this movie will definitely not be a bad movie. Of course, the box office doesn't know. After all, no one knows whether such a character can please the audience. But Dawson judged from his own experience that this wave is worth a gamble. The bet was lost, and he has since left CAA to work elsewhere. This is also in his mind. In his 30s, he doesn't want to continue to be a bottom-level broker here. What he wants to become is a partner with only 5 people in the company. Success, there is this opportunity. Failing, he starts over in another place. Kevin, who was calm on the side, looked at Dawson's face and knew that the plan and the script had moved him. Then the next thing to do is to wait. Waiting for his agent, Dawson, to find the right investor for his proposal. Of course, before that, all he had to do was go to the editors' union and the directors' union to file the script with the editors' union and register it with the directors' union. These two things are imperative. One can prevent plagiarism, and at the same time firmly grasp the copyright of Chainsaw in their own hands. You know, in the future, Chainsaw will make 8 or 9 movies in a row, and he knows exactly what it means. For the sake of the following interests, the first step, he can give up part of the interests, just to master this copyright. He is confident that he can use this copyright to double the loss of the first step and earn it back several times. Dawson? Do you think my plan is feasible? Kevin asked calmly. Of course, you are the talented director I value. Dawson was not stingy with his praise. In his eyes, Kevin, the talented director, showed his true praise for the first time. And now, their fates also stand together. If it succeeds, both parties succeed together. Failure, both sides will fall into the abyss. But in fact, the consequences are even more serious for Kevin. Therefore, neither side is allowed to lose in this battle. Next, my side will look for people who are interested in your proposal, and your side should also prepare for the shooting in advance. Our next destiny depends on whether your film can be successful. Kevin stood up and shook hands with Dawson. There is no need to say more. This project means the future of the two, and no one will be lazy on this project. The next day, early in the morning, Dawson came to the conference room early with the project plan. Different from other companies, each broker of CAA is actually a partner of the company. Through the complex salary structure, a special system that promotes the company's progress has been formed. Every star, every client, often has a team of brokers. Of course, the core of this brokerage team is often the broker most trusted by clients. And Dawson also serves many customers, but because he does not have his own important customers, his status in the company has been unable to rise. But in terms of income, it is actually not low. After all, he exists in multiple teams at the same time, and he can get a commission for each team. This is also the advantage of CAA's internal compensation system. If your ability is strong enough, even if you don't have core customers, you can still make money. It's just that Dawson now needs more status. In the conference room, dozens of brokers who have not gone out are sitting in their chairs, discussing today's issues. Michael Ovitz, one of the firm's 5 partners, is also the most powerful partner outright. The appearance is that of a typical middle-aged white male, with oval glasses, and the occasional glitter in his eyes shows that this man is not simple. In fact it is. CAA, founded in 1975, has become a giant in Hollywood after more than 10 years of development. He holds countless resources in the entertainment industry in his hands. Watching the discussion below, Michael Ovitz knocked on the table, making a loud noise. The others fell silent. Michael Ovitz then began to speak. Our CAA, although it has become the most powerful brokerage company in Hollywood, still has a huge shortcoming. If we want the Big Mac studios in Hollywood to accept our CAA package, we must have more good directors who can make money for the studios. That's what will force the giants to give in, give more profits, and make more money for us and our customers. After some reflections on the company's development, I got to the point. In these days, have you signed any more potential director clients? Accompanied by Michael Ovitz's words, several agents came one after another with their harvests. Seeing the opportunity, Dawson seized the opportunity, handed the plan in his hand to Michael Ovitz, and said respectfully, "This is a proposal for a film project from Steve Kevin, the talented director of USC I signed with me, which includes a script for a horror movie, a series of plans, and the required budget. The problem now is the lack of funding, and I hope CAA will use the resources to move this project forward." Oh! The genius director of Nangakai. Dawson's words raised a little interest in him. Looking at the thick plan in his hand, Ovitz opened it with a little interest. The neat script mode and the orderly plan brought him a good impression. Most rookie directors don't even know how to make this plan. Of course, this isn't actually the director's job, it's the producer's job. But being able to see this complete plan from a rookie director is enough to show that the rookie director came prepared, rather than simply cheating investment. With this thought in mind, Ovitz braced himself to read the script. Soon, Jigsaw, a villain with his own insistence, attracted his attention, and he quickly realized this. The script, that is, the story, is the foundation of a script. The director is the one who tells the story through the lens. Judging from this plan, at least there is no problem with the script, so all they have to do is to find an experienced assistant director to help him make fewer mistakes. At the same time, a producer who controls the budget is arranged to eliminate the director's unrestrained ideas through funding. Chapter 4 Kevin's Small Group. To successfully complete this plan. Yes, this project plan is very complete. It seems that our partner Dawson has finally obtained a very potential client. Ovitz praised loudly. Then next, I will find a way to advance this project. Everyone, if your director clients have the same needs, please also ask them to come up with reliable movie plans. Hearing Ovitz's words, some partners who were also in the middle and lower ranks showed jealous and envious eyes. I was envious of Dawson's possibility of getting a heavyweight client, and I was jealous of why it wasn't me. At the same time, I also wondered in my heart whether I should go to USC to find some potential student directors. Of course, there are some dark thoughts that hope that Dawson's plan will eventually fail. 3 days later, the University of Southern California, after completing the registration of Chainsaw's copyright and joining the Directors Union, looked at the empty wallet. Kevin's face couldn't help showing a headache. As his predecessor, he used student loans to go to school. Don't worry if he hasn't graduated yet, but after graduation, the cost of studying for 3 years is nearly $60,000. If Chainsaw fails, the consequences can be imagined. So this trip really can only succeed, not fail. Kevin, how is your project going? During the conversation, Kevin's roommate, the big photographer Mitt, came in and asked. Seeing Mitt come in, a smile appeared on Kevin's face. As the best school in the United States to train talents in the film industry, the students in it are more or less capable, especially those who played with his predecessor, the talented director Mitt. Therefore, in addition to attracting Mitt, he also attracted some more capable students. With him as the center, a fixed director team was formed. This is to better control the crew, so as to make better works. After adjusting his voice a little, Kevin said seriously. Did you tell them all about it? Everything has been said, and they are all willing to participate in your graduation film. Kevin's face was overjoyed. Although he knew they would agree, it is still worth rejoicing that the goal was finally achieved. In this way, plus the other people packaged by CAA, he can have a certain say in the crew. Otherwise, even if he is the initiator of the film project, in Hollywood, a producer-centric filmmaking industry, he would also have difficulty in controlling what Chainsaw will ultimately look like. You must know that The Chainsaw is a movie released by the talented director Wen Ziren in 2004. He moved the movie to 1991, which was inherently risky. If you can't even control the presentation effect of the final film, it will greatly ruin the essence of the movie Chainsaw. Therefore, after the investor is in place, he will have to negotiate with the investor to a certain extent, and he can even give up the director's remuneration, so as to gain the dominance of the film and certain editing rights. Of course, white labor is also impossible. The copyright of Chainsaw is firmly in his hands, and he is not going to continue to make a sequel to Chainsaw, so this is his best way to sell it for a good price. Everything is ready, what is missing now is the negotiation with the investor. Do-do-do-do. The Nokia phone in his pocket rang, and Kevin quickly took the phone out of his pocket and pressed the answer button. Hello, I'm Steve. Kevin, please tell me anything. I'm Dawson, do you have time this afternoon? Dawson's very pleasant-sounding voice came over the phone, and Kevin couldn't help but wonder if the investor had found it. Hastily replied. Yes. Well, the investors have been found. There are currently 3 film companies interested in your project. Come over and talk to them to see which film company will win the project. Okay, no problem. Kevin suppressed the excitement in his heart and hung up the phone. Is the investor in place? Kevin shook his head and said with a smile. There are 3 film companies that are interested in my project. I will wait for a trip to CAA to talk about it and see which film company to choose. Mid nodded, equally excited. It is a very rare thing to be able to get such a job opportunity right after graduating, although as the behind-the-scenes personnel of the film, their growth path is a little easier than that of the director. But such an opportunity also takes a few years to obtain. Who doesn't want to be a staff member who can put their name on the movie screen in person? This is not only honor, but also money. With a successful movie close by, you can find a better job no matter where you go, and you can see the future. Of course, failure also has consequences. However, the biggest failure of a movie is often the director, so they don't have to worry too much. I'll tell them the good news, Kevin, don't worry. After all, Mid pushed open the door and hurriedly ran towards the cafeteria. They had already made an appointment to eat in the cafeteria. If Kevin hadn't rushed to negotiate with the investor, he would have come over later. In the cafeteria, 5 young people dressed in different costumes waved at Mid, who ran over and asked at the same time. Where's the Kevin? Mid laughed. He went to negotiate with the investor, and I will tell you the good news in advance. It's great, I knew Kevin could do it. He is a talented director. The short film Shuangpui directed by him has left a deep impression on the professors and has a lot of praise. Yes, that's right, let's toast the talented director Kevin. A black-haired fat man with a somewhat Asian appearance, but talking in a typical American style, raised the beer channel in his hand. The others raised their glasses to celebrate in advance. And their words quickly spread from the cafeteria to the entire school along with everyone in the cafeteria. At the school gate, Kevin's ex-girlfriend walked into the campus holding his new boyfriend's arm. The news that Cage's new film was funded quickly reached their ears. Para's expression became obviously a little stiff. She didn't expect that just after breaking up, her ex-boyfriend actually won the favor of investors and got the funding for the first movie. In this way, in fact, she gained nothing from this breakup. You know, with Kevin's character, if she is still his girlfriend, the heroine of his movie must be herself. Chapter 5 New Line Cinema's attention. Lewis, who was beside him, clearly felt the stiffness of his girlfriend's arm. "Honey, what's wrong?" "No, nothing." Naturally, Para's thoughts in her heart could not be clearly stated, and she quickly explained, while comforting herself in her heart, compared with Lewis, Kevin did not have any advantages. The first film, just want to be a big success, that is impossible. As long as you fail once, Kevin will never have a chance again, and she doesn't care at all. The other side. CAA building again, Kevin's mentality was completely different. Same time, which shows that everyone is very optimistic about his script. In this way, he was also a little relieved. The next thing to do is to choose a suitable investor from among these three film companies. I called Dawson, and soon, Dawson came downstairs in a hurry. While taking him inside, he introduced the situation of the three film companies. Through CAA's contact, your project proposal has been voted for more than a dozen medium to upper scale film companies. In the end, there are three companies who came to CAA to discuss with you specifically. The three companies are New Line Films, Big Jazz Films, and Big American Films. Listening to Dawson's remarks, Kevin recalled the news of these film companies in his mind, and the Big Jazz and the Big Beauty will basically disappear in the future, and there will be no sense of existence. It must have died long ago. Even the five largest film companies in Hollywood have experienced the crisis of bankruptcy, and have even been acquired by others in the future, not to mention two independent film companies. However, New Line Cinema, Kevin has a deep impression. After 1993, the New Line will be acquired and controlled by Warner Brothers Pictures and become part of Time Warner Group, while Warner Group, as the owner of Warner Brothers Pictures, Warner Brothers Studios, Warner Brothers Television, Warner Brothers Animation Production, Warner Home Video, Warner Brothers Games, DC Comics, and the CW Television, among other behemoths in hand. Needless to say how terrifying it is. However, New Line Cinema's favorite is to invest in low-budget horror films, and it's no surprise that they value their chainsaws. It is worth mentioning that New Line Cinema has given their company a huge boost to their reputation last year, in 1990, after the success of the Hong Kong Golden Harvest movie Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They didn't dare to buy from Fox. Simply put, the wallet is more adequate. In this way, among the three film companies today, it is not surprising that the final buyer is New Line Film Company in 9 out of 10. Kevin nodded to Dawson, indicating that he had a preliminary understanding of the three film companies, and then pushed open the door of the room. In the room, two large sofas surrounded the glass table in the middle, and the three of them looked very leisurely lying on the sofas on both sides. It is not yet time for formal negotiation. What the heads of the three film companies have to do now is to consider whether Kevin has the ability to actually direct the film. After it is determined which film company will invest, it will enter the serious negotiation stage. Seeing that the door was pushed open, the three stood up and shook hands with Kevin one by one. No matter what the result was, at least the three of them showed high respect for Kevin. This made Kevin a little stunned. He remembered that in his previous life, he had read a lot of online literature on American entertainment, and many of them had a condescending attitude at every turn. Unexpectedly, the people from these film companies would have such respect for him, a director who has no real work. But just thinking about it, Kevin knew that this was normal. In the absence of a conflict of interest, in the face of him, a director who may succeed, even if it is true, at least for the time being, it will not be shown in front of him. Unless in the future, he fails consecutively. Presumably at that time, he will be able to see the true colors of the people in front of him. Of course, he didn't want to have that time. After handshake, Kevin picked a place to sit across from them. As the executive at New Line Cinema, which most wanted to make Chainsaw, Dean was the first to ask his own questions. Why do you want the heroine of Chainsaw to be the ultimate hottie character? Dean had some guesses, and it was because of this guess that they were even more convinced that the project would be a success. But all this still has to be confirmed from the director Kevin. Kevin smiled calmly, of course he knew what he meant. There are many directors who only have the word art in their minds. Such directors are often very difficult to obtain investment from film companies. Among these studios, there is a category of their own for film directors: commercial director and art director. Most of the funds that art directors invest in filmmaking come from overseas investors, and very few make money. Commercial film directors, as long as they do not fail in succession, are often more likely to obtain investment. Dean of this New Line movie seems to be trying to figure out what kind of director he is. And Kevin's choice is naturally a commercial film director. Because young people like hot girls. Kevin's words immediately made everyone present laugh, but the subtext in the words was obvious. He is not a director for the sake of art, without regard for the audience. With this premise, the ensuing conversation is very pleasant. The three film companies gave him similar conditions, with a total production cost of $1.3 million, which included his director's salary of $50,000 and all production costs. This amount, in Hollywood, is undoubtedly the low cost of the low cost. And his salary is also very small, but Kevin doesn't care. As long as Chainsaw can achieve 1/3 of the results it should have, he, Steve Kevin, will never be able to make such a meager income as he is now. The copyright of Chainsaw Horror in his hands will bring him huge benefits. As for discussing income sharing with them, although I am unwilling, the reality is not long Aotian, a rookie director like him who has not proven himself in Hollywood. It's impossible to talk to them about sharing. But, with a hint of hope that it might be possible to agree, Kevin offered his thoughts. Everyone, I'm very confident in my film and I have an idea. What thoughts? As film companies, they are naturally connected to each other, and there will be no vicious competition that ordinary people imagine. Chapter 6_Chainsaw Cast. Of course, the biggest reason is that Kevin is just a director who has not proven himself, so there is no need to cause conflicts between him and other film companies. Therefore, the three companies have tacitly carried out price reduction moves. Now, the director seems to want to make his final request, and they will also measure whether to agree to his request. I don't want a salary, but I want to implement a gambling agreement with you. Oh? Interesting, let's hear it. Dean spoke first. Kevin stretched out two fingers with a serious face and said, "The global box office is less than 20 million, I don't want a penny. Starting from 20 million box office, if it exceeds 20 million box office, I want 1% of the box office revenue, and then for every 10 million more, this percentage will be increased by 1. Dean laughed. Such a gambling agreement sounded very interesting, and he could feel the ambition in Kevin's eyes. Apparently, Kevin believed in his heart that his first movie would gross more than 20 million. In Dean's view, the odds were no more than 1%. An up-and-coming director to earn tens of millions in box office with a $1.2 million movie. Therefore, this condition can be fully complied with. Okay, I promise you, but the upper limit is at most 5%. Dean said with a smile. In the words of the Chinese people, be careful to make the Wanyan ship, even if it is impossible, he must prevent the possibility of overturning. The 5% highest box office share determines that even if Chainsaw really explodes, the money allocated to Kevin will still not make New Line Cinema feel a pain. Good. Kevin, who achieved his goal, shook hands with Dean, indicating that the cooperation between the two sides had been reached. As for striving for more shares, it's still the same sentence, no one is a fool. $150 million at the box office as it should have, then New Line Films may have to give him 13% of the box office. This huge benefit is enough for the New Line Film Company to turn its face and manipulate the overseas box office. In this way, he may not even get the benefits that he should have obtained. 5% is already quite a good result. As for the Great Jazz and Great American Film Company on the side, Kevin has stopped watching it. He has already seen from the negotiation just now that only New Line Film Company is really interested in investing. The other two seem to accompany Dean to cooperate, and at the same time create a common pressure to prevent him from being too difficult to deal with as a young man. The two sides reached a cooperation, and Dawson, who had not spoken much, stood up and began to discuss the specific details with Dean. After a visit, an agreement was quickly signed. In the end, it's just a small investment after all, and it's entirely up to Dean to decide. If it is an investment of tens of millions, then it must be the entanglement of dozens of negotiating teams. CAA building with two others. In the room, only Dawson and Kevin were left in an instant. Picking up the contract on the table, Dawson smiled slightly. Kevin, members of the crew? And the actors, do you have any plans on your side? Kevin waved his hand and said naturally. Except for a few positions that I have determined in the plan, you can arrange other people. If you are an actor, you can find some new actors to interview. If you absolutely adopt it, you can directly sign the agent contract on the spot. Okay, leave it to me, Kevin. Dawson's face is full of excitement. This is the power of the director. A director's client can bring a large number of high-quality clients to CAA's agents, and if the director's film is very successful at the box office, it will have a chain reaction. What he can do is to better serve Kevin in all aspects. After Dawson went to the Screen Actors Guild to set up the Chainsaw Horror project, countless actors were able to see part of the Chainsaw Horror news from the Screen Actors Guild. After learning that this was a small investment horror film, countless actors felt that they could get a chance, and came to the interview place set by the crew. The big crew, needless to say, but all the characters with names are selected by actors who have experience or have a certain performance experience. It is often difficult for a pure newcomer or a newcomer with little performance experience to get such an opportunity. On the contrary, small investment crews often choose new actors because they cannot afford too much remuneration. For these new actors, a well-known role is often more important than money. In this case, 3 days later, outside an office building near Hollywood, hundreds of people lined up outrageously. They came here for only one purpose, that is, to get an important role from the Chainsaw crew. In the office, Kevin methodically looked at resumes one after another. The crew is divided into two interview parts. One part is the trick in the play, which is being interviewed by the assistant director Dawson is looking for him. On the other hand, the most important roles in the film were interviewed by Kevin himself. Salma Hayek. Looking at the small photo in the resume and the name that seemed familiar but didn't remember very well, Kevin thought carefully. At the same time, Salma Hayek also entered the room. Hayek in front of him, Kevin finally shines. The more than a dozen women in front are far worse than Salma Hayek in front of them, not to mention her resume. She seems to have won the Novella TV Award in Mexico in 1989. Best Actress and Best Newcomer at the Novella TV Awards in Mexico. To be able to win the award shows that her acting skills are also good. Best of all, these awards are not universal in the United States. Arrogant Americans do not recognize these awards. Therefore, for Hollywood, she is a rookie actor, and the remuneration can only be calculated according to the rookie. Kevin's only concern, though, is whether she'll let go in the show. Although the scale will not be too large, that is, the dew point. But it is also appropriate to give the audience some welfare or something. Salma Hayek looked at the young director in front of him and stood up proudly. She is full of mature temptations, especially a pair of big balls that have developed, which makes people have the urge to step up and grasp. However, Kevin knew that this pair of balls could not be grasped with both hands. It was also at this time that he finally figured out the future development of the actress in front of him. Chapter 7 _ Selected actor, Greg, or Coulson. To put it simply, there are many large-scale movies of Salma Hayek, so they must be released. It's not a big problem for her to play the heroine in the play. Kevin selected a short scene from the script and handed it over to Salma Hayek to perform. After initially judging the acting skills and the figure, there is no problem. Kevin asked, "Do you have an agent?" Salma Hayek was overjoyed. This subtext is in all likelihood the heroine is in place. She quickly shook her head and said, "No, I haven't been in Hollywood for a long time, and I'm still learning English, and my English isn't particularly good." Kevin nodded and continued, "If you end up in the lead actress, you have to sign with my CAA agent, okay?" "No problem." Salma Hayek is decisive. Kevin nodded and let Salma Hayek leave first. Dozens of female characters came in one after another. But no one made him have that kind of impulse like Salma Hayek anymore. Although many actresses hinted to him during the interview process, it was his first work. What Kevin wanted to see more was the success of the movie. As for beautiful female stars, there are as many as you want in Hollywood. As long as you are successful, you will naturally not lack those yin-yang-yang around. The heroine's interview is over, and the actor is over soon. After all, the male protagonist in horror films is not really important, but the female protagonist has fixed requirements because it involves some due points in the plot. Sexy and glamorous. In the end, the interview of Jigsaw, the soul of the whole script, began. I have interviewed dozens of people, but there is no Jigsaw candidate that Kevin is satisfied with. Although in the play, Jigsaw doesn't show much time, but his importance is beyond doubt. However, at this point in time, the original Jigsaw Tobin Bell has not yet set foot in the entertainment industry. 13 years earlier, it was impossible for Kevin to copy the original version, and in fact, there are many flaws in the chainsaw horror. This is where he has to worry about. When dusk came, Kevin stretched his waist, looked at the people leaving downstairs, took out his mobile phone and called Dawson. "Hello, I'm Dawson, what's the matter, Kevin?" "There is no suitable candidate for the casting of Jigsaw, and none of the actors over the age of 40 meet my requirements. Please inform me and relax the age requirement. The specific time can be solved through makeup." "Kevin, I have a friend who seems to fit the Jigsaw in your head a bit, how about you come to my house tonight?" Facing Dawson's invitation, Kevin only hesitated for a second before agreeing. The agent's help to him is not small, it's just to let him meet once, whether to adopt it or not depends on him, there is no need to refuse this kind of human relationship. "Okay, see you tonight then." An American middle-class standard single-family house in a white neighborhood. Inside the house, the hostess is diligently preparing dinner to entertain the upcoming guests. Dawson was chatting on the sofa in the living room with a white male with a benevolent appearance. "Greg, trust me, you have this potential." "I didn't expect Dawson, that's how you see me, am I so suitable for playing a murderer?" The white male called Greg spoke half-jokingly. The two have been friends for many years and have a good relationship with each other. "Seeing that my friend has been stuck in Hollywood for a few years, and can only do some work that can't even be signed, and I happen to have a project in hand, out of friendship, it is natural to pull a hand. In fact, his background is not bad. As a student of the New York University School of the Arts, the University of Southern California, and the University of California, the two top art schools. Naturally, there is no problem with his abilities. But sometimes, in the circle, it is more necessary to have an opportunity. Clark Gregg may be unlucky, he has not been able to get opportunities, and although his family has a certain amount of savings, it is obviously not enough to support his development in Hollywood. He would naturally not refuse the kindness of his friend. The part of the script about the character of the Jigsaw placed in front of him has also deeply attracted him. The doorbell rang, Dawson got up to open the door, and Greg stood up nervously. The door opened, and Dawson said loudly, "Welcome to my friend, future great director, Steve Kevin." Kevin was speechless, and he was still relatively calm and terrifying in the company. After returning home, he was a different person. It seems that at home, he has somewhat released his nature when he is relaxed. "Well, don't be so exaggerated, this is the friend you said." Kevin walked in naturally, shook hands with Clark Gregg, who was standing beside him, and sat down. At the same time, his mind had already made up his mind, and the Jigsaw was handed over to him. As for why Clark Gregg's performance in future movies and even TV shows can show the Jigsaw feeling in his heart with a little flip. The good man among the agents, the tool man who united the Avengers, the future director of SHIELD, Coulson. Clark Gregg in front of him. Out of his love for SHIELD agents, he also checked a little bit of Clark Gregg's information. There is no problem with the origin. The prestigious New York University School of Art did not finally get the authorship of the editor in a movie until 2000, and then he acted as a supporting role in a TV series until 2006. It's enough to see that he really doesn't do well in Hollywood. But one thing Kevin is very satisfied with is that he is very popular with the audience. Coupled with enough ability to perform a Jigsaw, Kevin believes that his ability is absolutely enough. Judging from his appearance, as long as he wears a little makeup, he can achieve the effect of 50 or 60 old people. Kevin doesn't mean anything else, but he does look mature enough. Also known as aging. Clark Gregg naturally did not know that the role he wanted was firmly in his hands. In his 30s, he looked at the young man in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to him who has been in Hollywood for so long, Kevin is indeed a genius. In the school, there is a title of Genius Director, and now, before graduation, he has received investment from New Line Film Company. Be able to shoot your own films as a director. This opportunity is truly enviable. Chapter 8_Start Shooting. But this is also a manifestation of his ability, which is actually normal. With Steve Kevin, he is undoubtedly an ordinary person. Kevin when? My name is Clark Gregg, Dawson told me about the Jigsaw, and I want to play the Jigsaw. No problem. What? Greg was dumbfounded. He hasn't done anything yet, how can he get the role? Kevin then said slowly. I'm sure Dawson won't make fun of me and his future, since he chose you, then you'll be fine. Kevin's words made the two present happy at the same time. I don't know, in fact, the biggest reason is that Kevin is reborn, and he knows the future. Of course, it also depends on the type of movie. Generally speaking, in the film industry, there are three situations in which dramas support people: some people support dramas, and some people encounter dramas. As long as the actor meets the basic requirements of the role, the movie will be popular. And a movie that people likes to play is only popular because a certain actor plays it. As for people encountering a drama, it means that people just happen to encounter a drama that suits them, and it just happened to be popular. These three kinds of movies are actually very easy to find, just think about it for yourself and you will know. And Chainsaw is undoubtedly the kind of drama that holds people up. Any actor who plays the Jigsaw can fire up anyone who can express the Jigsaw feel that Kevin needs. Of course, referring to the role of the Jigsaw. As for actors, it may not benefit too much. But no matter what, it is also a character that can make the audience remember the name, which will be of great benefit to Coulson's future development. At least not worse than his original development path. Of course, Coulson is just the name in his heart. It is indeed that he has left a deep impression on him among the Avengers and the agents of SHIELD. His real name is Clark Gregg. With Kevin's answer, all three parties were satisfied, and the next dinner was naturally very enjoyable. After one night, Kevin, who had chosen the actors and set up the basic crew framework at the same time, applied for a vacation in the school for filming time, and hurried to work. The plot of the chainsaw horror mainly takes place in several secret rooms, so the set is very simple. In order to save money, Kevin took the assistant director to carefully select around Hollywood, and finally selected a few empty rooms. Make a makeover? No way, New Line Pictures does not have its own studio, so this kind of shooting location that does not require an outdoor location also needs to be found by yourself. Fortunately, the chainsaw horror is not complicated in this regard. I just found a place and performed a one-to-one restoration. Here comes the most expensive place. That is, the torture tool that runs through the entire chainsaw horror. In order to better restore the props in the plot, within half a month after the script was released, Kevin looked for a medium-sized movie prop company recommended by CAA. Specialize in the production of the props you need. At the end, the prop master who listened to his opinion was a little afraid of him, as if to say, how perverted your mind is, and why everything is about torture tools. After the props were returned, the assistant director also helped him make a series of preparations for the crew before the start of work, as well as the transfer of personnel. This point, Kevin is still very satisfied. A crew is never something a director can handle. Down to the lunchbox, up to the staffing and scheduling, these are generally the responsibilities of the assistant director. Most as a director, his only task is to present what the director needs in his shots through the performance of the actors. On September 15, 1991, the crew of Chainsaw officially entered the shooting. $1.3 million invested by New Line Films also entered the supervised account, and a middle-aged white male producer who was not well known but experienced by New Line Films also came to the set. After a simple exchange, Kevin knew that he was the greatest sincerity of New Line cinema. As long as he doesn't spend money casually and shoot safely, the producer will be the same as invisible in his crew. This is already a very good result. There are no big-name actors in the entire crew, and at the same time, several key positions also have their own people. Kevin's authority has been thoroughly demonstrated in this crew. Of course, the same is true. In such a crew, if Chainsaw fails, he can simply stay away from the directing industry. Mitt, Carrie, take your place at once. The first scene filmed in the room today. Yes, director. Inside the sitcom-like set consisting of 3 walls, Kevin began to call the shots. The original Chainsaw Horror, filmed in 2004, was directed by Wes Iron, with a total investment of $1.2 million. And now, here in 1991, his investment was $1.3 million. At the same time, the salaries of actors at this time are also much lower than in 2004, which means that Kevin gets more resources than Wes Iron. At the same time, he also hopes to make Chainsaw more classic. Some of the deficiencies caused by limited funds, he is also trying to make up for it. As actors who want to be famous, these little actors are quite dedicated one by one, which is in stark contrast to some of the traffic stars in Kevin's past life memories. But this is also very understandable. Actors and stars are two professions. Actors rely on their works to attract audiences, and stars rely on their appearance and personality. Moreover, these actors in front of them have not yet become famous, and they are still bumpy on the road to fame. Naturally, they will not show a disrespectful attitude early. In the next 25 years, Kevin used his memory of his past life and the ability of this life to shoot the Chainsaw Horror as quickly as possible, and at the same time left a certain amount of time to make up for the Chainsaw Horror. Beautify. Don't think the shooting speed is fast. In Kevin's memory, It took only 18 days for Wenziren to shoot the chainsaw horror. And he reserved a week more than Wenziren, plus the memory of his 2 lives. The shooting experience is no worse than when Wenziren first debuted. All of this made Chainsaw Fright, within the scope of Kevin's ability and funds, to achieve the best possible state of perfection. On the set, filming of the last scene ends. Okay. I announce that the filming of Chainsaw is complete, and here I am, Kevin. Thank you very much for your cooperation during these 25 days. Mr. Kate, producer, how much money is left in the account? The producer, who has been invisible in the crew, looked at his account book and said exactly. Chapter 9_Kill Party. $25,530 left. Okay, I'm announcing that tonight, at the Hollywood Hotel in Los Angeles, everyone must be there, everyone must relax. Kevin waved and said with a loud laugh. Oh, we love you, Director Kevin. Director Kevin, you are the best. Accompanied by Kevin's words, the studio immediately cheered. Generally speaking, such a small-scale crew would not hold such a banquet. It was a rare encounter, and the people present suddenly became happy. Everyone, you go first, I'll come over after I send these shooting materials away. After talking, Kevin took the film and went to the nearby New Line Film Company with the producer. He had already agreed with New Line Cinema in the plan and contract that he would have priority editing rights. The so-called priority editing rights actually means that he will edit once, and then hold an internal viewing meeting. If you feel that there is a problem, then hand it over to a professional editor. And if everyone thinks that he edited it well, then he will use his own edited version. As for directly asking for editing rights, that sentence, he is not qualified. With the exception of some of Hollywood's top directors, most directors don't actually have editing rights. Zack Snyder, who filmed 300 Warriors, Dawn of the Living Dead, also lost the editing rights in the cooperation with Warner. If it weren't for the fact that his fans on the internet were urging him to make a cut version of Justice League, Warner would find it profitable. Zack Snyder would never try to edit by himself. From here you can know that the Hollywood studios are the ultimate giants. Of course, Kevin will not be satisfied with a mere director, but everything has to start with a big director. With enough capital, according to the steps in his memory, DC, Marvel and some other great IPs will find a way to slowly acquire them. Build an entertainment empire of his own. Of course, these are all later stories. Put the film negatives after New Line Films, and agreed with them to take a day off, and then come to participate in the editing work. Kevin immediately rushed to the party at the Hollywood Hotel. Barbecue, swimming pool, alcohol, and the eternal 3-piece set allowed Kevin to relieve the pressure of these more than 20 days in the hotel. The next day, waking up from the hotel room and seeing the heroine lying beside him with her skin tender and smooth, Kevin couldn't help feeling a bit of a headache. If anyone saw this, he would lose his reputation. Although he is not a virgin in his past life or this life, he is not messing around outside, he is only his girlfriend. The lazy voice sounded, and Salma Hayek woke up, thinking of the madness of director Kevin last night. She couldn't help but feel hot. After the director was half drunk and half awake, with the help of other crew members, she helped her to the hotel room. In the middle of the support, a momentary emotion, coupled with the gratitude to the director Kevin, half pushed and half gave up. It has become like this now. Of course, this is also why she is very optimistic about Kevin's potential. With the age difference between the two of them, there is no future, but as a mature woman, she understands these little boys best. She knew very well how strong her body was to their temptation. Although there is no future, it is already very good to be able to get a little care from Kevin. In addition, her physical needs have also been met under the director's youthful and vigorous body. Whose hair was disheveled and full of temptation, didn't speak, just looked at Kevin, who was topless, and smiled, and licked his lips. He happened to rest today, and at this time he had no time to think about why he became like this. Jump directly. After a wild day, the women and the party completely let him release all the pressure. And Salma Hayek also made him very happy, because she didn't ask him for anything. To put it bluntly, it was just a pair of men and women eliminating each other's physical needs. Chapter 10_Try It Out. After getting dressed, Kevin walked out of the hotel towards New Line Cinema. As for Salma Hayek, who left the hotel early in the morning, she clearly distinguished the relationship between the two, a temporary physical partner. Of course Kevin knew this, happy and a little regretful. However, all these thoughts were completely abandoned by him after he came to New Line Film Company. Everything he does comes from the identity of this talented director. Once the halo was shattered, he believed that Salma Hayek abandoned him just as quickly. But as long as his halo is not broken, a steady stream of great beauties will come to him on their own initiative. On the contrary, he has to resist these temptations. He doesn't want to be the protagonist in some pornographic photos. Led by Dean, he went straight to the cutting room at New Line Cinema with all the footage. Inside, the editor, a tall, lanky-looking white man with no flesh on his cheeks, made people feel a little uncomfortable. Perhaps it is because of this appearance that he chose a profession like an editor that does not have to deal with too many people. The only information Kevin got was that he was a pretty good editor and that his name was Tyne. After a brief chat, I saw that Tyne had no desire to speak. Kevin also lost the idea of speaking. Hand over all the film to the editor, Tyne, who chooses the frames, and Kevin chooses. Kevin originally thought that there would be a fierce quarrel between him and Tyne. After all, the editor in the editing room was the biggest editor. I didn't expect Tyne to cooperate quite well. During their communication, they did not question any of Kevin's ideas at all, which made Kevin very satisfied. In his mind, he already had what Chainsaw should look like, and he didn't want anyone to question him, just edit it according to his requirements. The first day, the second day, until the 8th day, Kevin finally walked out of the editing room with a messy appearance. The editing room is a rare place with a bed in New Line Cinema. These days, Kevin's food is provided by New Line Cinema, and he lives in the editing room. According to the original appearance of Chainsaw Horror and some places where the audience is more complaining, a little modification is made. Finally, after 8 days, Kevin finally completed his first work. 1.3 million low-budget horror film titled Chainsaw. As soon as the movie was completed, Kevin rushed out of the editing room impatiently, found a nearby hotel, had a good meal, and had a good rest for a day. The next day, with the film, Kevin and Dean came to the interior of New Line Cinema together. It was Shay, the owner and president of New Line Films, who came to receive him. Shay has a typical Jewish white appearance, a slightly darker complexion than the average white person, and a high nose bridge. At this time, he was greeted with a very friendly smile. But Kevin knew that if his Chainsaw was a box office hit, the man would soon turn his face. The American capitalist society does not have the strong human touch of China. Once he loses his value as a director, he will naturally be thrown into the rubbish heap as rubbish. Kevin, I've heard Dean compliment you for a long time, but he said that he hasn't seen such a talented director with aura like you in a long time. No, as soon as I heard that your film editing was finished, I came right over. As he spoke, Shay guided Dean and Kevin, and Chinchin's late arrival, Dawson, to the viewing room inside New Line Cinema. This is a small movie theater whose purpose is to set the tone or level of an unreleased movie from within the company. To decide how much publicity funds they will invest in the future, and how much publicity efforts to start. Following Shay's guidance, several people entered the room one after another, and several people in the room had already taken their seats. Shay looked at Kevin's face and explained. This is our in-house cinematographer, and they all have unique eyes to dissect your film from different angles to determine whether your film is worthy of a theatrical release. Kevin nodded. These people are all the background of a medium-sized or above film company. It is because of their existence that the film company can discover one good film after another, and launch the level of publicity for these films. In the future, New Line Films will be able to develop so well, and these people will take great credit. It is a pity that the anti-risk ability of film companies is still too weak, and a big investment movie can kill them. In the future, Lord of the Rings will let the company fall into a kind of superstition about fantasy movies. Then, a golden compass made them completely lose their independent capital and completely merged into Warner. Shaking his mind about the future of New Line, Kevin handed over the film to the projectionist. Then take a seat. The lights were turned off by the projectionist, and the movie began to play. At the beginning of the picture, the male protagonist Adam wakes up from the bathtub. Wherever his eyes pass, there are all dilapidated scenes. From a long-term perspective, this is a basement. His feet were tied to a rusted water pipe, and another person was also chained across from him, and a corpse lying in a pool of blood in the center of the room attracted their attention at first. But soon, the eyes shifted to other places. Who kidnapped them, for what purpose, money, or something? The two were very confused. Dean and Shay nodded. As executives of the film company, they naturally have a certain appreciation for movies. The opening paragraph immediately aroused the curiosity of the audience. Keep viewers interested in continuing to watch what comes next. From this beginning, Steve Kevin as a director is not the kind of person who has an empty name. With curiosity about why Adam was tied up, several people continued to watch. Under the murderer's orders, everyone had to choose between their own lives and the lives of their family members and Adam, a stranger. Until the end, Gordon sawed off his foot under the mania and despair, and crawled out with the broken leg. Adam, who stayed in it, suddenly found that the corpse on the ground slowly climbed up at first. Adam launched a counter-attack against the jigsaw, but was stunned by the jigsaw using a pre-made device. At last. Jigsaw to a sentence: people live often without gratitude, and you will not leave the room. As soon as the picture darkened, Adam screamed in the darkness, and then the movie ended. Oh, my God, is he a god? A viewer exclaimed that he had been completely attracted by the charm of the jigsaw. In human form, acting on behalf of God, punish those who do not value life. This is the first time he has seen such a charming villain in a movie in his many years of practice. And some of these concepts are more religious, adding a divine brilliance to the villain. The camera is very good, there is no problem, it looks very smooth. There are some flaws in the plot, but the charisma of the jigsaw can withstand it all. Director Kevin, where did you find this actor? There is always a calm and smile on his face that does not fit the identity of a murderer, but with the act of exercising divine authority on behalf of God makes all this reasonable. The filmmakers praised Kevin for making such a classic movie, and yes, they agreed that Chainsaw would become a monument in horror movies. Chapter 11 _ Robert Downey Jr. Dean on the side also showed a surprised expression. He decided the investment in this movie. Although the investment was not large, he also had to take responsibility once there was a loss. And now, the filmmakers have given an evaluation that may become a classic in film history. From this evaluation, it is almost impossible to lose money based on the investment of $1.3 million. Dean turned his attention to Shay, and it was up to him, the boss and president, to decide the specific publicity plan. However, with the evaluation of the filmmakers, I believe that the propaganda efforts will definitely not be small. Shay thought for a while in his mind about his views on the movie he had just watched, and then combined the views of the filmmakers present, and suddenly made a decision in his heart. Chainsaw has the potential to be a big hit, and it's worth paying a lot of publicity dollars. Of course, this big sum is for Chainsaw Horror. Dean, You should contact the publicity department immediately, and I will ask for a financial allocation of $3 million to carry out coverage publicity for theaters near colleges and universities in the United States. Also, contact the print media, as well as various film critics. I'm going to hold a screening to get the word out of the movie ahead of time, and we'll try our best to make Chainsaw a classic. Shay was decisive. Obviously, from the word of mouth of these people and his own viewing experience, he noticed the possibility of Chainsaw Cry becoming a classic. As a film company, a classic film has a very long lifespan. Box office often only accounts for 20% to 30% of total revenue. Other DVDs and other aspects can continue for decades, and it will not lose to the box office under the long-term flow. But it's all based on box office. A box office classic, but no public will recognize it. Shay turned his head, and the Jewish face was covered with the expression he was going to make a fortune, and it happened that Kevin thought so too, although it was only 5% of the box office. But if it really explodes, it's also not a small amount. And this share is not enough to turn New Line Cinema and his genius director. Everything is in his plan. Facing Shay's gaze, Kevin also smiled. Siayi smiled and said affectionately, "Director Kevin, film critics, and the screenings attended by traditional media need your cooperation. Is there any problem with your time?" Kevin nodded. "Don't worry, I will cooperate throughout the process. If you have any questions, just talk to me directly or contact my agent Dawson." Kevin's words also satisfied Shay, and talented directors often have some quirks, or unruly. But these faults did not appear in Kevin at all. At the same time, he has a good grasp of the funds of the crew, and there is even a surplus. Based on this situation, he has no problem with using the remaining funds for parties. It would be great if every director could be like Kevin. At this time, Chainsaw has not yet been released, but Shay has already prepared a second chance to cooperate with him. Everything was basically done, and he, the director, basically had nothing to do except for the next screenings. The school holidays are not over yet, or for a director like him who is about to graduate, the school courses have been completely completed. Even if there is no chainsaw horror, he can still graduate smoothly. Mitt and the others all had their own affairs. After reviewing the memories in their minds, Kevin came to Broadway unknowingly. As an orphan, he grew up in an orphanage at a young age, but he was smart and did not degenerate like others. Instead, he knew that reading was the only chance to change his destiny. Therefore, he studied hard all the way along the way, and with his smart IQ, he was able to be admitted to the University of Southern California under such poor conditions. And his friend, or the man who guided him on the path to becoming a director, was someone in this Broadway theater. Kevin continued to think. With the progress of time, the memory was further integrated, and sometimes he couldn't tell whether he was Chen Deoxuan or Kevin. In other words, they were originally the same person, just a relationship between past and present lives. Crunch. The sound of the iron door being pushed open reached his ears, and a very handsome young man with a Chinese character face walked out. "Kevin. Come on, let's have a drink." Robert Downey Jr., holding Kevin's shoulders, walked towards the nearby bar as if he was holding a prisoner. That's right, the guide who appeared in front of Kevin was Robert Downey Jr. The two came to know each other by accident in the library. As a young man who dropped out of school, if he wants to go further in his acting career, it is indispensable to study. Everyone praises Downey as a genius, only Kevin knows that genius also has to work hard. The two meet in the library. Kevin works hard for his future, and Downey works hard for his acting career. In Downey's eyes, Kevin is an immature child. Same as his brother. To this end, Downey helped him a lot, such as inviting him to dinner, sponsoring some books, and helping Kevin learn more about what the director needed, as well as some Hollywood insider tips. As for the direct financial relationship, Kevin couldn't accept it. As a transmigrator, Chen Daoxuan also accepted this and inherited the feelings between the two. As for why Downey was not allowed to play the jigsaw, it was because of his image. Carlson no, Greg, has a special kind of affinity, and you never have to worry about being in danger in front of him. When this temperament is placed in the hands of a believing murderer, a contrast is formed. The murderer does not feel that he is committing a crime, but feels that he is helping God to clean up the dregs that do not cherish life, which makes it even more creepy. Tobin Bell, who has always played murderers, criminals, and serial killers. This wonderful sense of contrast did not affect the charm of the jigsaw at all, but instead added the aura of a servant to him. Under the leadership of Downey, the two soon came to a bar. As the sky gradually dimmed, colorful lights were lit up in the bar, and a group of demons danced wildly in the bar. Through the dim light, Kevin had already seen some men and women hiding in the corners, merging into one under the looming shadows. One word: chaos. Kevin can't like this kind of place, whether it's in the past or this life, he doesn't like this kind of place. Donnie on the side walked around the bar like a duck to water, looking very happy. After a while, Donnie remembered Kevin, his brother 3 years younger than him. Chapter 12 _. Withdrew from the group of strippers and came to Kevin in the booth. Kevin, what's wrong? Don't like this kind of place? As an actor, I have my own understanding of how many expressions. Kevin's brows furrowed, indicating that he didn't seem to have a problem with this kind of place. Downey asked immediately. Kevin shook his head, then smiled and said, I came to you to tell you that my first movie is coming out soon. So soon? Downey was a little stunned. He knew that the person in front of him, who he regarded as his younger brother, was very talented, but he got investment and made a movie before he graduated, which was too fast. Fortunately, he still thought about it. After Kevin graduated, he would bring him to his father, let him take a look, and then introduce him to which director to be an assistant director. I didn't expect it. However, Kevin's first film, whether it can be a great success, he is not optimistic about this at all. Of course. 47th Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay, his father has also participated in the creation of classic works such as The Godfather and Mission Impossible. Even if Kevin fails, as long as he asks his father, he can still get a chance or two for Kevin. Yes, Donnie, I want to make you a big star. Kevin said with a smile. Yes, then I'll wait. Downey laughed too. However, you have to grant me a request. Kevin restrained his smile and said seriously. Downey was a little confused. Don't touch the addictive stuff. Come on, Kevin, I'll introduce you to some hot girls. Downey sneered immediately and changed the subject at the same time. Kevin could only sigh. It was his family tradition to smoke those things, and since Downey was 7 years old when he received the first one from his father, he couldn't live without those things. Since he can't persuade him now, Kevin has also lost his mind to persuade. Only after he has fallen to the bottom, I am afraid he will have the intention to really quit that thing, but what he can do is to give Downey a better chance to turn over. Following Downey's lead, Kevin also began to relax. Came to a group of babes with thin clothes. Kevin's youthful yet slightly mature face was enough to attract these hot girls, and with Downey's words, they became even more crazy. My younger brother, Kevin, is a talented director. His first movie is about to be released in theaters. You will understand next. Wow! The hot girls exclaimed one after another, this is the yearning for the career of director. Corresponding to the director is the star. The director's films can cultivate one big star after another. Who doesn't want to live brightly under the lights? Following Downey's words, Kevin was instantly overwhelmed by countless murder weapons, arms, and beautiful legs. The next day, in a large suite, Kevin woke up and broke free from the hands and feet around him. Kevin couldn't help feeling that he was too depraved. I can't blame myself, it's the corrosive power of capitalism on the will, it's too powerful, and a good young man like me has fallen like this. Kevin muttered to himself, and walked towards the hotel where he was staying without any nostalgia. There is a great beauty waiting for him there. After 2 or 3 days of running around like this, Kevin woke up from the gentle township and came to the New Line Film Company full of energy. As the boss and president, Xiaoyi did not care about his identity at all, and greeted one after another of paper media and film critics at the door. In the end, money is the most important thing, and he didn't lose a bit if he had a better attitude towards these paper media or film critics. On the contrary, if these people can say something good, it will have a great influence on the box office. However, their glory is also in this era. Kevin, who came in beside him, thought silently in his heart with a fake smile. With the advent of the internet age, these people will be swept into the garbage sooner or later. To put it bluntly, the audience has the final say whether a movie is good or not. District film critics are old. Of course, that is all in the future, at least for now, the influence of these film critics is still very large. I don't know if it's Shay's work behind the scenes, but these film critics are very friendly, completely different from the sharp faces of these film critics that Kevin saw in the newspaper. Xiaoyi, who was on the side, had a calm expression on his face. These more than 20 famous film critics took him more than $300,000 in total, and together with the paper media, he spent $500,000 in public relations expenses. Even if it is thrown into the water, it can splash a little water, not to mention these people who talk about money. Today's screening session, in the final analysis, is just a process. After they watched it, they would boast about Chainsaw from their own perspective, attracting the first audience to enter the cinema. In the follow-up, according to their internal judgment, word of mouth will be fermented to a certain extent. I dare not say how exaggerated it is, but after removing all the investment, New Line Film Company will definitely be able to make a lot of money. One after another, everyone finally arrived. Of course, no one would deliberately miss out on sending money. In the large screening hall on the 5th floor, more than 20 film critics and more than 10 paper media people took their seats. Roger Ebert is one of the most famous film critics. Generally speaking, if the quality of the film is not good, these studios often do not invite him to do some screenings. Of course, the money will naturally be given to him, in order to keep him from spraying people casually. The world is such a reality. When his status is high enough, people are willing to pay a huge price just to keep his mouth shut. Roger Ebert smiled. No matter what the movie held in their hearts, he'd just say it in his own words. This is what he has always insisted on. He was invited to come, but the quality of the film was not good, it insulted his eyes, and he had to bear his bad comments. Otherwise, don't invite him over casually. Of course, Roger Ebert wouldn't mind taking advantage of his fame to put a wave of commercials on it if the movie really moved him. The lights in the theater suddenly went out, leaving only a few small lights, emitting a little dim yellow light. On the screen, the name of New Line Film Company suddenly appeared, followed by the names of the director, actors, and people behind the scenes. The next moment, the screen flashed. The movie begins. Kevin silently followed the progress of the film, observing the facial reactions of these film critics and paper media people. The expressions of contempt, ridicule, and admiration were undoubtedly revealed. Obviously, Chainsaw was not satisfied with everyone, but Kevin could still see that they all wanted to know who Jigsaw was. Chapter 13 _ The role of film critics. Their eyes were firmly attracted by the screen. And this is enough for Kevin, to attract the audience to watch the movie instead of exiting, which has actually proved that this is not a bad movie. As for the charm of Jigsaw, as long as he watched the last episode, Kevin knew that they would firmly engrave the classic character of Jigsaw in their hearts. The time in the movie went by quickly, and everyone was addicted to the movie along with the struggle of the protagonist Adam. The movie ends quickly. Film critics have written something in the small notebooks in their hands. Contrary, Roger Ebert had nothing in his hand. He seemed to look around and found the figure of director Kevin and walked over slowly. "You're the talented director Steve Kevin, and I'm Roger Ebert." "Thank you for the compliment, my name is Steve Kevin." Roger Ebert looked at Kevin with interest and asked his own question. "How did you come up with a character like Jigsaw?" For this kind of question, Kevin had already prepared in advance in his heart. So it is natural to answer. "I grew up in an orphanage. During my growth, I have seen many old people die in front of me. Most of them are suffering from illness. At the same time, I've also seen many of my classmates who don't respect life, they're addicted to sex, in the midst of the big thing. Spending their lives recklessly, until the pain came to them, they didn't regret it. For this reason, I created a murderer like Jigsaw in the movie, and he didn't kill people casually. It's for the purpose of teaching people to value their own lives. At the same time, in the movie, Adam didn't leave them opportunities for those people who didn't value their lives. It's just that they didn't grasp it." Kevin was talking eloquently here, and Roger Ebert on the side nodded again and again. From the point of view of this character, the realm of chainsaw horror has far exceeded the average movie. It has its own mind there. While making people feel terrifying, it is a metaphor for persuading people to cherish the inner nature of life. There is no doubt that this is a rare masterpiece. After getting enough information from Kevin, Roger Ebert decided to write a good review for Chainsaw when he went back. Such a good work should be seen by more people. Dean on the side looked at them talking so happily, and was somewhat stunned. "You must know that the old guy Roger Ebert is not good at all. The only thing the studios can do is pay him to shut up. As for getting him to praise a movie, it must be something Roger Ebert himself truly loves that movie to be able to do. Such a stubborn old guy who doesn't even know how to earn money, actually had such a happy chat with the director Kevin. Haha, Director Kevin, you really are a genius." Roger Ebert praised Kevin again and turned away. Dean moved his pace and came to his side and said, "Are you Roger Ebert's son?" Kevin's face darkened. What is his son? Can he speak? Don't get me wrong, it's been a long time since I've seen Roger Ebert treat people so well, and as you can see, he's not a gregarious guy among film critics. However, his film reviews can always unearth some unexpected things, and he has a great influence on the reputation of a film." Dean explained. Kevin nodded. The name of Roger Ebert, he had also heard of it in his previous life, but he only knew that he was a famous film critic. Of course, in this day and age, film critics are very influential. If not necessary, he had better not offend these people. After answering these questions for him, Dean took Kevin to find Shay to discuss the next premiere. As for these film critics and paper media people, they are naturally received by other people, and they will naturally not talk nonsense after receiving the money from New Line Pictures. There is still some professional ethics. Seeing Kevin and Dean arriving, Shay waved quickly and asked them to come over. On the table in front of him is something called a schedule ticket, which records in detail the information of the movies that have been released before and that will be released soon. Terminator 2, Silence of the Lambs. These are all movies that have been showing for more than a few months, and Kevin can't help but be thankful that in this October and November, when the North American box office is off-season, there are no hard bones. And it's almost Halloween. According to the normal broadcast time, they will be able to wait until Halloween. Every year Halloween is a great time for horror movies to come out. But Halloween is not the only one of them, and other film companies will not miss it. Choosing Halloween means that they have to compete with other movies. There are only so many movie theaters. If you have more, others will have less. This is your life and death relationship. Shay is seeking his opinion? Kevin guessed. There are several movies that are currently in theaters, but the upcoming Halloween, as the first choice for horror movies, is very competitive. Kevin, I need you to promote it in major universities. Shay said directly. No problem. Kevin agreed directly. Of course, he will not refuse this kind of promotion that is beneficial to the movie box office. After agreeing, the next step is naturally a series of detailed discussions. The specific promotion time was put on the day before Christmas, and the first stop was Kevin's alma mater, the movie theater next to the University of Southern California. Before that, preheating is naturally indispensable. The next day, Kevin got up, bought a newspaper from the hotel entrance, and then went back to his room to watch the critics' comments. The genius work of a genius director. This Halloween, you must not miss a good work. In this film, you can see how Jigsaw punishes those who do not cherish life in the name of God. This year's most worth watching horror film, I Promise in My Name. This will be a more classic horror film comparable to The Silent Lamb released in February this year. If you don't watch it, you will definitely regret it. Kevin smiled. Silence of the Lambs, the investment capital of about $1 million was not as high as his Chainsaw Cry. However, the cost of publicity is estimated to be similar to his. There are always people who believe that a good movie must have a box office. In Kevin's opinion, this is bullshit. Shawshank's Redemption Classic, the investment of $25 million only barely recovered $16 million, and finally reluctantly relied on word of mouth to counterattack, and finally recovered the costs slowly in the DVD market. Chapter 14_Halloween. Not to mention Witch Black's fake documentaries that rely solely on marketing to get the box office. As for why he didn't choose to shoot Black the Witch, the reason is very simple: that kind of movie is useless in the eyes of the insider. The box office is completely blown up by marketing, and this kind of film does not benefit the director in any way. People will only feel that the director has deceived them. This situation is very unfavorable for other works of future directors, and only the film company will benefit. What ruined a director's entire future? Naturally, Kevin couldn't have chosen this kind of movie. Of course, by saying so much, I actually want to illustrate the importance of publicity. At the same time, in the promotion of the movie, the pull of other movies is very important. In simple terms, it is the heat. It is also necessary to pay attention to skill in rubbing the heat. Naturally, there is no need to say more about the classics of The Silence of the Lambs. Of course, the chainsaw horror does not fall under it. After the word of mouth of The Silent Lambs has been verified, rub its popularity. It will attract audiences who have watched The Silence of the Lambs, and for the same horror films, their audiences overlap to a large extent. As long as the quality of chainsaw horror is high enough, these people can continuously spread the word of mouth of chainsaw horror to the outside world. Of course, if the quality of chainsaw is not good, the consequences are equally serious, and they will become the biggest Black fans of chainsaw. Kevin is confident in the quality of the chainsaw, though. This kind of film that is not mixed with off-site factors and is of sufficient quality has long proven itself in Kevin's memory. As long as the publicity keeps up, there is no reason for it to pull his hips. Salma Hayek glanced at Kevin charmingly, licked the white milk from his mouth with his tongue, picked up a bottle of pure milk from the bed, and drank it with a gulp. Only then did he lean over to Kevin's side and read the newspaper together. Seeing that the newspapers were all exaggerated about the shock of the chainsaw, Salma Hayek couldn't help but smile. As the titular heroine, even if the most attractive character in the movie is Jigsaw, she can somehow get on with it. As long as the film succeeds, she will no longer be a nobody in Hollywood. Kevin, there's not even a single bad review in this newspaper for Chainsaw. Are we going to succeed? Kevin smiled. That's for sure. How can a talented director fail? Right, my heroine. How can you thank me? Kevin said deliberately. Hayek on the side rolled her eyes. In the past few days, she was subdued by Kevin. As soon as Kevin spoke, she knew what he wanted to do. Obediently bowed his head. A comfortable feeling came. Kevin enjoyed the service of Salma Hayek and put down the newspaper in his hand. Time flies fast. Soon, it was the day before Halloween, which was Halloween. The roads are full of Americans dressed as ghosts and monsters, and in the mall, there are also jack-o'-lanterns. Kevin stood on the plaza stage of the mall. This is a small plaza that can accommodate hundreds of people. Kevin's chainsaw will be shown in the cinema tonight at 12 p.m. The purpose of his coming here is to warm up and convey the release of Chainsaw to the students in advance. The number of universities in the United States is about 2,500, and the most familiar theater chains of New Line Films are also theaters near these colleges and universities. For this reason, they won 800 yuan for the big screen for Chainsaw. It occupies a full share of 1/5 of colleges and universities. Of course, this contract is only valid for 3 days. After 3 days, the theater has the right to increase or decrease the number of big screens according to the performance of Chainsaw. The North American box office is often divided into steps. In the first week, the producer can share 60% or even 70% of the revenue from the box office, and then increase or gradually decrease according to the specific sales of the movie. Of course, generally speaking, it gradually decreases. Therefore, the data of the first week is crucial, which will determine the attitude of the theaters towards the movie. Hello everyone, I'm Kevin, have you heard of me? On the stage, Kevin shouted to the students who were most likely his juniors. As a popular figure in the school, Kevin's words immediately made the following juniors and juniors turn into fans and shout for him. Kevin skillfully followed the requirements of the opening ceremony of the film and started the publicity to the younger students below. As a film with a small investment, holding a screening is actually equivalent to the opening ceremony of the film. The real star-studded opening ceremony is actually not something that Kevin can hold now. Through the propaganda of the paper media, some people who like to watch horror movies have become potential audiences of Chainsaw, and these students are the basic disc of Chainsaw. By the way, the Chainsaw rating is unsurprisingly rated R, which is a movie under the age of 17 that must be watched in the company of parents. The higher NC level is generally unattainable except for some banned films. What's more, behind the death in chainsaw horror, there is also the connotation of persuading people to cherish life, plus the efforts of New Line Cinema. This is rated R. This is also the reason why Kevin has always been prepared to seek cooperation from large companies. In fact, there are more funds outside the market for investment, but if the source of this money is not raised by film companies in the industry, there will be a lot of trouble when it comes out. From grading to publicity to cinema, every step is a problem. People in the entertainment industry on Hong Kong Island know this best when it comes to foreign capital in Hollywood. 12 midnight. Countless monsters and monsters haunt the cinema to seek excitement. Kyra, let's go to see Chainsaw. I see the critics rate this horror film very well. Kira on the side, a white blonde chick, dressed so sexy that the tall white boyfriend on the side was just around the corner. Trying to take their relationship a step further through a horror movie. I'm a little scared, otherwise, let's forget it. Kayla said in a tone of refusal. The tall white boy on the side was even more excited. He patted his chest and said, "With me, don't be afraid, I will protect you." Kayla then made an appearance of being persuaded by him, and walked into the cinema with him. Obviously, their purpose is not to watch movies. In today's colleges and universities, doing something adult in the movie theater is a great way for them to seek excitement. Among them, those R-rated films are undoubtedly a good dish for them to add to the fun. Chapter 15 _ First Day Box Office. There are naturally a lot of people like Kira, a couple, and similarly, there are also a lot of audiences who are influenced by the comments of film critics and choose chainsaw horror among many movies. Of course, in Kevin's base camp, the movie theater near the University of Southern California goes without saying. Occupancy rate has reached more than 70%. As for other theaters, there are also numbers ranging from 20% to 40%. Before word of mouth is fermented, the ability to achieve such an occupancy rate is enough to show that the new film company is in the propaganda has really put a lot of effort into it. Staying up late to promote until 12 o'clock, Kevin had long lost his mind to watch a movie, and went back to the hotel to rest early. Fatigued, he has no mind to look at the data. A day later, whether it is life or death, it will be clearly placed in front of him. A day later, at New Line Cinema, Dean was anxiously circling the production department, waiting for the specific first-day box office of Chainsaw. If it was only a $1.3 million investment at the beginning, it wouldn't hurt to fail. Then, after 800 copies, plus the cost of publicity, it cost 4 to 5 times the production cost of the film, that is, after the total cost of $5 million. Once it fails, even his executive can't bear this kind of loss. Of course, the odds of him, Shay, and all the filmmakers, including the critics, all missing out are not high. So Dean was somewhat confident. It's just that before he heard the specific numbers, there was a little bit of unease in his heart. 800 theaters in front of him. The bright office was full of tension, and Shay walked in at a steady pace. Unlike Dean, who was nervous, Shay was very stable, and he was obviously more confident in the chainsaw horror than Dean. How much was the first day of Chainsaw? Shay asked calmly. At the end of the calculation, the staff said with a slightly shocked expression. 800 screens, the attendance rate is 30/40%, the average number of people attending is 16, the number of people in each cinema is different, and the average is 5 to 6. Shay interrupted his various data calmly and asked directly. How much is the total box office? The staff said directly. $8.43 million first day box office. The calm or nervous faces on Shay and Dean's faces suddenly turned into surprised smiles. As a film with only $1.3 million in investment, its $8.43 million first day box office represents an absolute profit. You know, the North American box office champion, which has been pre-booked this year, is the second film of Terminator, which is the sequel to the blockbuster movie. Even so, it grossed just $30 million on its first day. Yes, Shay has a little bit of bloat. Call Kevin and I'll take him to a fancy party in a week. Also, discuss with him in advance about the investment of his next film. Such a talented director must not let him fall into the hands of others. After talking to Dean, Shay said to the secretary next to him. Order the finance to add another 200. No, $3 million in publicity funds. I want to make the name of the chainsaw shocking, resounding throughout the United States. Beep beep beep. By Salma Hayek, dragged his slightly weak body and stood up. Under the sun, his sturdy body was as beautiful as the flesh of the god of war Apollo. Of course, this is from the point of view of the admirer Salma Hayek. Stretching, Kevin took out his phone from the clothes on the sofa and pressed the answer button. Hey, I'm Dean, Kevin, we made it. Dean's excited voice came from the other end of the phone, and Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. He put aside the fear of failure in his heart and asked confidently. Is the box office coming out on the first day? Yes, that's right, Kevin, you can't imagine how much the first day box office was. That was $8.43 million in the first day box office. The chainsaw did it, Kevin, you did it. President Shay has invited you to a party at the Beverly Hills Hotel in a week's time, and there will be quite a few big stars at the party. Kevin nodded. I'll be there, don't worry. Okay, don't forget it when the time comes, and we will continue to promote it in the next few days, and make sure to increase the box office." Hanging up, Kevin called Dawson again. Hayek on the side was even more excited after listening to Kevin's voice from the other end of the phone. The box office on the first day was $8.43 million. She knew exactly what it meant for such an investment horror film. She opened the apparently hardest door to Hollywood. Excited, she ignored Kevin calling her agent, silently got out of bed, walked to Kevin's side, and knelt down. "Hi. What's the matter, Kevin?" Hearing the unusual voice, Dawson asked with concern. "It's nothing, I'm calling to tell you good news. The first day of Chainsaw's box office came out, with a box office of $8.43 million. After Kevin finished speaking, he took the phone away slightly and enjoyed the service of Salma Hayek. $8.43 million box office? Kevin made it? With excitement on Dawson's face, he turned around in his mind, and he immediately thought of a way to make his high-end client more successful. That is to use the power of CAA to promote the chainsaw horror to a greater extent. And he believed that Michael Ovitz, the de facto president of CAA, would agree with him. After talking to Kevin again on the phone, Dawson hurried to the top floor of the company, where the offices of the 5 partners of CAA are located. There are still a lot of vacancies on it, but at present, except for the 5 partners, no one is qualified to move to the top floor. Standing in the aisle, Kevin looked at the 4 directions from the glass, and his emotions were released. The happy expression on his face was beyond words. Michael Ovitz was about to go to the bathroom when he saw Dawson's scene, frowned, and was about to scold. Seeing Michael Ovitz coming out, Dawson immediately hurriedly said, "Kevin's first day box office came out, $8.43 million. Michael Ovitz's face changed instantly, and his original plans were also forgotten. Their CAA-facilitated investments were not many this year, and Steve Kevin's chainsaw was impressed with the clear layout." Chapter 16 _ The kindness of Tom Cruise. So, that little director did it? Their CAA will soon have another important customer. In the CAA, there is its own classification of customers. S-level customer in their hands that they can become the top-level partner. And among clients of the same level, even if they have the same status, the importance of the director is even higher. To put it simply, an A-level director has a higher status than an S-level star. This is where the director's status is determined by the CAA's packaging system. Here, the packaging system is explained again. In the past, to produce a program, a TV station needed to find hosts and actors, producers, screenwriters, and more. Almost all of these people have an agent, which undoubtedly brings trouble to the production efficiency of the TV station. On the other hand, Ovitz has developed a new model, preparing script writers, producers, and directors in advance, planning a project that seems to have a very successful rate, and attracting stars in reverse. Almost everything needed for the project was done, packaged, and sold directly to TV stations or cooperated with TV stations. This approach almost changes the position of demand between the two parties. The TV station needed this kind of project that looked like it would be successful, so CAA got the qualification to negotiate the price. Among them, the director is undoubtedly the key to the success of this project. This is also the biggest reason why CAA is so friendly to Kevin. They need a talented director like Kevin, and on the contrary, Kevin is less dependent on them. Well done, Dawson, you managed to get an A-level client for CAA. If Kevin can make 3 films in a row, he can be an S-tier client for CAA, and you can move to the top and become CAA's 6th partner. Ovitz immediately drew a cake road. Of course, this is a cake that can be eaten. Just very difficult. Dawson nodded, then said his thoughts. I hope that through CAA's high-end customers, I can express support for Kevin, which will not only make Chainsaw's box office higher, but also make Kevin's favor for CAA higher. Moreover, such a director with infinite potential, I believe they are also willing to express their support. Ovitz pondered for a while, then said, "Okay, I agreed. I will discuss with other partners here, communicate with clients, and see which ones are willing to support this movie. As a package project of CAA, a small part of the box office of Chainsaw will also belong to CAA. To promote the Chainsaw horror is actually helping CAA make money. He has no reason to refuse this kind of thing." The next day, when Kevin picked up the paper again, he was struck by Tom Cruise's support for his Chainsaw. This year's best horror movie is worth watching. The movie portrays a murderer who uses torture to punish people who don't cherish life, but in killing, he often leaves some opportunities for the victim. Through this film, I have become a fan of director Kevin. Kevin scratched his head, he couldn't figure out why Tom Cruise suddenly made a sound. But it's always a good thing. Although Tom Cruise has not yet received the bonus of Mission Impossible at this time, last year's Oscar nomination still improved his status. Definitely a popular star in the circle. Speaking of which, Kevin suddenly thought of Mission Impossible, which was adapted from a TV series and was released in 1996. He seemed to have a chance to touch it. Ireland, the filming location of Land Ambition, the actor Tom Cruise agreed to his words of support under the analysis of his agent. Of CAA, and there is no conflict of interest. There is more possibility of cooperation between actors and directors, and it is not bad to release some goodwill. No one is a fool to be able to achieve the status they are today. Before there is no conflict of interest, no one will rashly offend a potential director. With CAA's action and the impact of the weekend, Chainsaw continued to grow at the box office the next day, taking in $12.13 million. As the most important character in the play, Clark Gregg was transferred by New Line Cinema to participate in movie theaters across the United States to promote. Several of the big cities are the most important propaganda positions. Wherever Gregg has been, there are people everywhere. The name of the Jigsaw has gained a lot of fans, which also gave Gregg his first taste of fame, and since then, he is no longer unknown in Hollywood. And compared to Gregg, Kevin got more benefits. As a director who has proved himself, his status in Hollywood will undergo huge changes, and his status in CAA will also be different. Of course, most importantly, he made money. 5% of the box office cut will be called after the film is drawn, which will be a huge sum of money, enough to buy himself a house. However, due to his own development, Kevin plans to purchase some copyrights for himself in advance, or use it as an investment after the money arrives. If nothing else, he will have some hands on this project of Mission Impossible. It was only just now that he thought of the reason why Tom Cruise helped him. It must be that CAA used their power. With this relationship, after Dottie's ambition hit the streets, his success rate in inviting Tom Cruise was much higher. As a director, there is no one who doesn't want to make a blockbuster. But only one Chainsaw is not enough to prove himself. He'd have to make another movie or two before he could use his fame to attract big stars like Tom Cruise. But the second movie, in fact, he had no choice. All the studios will not support his rash change, of course. He has to prove his success with another horror film so that he can get a big investment if the third film changes course. Of course, by that time, he will also be able to share a little bit of the movie box office profits as an investor. This is Kevin's plan for his future development route. To be a great director needs to be down to earth and take every step steadily. Time flies so fast, and the first week is over quickly. As director Kevin, after hearing the box office explosion on the first day, he ignored the news at other times. New Line Cinema and CAA will help him with all that. As a director, he doesn't need to think about other things for the time being. After all, the majority of the movie was made by New Line Film Company, and they should be the ones who worked hardest. Salma Hayek has also become a busy man after the success of the film. Chapter 17_Kevin, we're done. His agent, Dawson, arranged a lot of work for Salma Hayek. This also led to him being single for a few days in the past few days. But this was just in line with his intentions. I have to say that Salma Hayek is too cruel. A man is a cow and a woman is a field. His cow needs a rest. And Kevin, who had nothing to do, finally had time to go back to school to go through the graduation procedures. Inside the office, the teacher in charge of the graduation procedures nodded and said seriously, "Kevin, although your first film was a success, don't be proud. In our school, there are also many people who made the first film successful in these years, but most of them also fell behind. Become an ordinary director with only one representative work. Here, the teacher hopes that you can become famous. This is our school motto of the University of Southern California. If you continue to be successful, you will have a chance in the future to be on the USC Who's Who and be seen as a role model by every student." Kevin nodded, went through all the formalities, and left the school directly. Since the real success, the feeling of pretending to be in school has disappeared in Kevin's heart. Playing with a bunch of students is just insulting himself. He is now dealing with executives of major film companies, and these students, even after graduation, do not experience a few years. It is estimated that they will not even meet those executives. The status of the two is no longer on the same level. Walking in the campus, from time to time a few very beautiful schoolgirls suddenly approached. He handed Kevin a few small notes. The contents of the notes were basically the address, time, and phone number. Obviously, as long as Kevin wanted to make a phone call, these people would just lie on the bed and let him use it. This made Kevin sigh that capitalism's pursuit of money is too strong and too straightforward. However, these green shoots are not his thing. Compared with them, Kevin prefers those glamorous Hollywood actresses. Just when Kevin was enjoying being accosted by beautiful women, a woman came to him. "Kevin, can we go back to where we were?" Kevin raised his head, only to realize that the woman in front of him was his predecessor's ex-girlfriend, Para. Looking at Para's expectant eyes, Kevin just smiled slightly. He was not the Kevin in front of him. With the character of a Chinese man, the most intolerable thing for him is betrayal. Although he has no feelings for Para, betrayal is betrayal. Back to the past. Dream. Can a broken mirror be rerounded? We're done, Para. Kevin got rid of Para directly and walked out. This trip back to school can be said to have dealt with his predecessor's affairs cleanly. From now on, he will focus on his career wholeheartedly. Para looked at Kevin in remorse. The reason why she came to find Kevin this time was very simple. She was deceived. What that person told her heroine was just a lie. To put it bluntly, although his father is an executive, as the son of an executive, he does not have such a big face to influence his father's decision. After discovering this, Para broke up with him decisively. Or that they never started. Para, who is proficient in green tea skills, can be said to be unable to cry without seeing the coffin. How could it be possible for people to get cheap before it was clearly stated? This kind of realistic girl is also a very smart girl. It's a pity that Kevin never talks about feelings with such a realistic girl. This is not as good as Kevin in the entertainment industry and those female stars getting what they need. Kevin stepped out of school and waved to stop a taxi. As soon as I got in the car, I said directly, "Go to Beverly Hills." The driver was an honest-looking middle-aged white male. Hearing Kevin's words, he couldn't help but ask. "The Beverly Hills that is known as the most precious residential area in the world?" "Yeah, just drop me off at the Beverly Hotel in Beverly Hills." The driver's face showed some envy. The status of Beverly Hills means that people who go there must be rich. Otherwise, the cost of thousands of dollars is not affordable for ordinary people. There was nothing to say along the way, but the driver wanted to chat a few words and listen to the private topics of those rich people for discussion. It's a pity that Kevin is not interested in talking with him about this issue. Coming to the Beverly Hotel, Kevin walked in directly. The clothes on his body did not exceed $200, and the whole body was covered with cheap goods. Kevin came to think that there might be something that the hotel waiter looked down on him. Unfortunately, in reality, there are no such stupid people. Seeing Kevin walk in, a handsome young man dressed in a suit and dressed in spirit walked over and asked politely, "Hello, this is the Beverly Hotel, do you have a reservation in advance?" Kevin said with a little regret, "It's pre-ordered, my name is Steve Kevin." The waiter politely said, "Your room number is 1211, please come with me." Kevin followed the waiter's instructions and quickly came to room 1211. After briefly introducing the device for calling the waiter in the room, the waiter quietly left here. Kevin looked at Beverly Hills outside the large French window and couldn't help but feel in a good mood. Everywhere you look, there are many houses in the form of a large manor, and the cheapest one may cost tens of millions of dollars. From the outside, each building feels comfortable. The appearance alone contains the crystallization of the wisdom of the house designers. A desire to buy. Of course, Kevin will definitely not start now. According to his memory, before 2020, the United States will go through at least one or two financial crises. At that time, he will be able to buy the property here at the cheapest price. Buying now is to enter at a high position, is it not a blood loss? $3,000 a night. If Kevin had not paid a small share from New Line Film Company in advance, he would definitely not be able to afford it. Coming here, there is still 1 to 2 days before the party, and Kevin also started the choice of his next movie in his mind. No way, the Beverly Hills real estate stimulated his desire to earn. Let him know that he is now a very, very poor. Outside, the box office of Chainsaw is still accumulating. Influence is also growing day by day. Unlike when it came out in 2004, Kevin's Chainsaw was treated much better. Not only film reviews and paper media, but also the amount of screens released, follow-up publicity, and even schedules have huge advantages. So, on Halloween 1991, Chainsaw achieved far better results than the original. Chapter 18 Beverly Hills Party. As of the 7th, that is, the total box office of the film for a week, reached a staggering total of $45.86 million. That's a pretty good number, and following this trend, Chainsaw could be vying for a place on this year's top 10 box office charts. For the films on the list, the smallest investment is tens of millions of dollars. Compared with them, the profit of Chainsaw is so high that I don't know where it goes. In the industry, all the film companies know Kevin's name. I don't know how many studios are looking for Kevin's location, trying to sign him for the next movie. Of course, all this was temporarily stopped by Kevin Dawson. For the next movie, he will still make a project plan in advance, and then release The Wind, which will lead to internal battles between the film companies. In theory, he is willing to continue to cooperate with the New Line Film Company. After all, the two sides of the cooperation this time are still relatively happy. However, if other film companies offer better conditions, it is not impossible for him to agree. After all, money is king in Hollywood. Whoever offers a higher price will cooperate with whomever. Dong dong dong. CAA President Michael Ovitz knocked on the door of Kevin's room, where Kevin was well dressed, of course, saying so. In fact, Kevin did not spend an exorbitant price, and his whole body was only about $10,000. This is what he took time to buy these 2 days. Compared with those high-paying stars who wear clothes that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, he is already very common and frugal. Kevin opened the door and smiled, and Michael Ovitz also said with a smile, "Kevin, Shay is already ahead. Today we will take you to a party that belongs to Hollywood. Only by attending this kind of party can you truly belong to Hollywood. Michael Ovitz's words are of course exaggerated, but it also shows the importance of Hollywood parties in Beverly Hills. This is where they talk business and make deals for flesh and blood. Of course, don't think that the beauty of Hollywood can sweep everything. Beauty is only a basic requirement. After reaching this basic requirement, if you want to get a big production heroine or hero, you have to pay a lot of other things. Angelina Jolie broke the news that after the actress got the chance to be the heroine, the plot of devoting herself to the producer, director, and investor is not false. Of course, although Kevin is a handsome guy. However, as a member of the top of the Hollywood food chain, what he enjoys is not the unspoken rules of others, but his unspoken rules of others. This is also the biggest reason why Kevin went straight to Hollywood as soon as he came up. To put it bluntly, career is one aspect, and yearning for Hollywood is another aspect. Kevin, led by Ovitz, quickly met up with Shay. The three took the car driven by Shay's driver and came to a manor. The gate is heavily guarded to prevent entry from strangers as well as paparazzi and journalists. A character who seemed to be the captain of the security came up to him and let the three of Kevin go in without hindrance. Although he doesn't know Kevin, Ovitz and Shay are both familiar faces. With acquaintances leading the team, naturally no outsiders will enter. The security let him in with confidence. As soon as he entered it, Ovitz patted him on the shoulder and said, "Enjoy yourself here. If you fancy a female star, go boldly. Believe me, they are more proactive than you think. Of course, you must tell them that you are the director of Chainsaw." Ovitz had a smile on his face, and after instructing Kevin, he went to have fun. Shay saw Ovitz leave, and said, "Director Kevin, don't know about your next movie, any news?" Kevin smiled and shook his head. "I just have a little idea, the specific plan, I'll talk about it after Chainsaw is off the shelves, but I'm going to invest a little bit in my next movie." Shay looked at Kevin carefully, and then said with a smile, "Of course, after your share is settled at the box office, I will instruct the finance department to call you as soon as possible. However, under the same conditions, Kevin, you will definitely choose our New Line Film Company." Kevin smiled slightly. "Of course." Shay nodded, scolded the little fox secretly, and then went to have fun. Kevin watched Shay's back as he left, and then he wandered freely. In the words just now, he made his meaning very clear, divided it into place, and then talked about the next opportunity for cooperation. After some consideration, Shay still did not choose to turn his back on him. To put it bluntly, a few $1 million is not enough for him to directly give up the talented director Kevin. He also hopes that the two sides will continue to cooperate. And Shay's answer made Kevin very satisfied. As the boss of a large and medium-sized Hollywood film company, he doesn't have the general short-sightedness of the Huai brothers towards director Joe. The party was full of handsome men and women that Kevin knew or didn't know. Of course, there were also some middle-aged and elderly white elite men. Their identities can be seen from their appearance. 99% of handsome men and beautiful women are star actors, while middle-aged and elderly white men are either executives of film companies, executives of those funds, or directors. These people constitute a series of cycles of investors, directors, actors, and distribution, that is to say, they are the upper echelons of Hollywood. Some can keep appearing in such parties, while others can only participate in this one time. Kevin looked at the delicious food and wine on the table, and his appetite suddenly increased. He found a tray, picked a few steaks that seemed to be very meaty, and tasted it with a glass of juice. "Look at that person, come here like he's never eaten anything, look at his food." The two models made fun of Kevin. In this party, the lowest status are those beautiful models. In the modeling industry, the middle class is actually the most beautiful. Once you reach the top, you have very special and demanding requirements for your body appearance. All in all, it definitely does not belong to the industry of big beauties in the eyes of ordinary people. Therefore, these middle-class models, the best industry switch, is to become a member of Hollywood, and they most want to be a member of Hollywood stars with beauty. And this kind of party, the reception is their best chance. The organizer of the party will also deliberately let some beautiful models in each party to liven up the atmosphere. After all, Hollywood female stars are far from enough to meet the needs of the men who come to this party. Chapter 19 Active Angelina Jolie. Of course, this is a kind of exchange of what you need. Models give their bodies, and they give their resources. Hearing the mocking words of the two model friends beside her, Angelina Jolie beside her saw something different. It's not so easy for male stars to get into this party. Throughout the venue, in addition to Kevin, there are more or less handsome male stars. She has a little impression, all of them have the existence of famous works. And Kevin is so unfamiliar. And the clothes on Kevin are not too expensive. All this made Kevin a very special existence. Angelina Jolie, who had the idea that Kevin might be a special existence, ignored the two friends who were laughing at him. Julie adjusted her smile and stepped closer to Kevin. Bah, this little bitch, Baichi, wants to get a bargain again. Humph, I don't even think about being here. At this age, I'm not a big star, so I can have any resources. The two female models just smiled disdainfully and continued to look for prey who were interested in their bodies in the party. Hello, I'm Angelina Jolie, I'm curious to see you here eating steak by yourself. Angelina Jolie generously used curiosity as an excuse and leaned over. Angelina Jolie _ In Kevin's mind, countless of her future achievements suddenly appeared in her mind, but it seems that she is still just a model at this time. Hi, my name is Steve Kevin. Angelina Jolie immediately made a dissatisfied expression, as if to express her dissatisfaction with Kevin for not revealing his specific identity. At the age of 25, at the peak of her life, she made this expression not only without dissatisfaction. Instead, she felt like she was acting like a spoiled child. Kevin then said slowly, I'm a director and the recently released Chainsaw is exactly what I do. Angelina Jolie's eyes lit up, and Saw Cry was the most shining movie at this point in time. With a production cost of $1.3 million, it created a good result of over $40 million at the box office in its first week. Its director is actually the handsome guy in front of him. Did she catch a big fish this time? So you are the director of Chainsaw. I have seen it, the movie is really wonderful. I don't know if I have that luck, and I will talk to you carefully in the hotel about how it was made in your hands. Kevin raised his eyebrows, quite direct. Just like what Ovitz said, he just revealed that he is the director of a movie with a good box office, and someone came to the door so directly. If he were a normal model, he would definitely not accept it. But this is Angelina Jolie, and she is still at the peak of her beauty. As if feeling that Kevin was looking at herself, Angelina Jolie flipped her long hair and put on the most attractive angle that she had practiced 1,000 times in front of the mirror. In Kevin's eyes, it was Angelina Jolie who put on a very seductive angle. This instantly moved him. Especially Angelina Jolie has the bonus of future big star status, which makes him feel more exciting. Feeling his own mind, Kevin immediately responded, Of course, that's my pleasure. Harvey Weinstein, one of the most successful independent filmmakers in Hollywood in the future, and one of the two founders of Miramax Pictures. From this point of view, he is undoubtedly very successful. Of course, his other reputation is even more eloquent, the biggest criminal in Hollywood. In 2017, as many as 8 Hollywood actresses accused him of being strong. Ended up being jailed for 23 years. Of course, in the eyes of insiders, Harvey Weinstein was not rape, but coercion. but the biggest problem is that he didn't deliver on his promises. In other words, he was a man who didn't keep his promises. This led to the occurrence of what was accused of being strong. This kind of thing is definitely not an isolated case in Hollywood, it's just that most people get what they want, so it doesn't happen. Those who dare to break such rules in this way will naturally have no good results in the end. Harvey Weinstein looked up and looked at the two little models beside him talking about others. Then suddenly he said, "He's not a nobody, he's the director of Chainsaw." Harvey Weinstein got rid of the two little models and leaned towards Kevin. There is no shortage of people in Hollywood who want to find Kevin. I didn't expect Kevin to appear alone at this party. As a greedy predator, he is always very interested in directing this kind of prey. Taking the benefits from their hands makes him more happy than sleeping with actresses. "Hello Director Kevin, I'm Harvey Weinstein of Miramax Pictures." Harvey Weinstein approached Kevin and introduced himself forcefully. There was a sense of confidence in his tone that no one didn't know him. Kevin frowned. He and Angelina Jolie were having a good time talking, and had made an appointment to talk about the luminous script of Chainsaw in the quilt in the hotel for a while. Just being interrupted so strongly by this person made Kevin, who had been smooth sailing recently, somewhat unhappy. "I haven't heard of it," Kevin answered bluntly. Harvey Weinstein. As a director, he still knows some big international figures. But it was against him that he did not keep his promises, like to lower prices, and used some despicable means to buy out foreign films. Kevin didn't like him instinctively. To put it bluntly, Kevin is orderly and abiding by the rules, and doesn't like to communicate with people who break the rules. As for being afraid of him, that's even more nonsense. As a director who has never failed, even the 5 major Hollywood film companies and the 6 major film companies in the future may not be able to treat him well. As long as he can make money for others, he will always be at the top of the Hollywood food chain. He doesn't have to care about anyone's face, he can do whatever he wants. Harvey Weinstein froze. In a split second he found an excuse for Kevin not knowing he was. That's Steve Kevin, a rookie director who is dedicated to making movies and doesn't even know big names in Hollywood. If you think about it, it makes sense. This in mind, Harvey Weinstein continued. Miramax Films is a film company specializing in distributing unpopular art films for the Hollywood Academy Awards. Do you want your next movie to win an Oscar? Harvey Weinstein looked bright. Chapter 20 _ Break the news and prepare to make a fortune Kevin. The Oscars have a great allure for every director and every actor. Every time Harvey Weinstein came up with these words, no director could refuse his words, and finally put his movie contract in his hands. The award, Harvey Weinstein has a lot of experience. Unlike other directors who attach great importance to Oscar, he regards Chang-ao as a public relations art. If you want to get an Oscar, there is a certain guarantee of quality, that is, if the movie is not completely exploded by the same period of time. He needs to conquer the hundreds of Oscar judges as much as possible. He has plenty of experience in this regard. With these experiences, he can always let those directors sell their films to him at the lowest price, or reach a cooperation with him at a very low price. It is also impossible for the young man in front of him to refuse this temptation. "Oh, I see." Kevin just looked calm. The calm expression made Harvey Weinstein feel that his all-purpose words had failed. Harvey Weinstein once again affirmed. "Don't you want to win an Oscar for Best Director? Don't you want to be the youngest Oscar director?" "I don't want to." Kevin said another sentence, directly interrupting all Harvey Weinstein's words. "Okay, you're fine." Harvey Weinstein glanced at Kevin and Angelina Jolie next to him, as if to keep these two people firmly in his eyes. Then he snorted and left unhappily. It seems that Kevin's first enemy in the good Levin was born like this. "Kevin, Harvey Weinstein is a big guy, you offend him, You will be fine. Angelina Jolie's face was gloomy and uncertain. She said so. In fact, she was somewhat uneasy for herself. Kevin isn't afraid of Harvey Weinstein doesn't mean she isn't. An independent filmmaker, what's the matter? There are many people who want to work with me, and there is no shortage of Aries like him. Julie, you have to be careful in the future. Harvey Weinstein's favorite thing is to deceive those little girls' bodies in the name of the Oscars. Angelina Jolie looked puzzled. Did he fail to win the prize? Kevin shook his head. No, he does have a knack for winning prizes, but he likes whoring for free. Harvey Weinstein is known not to keep his promises. Angelina Jolie's face was speechless. This kind of person is what they are most afraid of encountering with these little models who want to change their fate. Generally speaking, the bigger the person, the less likely this kind of thing will happen. That a big man like Harvey Weinstein would not keep his promise. I don't know if the director in front of her will meet her goals. To Harvey Weinstein, and his words, he seems to be a very committed person. Angelina Jolie was still thinking about it. After Harvey Weinstein discovered Kevin, it seemed that the news had spread, and there were several female models one after another, or female stars of the third and fourth tiers came over. They were all rejected by Kevin in the name of Angelina Jolie, so these women have cast envy and hatred for Angelina Jolie, and they can't wait to treat her. And Angelina Jolie also brazenly pretended to be a female companion and stopped other women who came close one by one. Immediately after that, Ovitz, who had disappeared for a long time, came over with a middle-aged white male with a bald head and no beard. As soon as he came over, Ovitz generously introduced the identities of the people around him to Kevin. Jeff Robinoff, president of Warner Brothers Pictures. Kevin, director of Chainsaw. Ovitz pulled the two together. After Ovitz introduced the identities of the two, Jeff Robinoff also spoke. Director Kevin, your Chainsaw is amazing, I've never seen such a good horror film. The Jigsaw deeply aroused people's attention to life. Jeff Robinoff raved about Kevin's films, obviously knowing that every director has a lot of confidence in his work. Therefore, praising their works is more effective than praising themselves. Of course Kevin knows his idea, but this is a relationship between people. If someone praises you, you can't slap people with a black face. Thank you for your compliment. Kevin responded with a smile on his face. Angelina Jolie on the side didn't dare to speak at all. The three people in front of her were all big people in her eyes, and she could get a lot of resources if she flattered with anyone. But compared with the other two, Kevin was the one who made her feel the least disadvantaged. No way, 23-year-old Kevin, at this time, is not inferior to some Hollywood stars. Even if he is not a director, Angelina Jolie is willing to interact with him and experience the relationship between men and women. That thing. At this time, the three of them were talking, and Julie didn't dare to interrupt, but just stood quietly beside Kevin, looking at Kevin with admiration. Obviously, she understands certain psychology of men. Of conversation, Jeff Robinoff went straight to the point. Do you have an idea for Kevin's next work to direct? Or a sequel to Chainsaw? No, I'm not interested in doing any sequels, at least for now. I'm going to sell the copyright of Chainsaw directly to those who are interested, and I'm going to make another movie that is also a horror movie, but completely different from Chainsaw. Kevin deliberately revealed that the copyright of Chainsaw was in his own hands, and as expected, Jeff Robinoff was very interested in it. Oh? You own the rights to Chainsaw. Director Kevin, what price do you want to sell? People in Hollywood are all human beings, and naturally they know how much interest the copyright of Chainsaw has in the back. According to Warner Brothers' internal analysis, Chainsaw's global box office is expected to exceed $100 million at the box office. For a horror movie, this is enough to make the Chainsaw panic directly. The structure of the play is also very suitable for shooting a sequel. As long as the script is not too bad and the director is a little bit skilled, it is destined to make money, but it is just a matter of making more money and making less. Chainsaw will bring in more than $100 million in total profits for New Line Cinema, which they know through various statistics, including a series of total profits from external licensing of film images, DVDs, and TV broadcasts. This data, no matter who is in front of them, is enough to make them greedy. Such a gold mine has a chance to fall out. Jeff Robinoff certainly wanted to take this opportunity to take it straight. Chapter 21_Chainsaw's follow-up copyright deal negotiation. Kevin smiled and shook his head. Let's talk about it after Chainsaw is out, and I'll be better at working on my new project then. Jeff Robinoff nodded and didn't force it. With his relationship with CAA President Ovitz, as long as the price offered by Warner Brothers was right, Kevin had no reason to choose other film companies. In terms of Warner Brothers' status in Hollywood, there are too few forces that can be compared with them, too few. Fair competition, they are not afraid of anyone. Kevin, have fun, I have something to do with Ovitz. Speaking of which, Jeff Robinoff casts ambiguous glances at Kevin and Angelina Jolie. Then left with Ovitz. Kevin, you are amazing. As soon as the two left, Angelina Jolie said excitedly. Kevin spoke with these big people, and did not fall behind at all, which made Angelina Jolie watch with excitement. In addition to admiration, the eyes that looked at Kevin were more emotional. Facing this look, Kevin couldn't bear it any longer. He and Julie left the party ahead of schedule and headed towards the hotel where Kevin was staying. As soon as she entered the room, Angelina Jolie couldn't wait to throw Kevin on the bed, and then. The next day, the October sun shone on the two of them with warm heat. Wake Kevin and Julie from their sleep. Honey, go and pull the window. Hearing Kevin's order, Julie got up obediently, exposed her body in front of him, and then walked to the window and pulled the curtains directly. Then, in Kevin's greeting, he lay down in his arms again. Kevin was about to exercise with Julie in the morning when he heard the phone ringing, answered the phone, and heard the voice of his agent Dawson on the other end. Kevin, Shay, president of New Line Cinema, wants to talk to you about the copyright of Chainsaw. Kevin was suddenly shocked, and the big fish came. The copyright of Chainsaw was when he made a fortune, and the split was worth a few dollars, millions of dollars. No problem, Dawson, come here too, and get me a legal counsel. Okay, there are quite a few lawyers in our CAA, I'll find one. Okay, see you at New Line Cinema at 2:30 in the afternoon. After Kevin finished speaking, he hung up the phone, his face hard to hide his excitement. Kevin, what's wrong? Julie looked at Kevin so happy and couldn't help asking. It's not a secret either, Kevin didn't plan to hide it from anyone, and said directly. The follow-up copyright of Chainsaw is in my hands, and New Line Films wants to buy them all. I estimate at least $20 million to be made. This is the bottom line in Kevin's mind. There is no problem with the follow-up copyright of Chainsaw, which is worth $1 or $2 billion. But if you want to make this money, you must have enough background in Hollywood to be able to digest it. In Hollywood, there are only a dozen or so film companies that have this strength, and they have their own internal common rules. It is impossible to pay too high a price for this copyright. $20 million to $30 million is their limit, and the only person who can pay the most for the rights is New Line Cinema. In fact, Kevin did not intend to sell to anyone else. $20 million. Angelina Jolie was shocked. The per capita monthly income of Americans is about $3,000, and from the perspective of Americans' habit of spending in advance, the vast majority of people may not even be able to pull out $1,000 in cash. It's almost the same for a lower middle class model like her. $20 million is money she can't make in 10, no, 100 lifetimes. At this time, Angelina Jolie suddenly had the idea of becoming Kevin's wife. Thanks to the legal provisions of the United States, once the two get married, all of Kevin's income will be counted as the joint income of the two. In this way, Angelina Jolie can instantly become the wife of a multi-millionaire. The idea is so tempting. Think and act. Kevin. Kevin looked at Julie for unknown reasons, and saw that she had turned over again, trying to take the initiative. This made Kevin sigh that being young means good health, and then he fought against Julie again. It's still early in the afternoon, and he can get up to eat after another round. Sitting in a high-end Chinese restaurant, Kevin ordered a few dishes, and after ordering someone to deliver some good dishes to the hotel, he ate slowly. Chinese food has never been a common meal for the underclass in the United States. Different from China. Thanks to the development of aquaculture, or the use of drugs. American meat is much cheaper than greens. And Huaguo's mode of matching meat and vegetables obviously uses a lot of vegetables that are not cheap, which also makes Chinese food not cheap. This meal, more than $200, is obviously not affordable for ordinary working class. But for the current Kevin, this is naturally not an expensive consumption. After eating, Kevin took a taxi to the New Line Film Company. New Line Cinema. Inside the president's office. Shay was furious at Dean. How can you cede the follow-on rights to Kevin? Is that how you were cast manager for New Line Cinema? Stupid, fool. A series of abusive words spewed out. This is a typical remark in the workplace. Before Kevin did not succeed, the follow-up copyright of Chainsaw was not worth mentioning. With Kevin's insistence and even only taking a share, Dean let go of the follow-up. The copyright is actually a very normal decision. If it wasn't for Chainsaw's hugely unexpected success, Dean's operation would have been fine. Of course, since Chainsaw has achieved this kind of success, it has invisibly reduced Dean's credit for it. Xiaoyi's scolding was somewhat suppressed. Dean is naturally very aggrieved, but in his early 30s, he is in the position of a film company executive of this level, so it is obviously impossible for him to resign because of a scolding. Therefore, he is also honestly scolded next to this meal. After a scolding, Shay continued. Wait for the negotiation with Kevin on the follow-up income of Chainsaw, you go to talk first, and I will come forward after talking about a certain level. Yes. Coming to New Line Cinema again, Kevin had a completely different experience. Chapter 22_sold, $30 million. As the director of a blockbuster film, his arrival was warmly welcomed by New Line Cinema. As soon as he entered, he was led into a very luxuriously decorated reception room. Dawson waited early with his lawyer. After a short break and a little snack in the office, Dean arrived in a hurry. Kevin, are you having fun these days? It's pretty good. There's only one sentence that has given me the feeling these days. It's good to have money. Kevin's face deliberately revealed that he was spending a lot of money in the past few days. A wry smile suddenly appeared on Dean's face, and he stopped circling. They even brought lawyers, and there is nothing to say, just to sell the follow-up copyright of Chainsaw at a good price. Kevin, how much do you want to sell the follow-up rights to Chainsaw? Kevin slowly stretched out 3 fingers. $30 million. Impossible. Dean's face changed suddenly. Kevin, this amount is undoubtedly a lion's mouth. Don't worry, the Chainsaw horror itself, according to preliminary estimates, will bring you nearly $100 million in revenue, that's all right. In terms of the box office alone, excluding the share and publicity expenses, according to this trend, it can earn nearly $100 million profits for the New Line Film Company, not to mention other follow-up income. However, with part of the copyright in Kevin's hands, this part of the income is undoubtedly much less. Now Kevin is selling all subsequent income and copyrights to New Line Film Company. Although the reported price of $30 million is a bit high, it is actually not a loss. Just make less money. Dean's face softened a little under Kevin's reminder, and Dean was about to speak and continue to talk about the price. Kevin continued. 2 scripts for Chainsaw, and my ability to be named a producer while fully cooperating with your publicity. Kevin directly took out all his sincerity. The script is the foundation. For low-budget films, it depends on telling a good story. The 2 scripts that continue the worldview of Chainsaw and can continue to promote in his name have guaranteed the possibility of making money for the next 2 Chainsaw to the greatest extent. At least the $30 million should be able to be earned back if there is no accident. Of course, this time, Kevin can only get the fixed salary of the editor and the leather maker, and don't even think about it. This. Dean hesitated for a moment and said, I'll go out for a while. Kevin nodded. Obviously, this is to go out and find someone who can make this decision to make this decision. Kevin, are they really going to pay $30 million? Dawson on the side finally couldn't hold back after Dean left and asked. Although he knew the price would not be low, he only thought it was $10 million. Unexpectedly, Kevin directly asked for 3 times the price, which is $30 million. Even his agent was frightened, but he also hoped that the deal would be done. CAA is able to take 5% of Kevin's income, which is the standard for A-level clients, and Dawson, as Kevin's most direct broker, can share 1.5% of this 5%, and the rest is paid by the company shares with other CAA brokers who serve Kevin. That is to say, if this transaction is completed, he will start with hundreds of thousands of dollars. This made Dawson realize for the first time what it means to have a high-end client like Kevin. I couldn't help but once again praised myself as a hero, signed Kevin early, and cooperated very happily. Kevin has no problem with the commission they take from his own income. After all, the CAA's help is quite useful to him. Without the help of CAA, his start could not have been so smooth. Not to mention, if he was looking for investment everywhere with the project proposal, he would not know how many times he would hit a wall, and he would not necessarily be able to obtain investment. Kevin is a person who advocates win-win cooperation, and the resources of CAA are worth the money he pays. Trust me, they will. I have calculated it in detail. This transaction, except that it takes time to pay back, is almost pure profit. If they don't want to, I don't mind handing over the follow-up copyright of Chainsaw to others. At the Beverly Hills party, Jeff Robinoff, the president of Warner Brothers, expressed his interest in the follow-up rights to Chainsaw. Kevin spoke slowly, his tone full of confidence. Who said you should hand over the copyright of Chainsaw to someone else? Shay stepped in and laughed at Kevin's words. Isn't that $30 million? We bought it at New Line Cinema. Under Kevin's commitment, there are 2 sequels to The Bottom. After deliberation, Shay decided to directly buy the follow-up copyright of Chainsaw for $30 million. To put it bluntly, Shay chose to make big money instead of quick money. Kevin also had a smile on his face. Deal. After the cooperation was reached, the atmosphere suddenly became very harmonious. In this harmony, Shay also took advantage of the opportunity to talk about Kevin's next work. Kevin, your next work should be handed over to New Line for operation and investment. Believe me, New Line Film Company is your eternal backing. All the works are handled by you, and no one else can interfere. The leather maker only cares about the money and nothing else. The actors are all up to you. These words can be said to have given Kevin the greatest director rights. Of course, the most direct reason is that Kevin's second film will still only be produced at a small cost. Otherwise, once the investment of tens of millions of dollars is involved, Spielberg can't get so many rights when he comes. There is no problem in theory, but in order to get a better schedule for new movies and more big screens, I suggest giving a part to other film companies with sufficient strength. Kevin suggested seriously. For Kevin, this is the choice that maximizes the benefits. Shay thought for a moment and agreed immediately. The shock of Chainsaw's shock has made many film companies envious. If the next Kevin's film is still on its own, when it is released, I am afraid that whether it is on the big screen, publicity, or schedule, I am afraid that something went wrong. The Chainsaw is thriving this Halloween. I don't know how much hatred it has attracted, and the new line is making money. If you don't go out and pay the protection fee, you will be targeted in minutes. They must not yet be the big five. Chapter 23 _ Inspiration from the Rodney King incident. After all the cooperation was reached, Kevin left directly on the grounds of preparing for a new project. Dawson also continued to work for Kevin's old classmates, as well as several newly signed roles. After the disbandment of the Chainsaw crew, they all signed a contract with CAA, were assigned a lot of work, tempered their abilities, and waited for Kevin to use them again. Of course, the biggest card among them is Greg the Jigsaw, and it's just a lot of appointments. But these had nothing to do with him. After taking time to meet Robert Downey Jr., he hurried back to the hotel in Beverly Hills. Speaking of which, since he crossed over, he has always lived in a hotel, and he feels a little lonely. After all, there are no relatives, only an orphan. Fortunately, he has always been accompanied by beautiful women, which makes this feeling not very strong. In the house, Angelina Jolie didn't go anywhere, just waiting for him in the house. Compared with his modeling career, Kevin is undoubtedly more important. So she decided to take a long vacation, ready to accompany Kevin in the hotel. Even if she didn't become Kevin's wife in the end, she was watching Kevin's new project, and she could play an important role to some extent. It's much better than just wandering around by herself. After enjoying some delicious food in the hotel, Julie returned to her room, turned on the TV, and enjoyed the leisure time. Kevin opened the door, and what he saw was the beauty lying on the sofa in a disheveled dress, which was extraordinarily attractive, and instantly made little Kevin regain his energy. Just when Kevin was about to step up and do something wrong with Julie, the news broadcast on the TV instantly caught his attention. ABC. Bringing you the fastest and best news. It begins with the slogan of the TV news program, and then immediately begins the text. The following is the follow-up development of the Rodney King incident reported by reporter Devin. Since March 3, after the release of the videotape of Rodney King being beaten by the police for drunk driving, the public agreed that the police had the use of violence by the state. Behavior. At present, the 4 police officers in the video are still under arrest, and a trial will be held in the near future. Looking at the news, Kevin sat next to Julie, staring at the TV and thinking. Julie on the side just dragged her chin with her hand and looked carefully at the man in front of her. The serious man looked extraordinarily handsome, a lot of gold. The news from the TV station awakens Kevin's memory, and the aftermath of the Rodney King incident is beyond everyone's memory. On April 29 next year, the 4 police officers who beat up Rodney King will be acquitted, and the result of all this is the riots in Los Angeles. Even in Kevin's memory, the riot was the largest riot in the United States since the 20th century. It lasted for 4 days and caused immeasurable casualties and economic losses. Of course, although Kevin is an American now, he doesn't care about the lives of these people. What he cares about is what he can get from this riot. In essence, this riot was just a catharsis of the black people's dissatisfaction with their status in the United States. But Kevin can fully use this emotion to create a film that lets black people vent their emotions. Only Kevin knows how powerful these black buddies can be in the cinema in the future. The Black Panther movie and the Oscars are the best proofs. Taking this opportunity, Kevin was even able to cast himself as an egalitarian, an invincible label. Thinking of this, Kevin thought of another joke. In the future, a black disabled person who is a transgender, gay, animal protection, environmentalist, can walk sideways anywhere in the United States. In the future, political correctness will reach a point of paranoia and even perversion, and it seems a good choice to label it in advance. With this thought, the movie he was planning to shoot in his mind was instantly abandoned by him, and replaced by another movie. Escape from Deadly Town? The plot of Escaping from the Town is very simple. In a small town, people have mastered a special ability to plunder the body of black people. This ability can give the people in the town an immortal lifespan. And the white woman Ruth is the bait for the strong black man who is looking for the town. The protagonist, Black Chris, discovered the conspiracy by accident and escaped from Breaking Town. The story is very simple, but it exaggerates the way white people harm black people to an incredible sci-fi level. Of course, for Kevin, the biggest significance is that this movie can stimulate the black buddy's G-spot to the greatest extent. As long as you can think of it, as long as it is matched with appropriate publicity, it can completely arouse the enthusiasm of black people and get an explosive box office. You can even win prizes. That's right, that's where Kevin chose this film as well. The right time and place are in his hands, and with the right PR, it is not impossible for him to win the Oscar. Of course, it may not be the best director. But the best film has a very high possibility. After all, at such a special time, Hollywood has to do something to appease the anger of black people. Thinking of this, Kevin finally settled on his next movie. Julie. Julie raised her head to express her puzzlement at Kevin's sudden call. The next moment, her lips were blocked by Kevin's mouth. Julie was also very cooperative, and the two soon became intimate. A few days later, Kevin came to New Line Cinema with a follow-up script for Chainsaw, including detailed instructions for storyboards. The two parties reached a deal on copyright. Subsequently, $31 million of income entered his account, after deducting CAA's $1.55 million and Kevin's own early withdrawal of $100,000, a total of more than $29 million. A huge amount of dollars hit his account. Kevin, don't forget about paying taxes. In America, only death and taxes are impossible to escape. Dean joked and reminded. Of course, it's okay to spend it early. Kevin nodded. He is well aware of U.S. taxation. In theory, if his money is not used before April 15 next year, it is not too much to deduct 60% of various taxes. In developed countries such as the United States, the reason why welfare is so high is that high taxes and fees are naturally an indispensable factor. Of course, tax avoidance is also an eternal topic of wealthy Americans. Chapter 24 Buy a house. Walking out of the New Line Film Company, Kevin came directly to the CAA building. After Dawson received the transfer, he was waiting for him in the building. After the meeting, Kevin said seriously, "Dawson, help me register a film company and go the way of independent production." Dawson nodded, and Kevin talked to him about his purpose. First of all, it is natural to file a tax return. When filing a tax return in the name of a company, the tax is much lower than that of an individual. Of course, this is for the rich. Secondly, Kevin does not want to be a director who only gets paid, he wants to be an investor. A director who continuously produces successful works is a huge resource in itself. It would be too wasteful to simply make money for others. The name is Chinexai Films, and the trademark is the ray of morning light that comes out after the sun comes out. For this, you can help find an art company to design it well. Based on Kevin's memory of the future, it is not impossible to develop this company into the top 5. One should still have dreams. As for the CEO and the specific company structure, Kevin is not in a hurry, although he is currently in the limelight in Hollywood. However, until he has achieved continuous success, no one can determine whether he is a shooting star or not. If he is openly recruited now, there is no way to attract real talents. For the time being, it's just an empty shell, and it's enough to be able to participate in the plan for your next movie. After instructing Dawson to work, Kevin returned directly to the hotel. "Julie, shall we go see the house?" "Good." Julie seemed to be a bit of a mistress at this time, but unfortunately she didn't know that Kevin was unmarried. As a rich man, marriage can't restrain him, but it may kill him. Nicolas Cage and many other famous people have gotten themselves into debt because of their marriage, and Kevin didn't want to suffer that. Of course, Kevin won't treat Julie badly either. My own movie must give priority to using my own people. For example, this escape from the deadly town requires a sexy white actress who can fully reflect the devilish attributes of the heroine. The femme fatale attribute is exactly what Kevin wanted. The two soon came to the vicinity of Beverly Hills. Kevin was not planning to buy a house now, but after carefully combing his memory, he found out that the next economic crisis will come in 2007. Other words, there are still 16 years from now, and now we are in the recovery period of the economic crisis, which means that buying real estate now is actually the most cost-effective time. That being the case, he has nothing to consider. To know that there will be riots in Los Angeles next year, the safest place in Los Angeles is probably Beverly Hills. No way, I am afraid that in the world only the United States arranges the specific number of police officers according to the tax amount. As a major taxpayer, Beverly Hills naturally enjoys the greatest protection from the police. At least here, Kevin doesn't have to worry about being forced by a black man with a knife into the alley to rob and kill while walking on the road. Black people walk in this community, I am afraid they will face the treatment of the police three-step inspection, and this is undoubtedly what Kevin is willing to see. After turning around for a while, Kevin realized what a sense of security is. In half an hour, Kevin saw 3 police cars passing by, but it seemed that because he and Julie were both white, plus handsome men and beautiful women, they didn't look like some unknown people. The police did not step forward to question them, but just looked at them, smiled and left. Kevin didn't care either, and after finding a real estate agent with Julie, he went straight in. As soon as he entered the house, a bald middle-aged man leaned over. "Hello, what do you need? Buy a house or rent a house?" There was a little flattering smile on the face of the middle-aged man, and everyone who dared to find a real estate agent in Beverly Hills was rich. Even if the commission is reduced to a minimum, it is enough for him to make a lot of money. Buy a house. Kevin is decisive. The middle-aged man suddenly looked happy and said quickly, "Come with me." Kevin and Julie followed behind him, heading towards the interior of the house. 3D model of Beverly Hills appeared in front of them. Looking at Kevin and Julie's slightly surprised eyes, Lit couldn't help but feel a little proud. If you want to stand out in a high-end real estate agency like Beverly Hills, you must have your own advantages, and this 3D model he made at a great price is his advantage. Whether the house is good or bad can be seen in his models. Choose first, and then consider it on the spot. Basically, you can close the deal. After all, there are not many people who want to buy a house in Beverly Hills. If you have this idea, you will naturally have this strength. Only the quality of the house determines their desire to buy. With a little pride, Little explained. "This gentleman, look at this house, it is the property of Hollywood star Nicolas Cage. Next to him, this house is still vacant, and the owner intends to sell it. This house type." Following his introduction, Kevin also observed one by one. It has to be said that it is indeed a real estate prepared for the rich, with several bathrooms and several bedrooms, as well as a swimming pool, garden, and a little forest. Impressive at first sight. Living in such a house will naturally make you feel happy. The neighbors are either rich, business elites, or some big stars, and Tom Cruise's house is also here. All of this made Kevin make up his mind to buy. If he does not buy at this low price, he will have to pay a lot of money after the financial crisis. And the tax comes first. If he doesn't spend it, he will wait to hand over most of his wealth directly to the tax bureau, in order to prevent this situation from happening. All he has to do now is spend big. Just this building, you take us to see it? Expensive villa next to Tom Cruise and Nicolas Cage as mentioned at the beginning. The shape is a small 2-story villa with a smooth roof. Price is as high as more than $6 million, which is really not affordable for ordinary people. Lit diligently led the two to the door, and there was a Lincoln parked next to the door, which was a luxury car in the eyes of Americans, costing more than $100,000. Obviously, Lit's net worth is also quite low. But it's also normal. It's not surprising that you can do business in Beverly Hills, and if you continue to do so, you will have a net worth of millions of dollars. After closing the shop door, Lit led the two into the car and drove directly to the place where the villa was. Chapter 25_Mansion in Beverly Hills. In Beverly Hills, there are two kinds of houses. One is called the existence of townhouses in the future. Of course, according to Japanese parlance, it is called a household building. According to a fixed plan, there are villas that are united on both sides of the road. The price of this kind of villa is not low, but it is obviously not comparable to the villa located on the side of the mountain. Most of the people who live there are executives or some small bosses. They value the safety of Beverly Hills and choose to buy real estate here. Living in such a community can guarantee your own safety to the greatest extent possible. Los Angeles in 1991 was obviously quite unsafe, although it may not be so safe in the future. The car drove exceptionally smooth on the asphalt-paved road, and Kevin and Julie enjoyed the scenery on both sides and were instantly relaxed. This is the happiness that rich people can experience. People who are busy between work have no time to enjoy such a view. The car drove for about 20 minutes, and the road gradually showed an upward trend. After another 5 minutes of driving, it came to a villa. Before entering, they passed the guard of a huge iron gate. After Lee came up with some proof, he was allowed to come in by the guards. Obviously, this is the guard of the high-end villa area living on the side of the mountain, and unidentified people generally cannot get here at all. The villa is surrounded by dense and neat bushes about 2 to 3 meters high, which guarantees a certain degree of privacy inside the villa. Following the bush trail, they walked more than 10 meters, and after a turn, the gate of the villa appeared in front of them. Lit took out a bunch of keys and tried it. After finding the corresponding key, he opened the door and took Kevin and Julie in. As soon as they entered the door, the well-maintained outdoor swimming pool appeared in front of them, and Julie suddenly cheered. It's every American's dream to own a home with a swimming pool, especially in such a nice place. After a circle around the swimming pool, Julie followed the two to the front of the house. The milky white exterior wall looks very comfortable. The outside is a huge layer of transparent glass, and the living room is completely undefended. Entering it, the layout of 7 bedrooms and 7 bathrooms makes the room look extra comfortable. Some furniture in the house is wrapped in cloth to keep out dust. Overall, Kevin feels very comfortable. The only problem is that this house must have cleaning staff. Otherwise, such a large room is prone to dust accumulation. And it takes time to travel here. He has to buy a car. Thinking of this, he wants to hire a bodyguard in an instant. At the same time, he acts as his own driver and bodyguard. As a rich man, it is still necessary to take good defense, and no one knows whether he will be targeted by the kidnappers. But that's another story. All I have to do now is to buy the house. Looking at Lit, who was still introducing, Kevin interrupted his speech and said, "Okay, I've decided to buy this house. You can contact the owner directly. I want to move in as soon as possible." Lit put away his words immediately, and directly contacted the owner with a smile on his face. 2 days later, after all the formalities were completed, Kevin paid nearly $7 million for the house, and finally made the house completely his own. As for the process is not worth mentioning, enough money, nothing is a problem. Professionals just spend money and do things well, and Light handles all the things throughout the process, and Kevin himself just needs to check in with his bags. After buying a bunch of personal toiletries and quilts and the like, Kevin and Julie officially live in this villa. After a few days of unscrupulous meetings with Julie, Kevin finally started his own business. A movie project proposal for Escape from the Dead. Time passed quickly, and it soon came to mid-November. After the initial peak and gradual decline, Chainsaw Cry finally came to the time for the release. The cumulative North American box office total reached a massive $86.52 million. The $100 million North American box office score of The White-Headed Detective 2.5, The Smell of Horror, according to the calculations of major film companies, it basically locked the 11th place in the North American box office chart in advance. In other words, it didn't make it to the list. However, the major film companies did not take the film lightly. You must know that White-Headed Detective 2, as the sequel to the hit film, White-Headed Detective, comes with a lot of popularity, and the production cost is as high as $23 million. Coupled with the cost of publicity, in fact, the box office alone basically did not make much money. It needs to rely on subsequent DVD and TV licensing and other rights revenue to make a profit. The Chainsaw exclaimed that it was just a horror film with an investment of $1.3 million. In terms of the North American box office results, the overseas list said that it could also earn $80 million at the box office. This also means that the total box office results can reach about $160 million. At the box office, after all costs are removed, New Line Cinema can make a profit of $60 million to $70 million at least. The birth of the IP of Chainsaw. That means New Line has a huge gold mine. Along with this positive, the stock of New Line Film Company also rose sharply, and Shay's assets increased a lot invisibly. After the release of the film in North America, the 5 major Hollywood film companies sent their executives to New Line Films to discuss overseas distribution, trying to get a piece of the gold mine. Of course, in the end, Shay chose Warner Brothers, who had the best relationship with him. Ugh. It's finally done. Kevin stretched in the living room, looked at the plan in front of him, and muttered to himself. The plan doesn't actually take so much time, but with a sexy beauty like Julie around, it is inevitable that there will be major problems in work efficiency. Julie came in from the outside. There is a hot water device inside the swimming pool, so that Julie can still experience the joy of swimming in this cool weather. Wiping the water droplets on her body with a bath towel, watching Kevin stop working, Julie asked with a smile. The plan is ready? The script is also finished? Kevin nodded. The heroine, Julie said with a hint of embarrassment. Although she had already decided that she would give everything to become a big star, she was still a little shy when she saw the opportunity in front of her. But after experiencing the happiness of the rich, she can no longer return to her original life. If Kevin just abandoned her like this, her only choice would be to keep eyeing other rich people. Chapter 26_Neighbor Nicolas Cage. Kevin laughed and said, Julie, of course you are the heroine. However, you've become a heroine, you understand. In the intimacy between the two, not all movements, Julie is willing to cooperate. But now, after Kevin promised the heroine, all of Julie's shyness and reluctance were covered up by a huge surprise. At this moment, without Kevin talking, Julie has already started to do her best to let Kevin go straight to heaven. In early December, New Line Films, Dawson, Kevin, Dean, and Warner Brothers executives, Johnson, who was in charge of foreign investment in films. A total of 4 people watched the project proposal of Kevin's new movie attentively in the reception room of New Line Film Company. The plot of the story of escaping from the fatal town is very simple, and a few people read it quickly. Johnson was the first to ask. Why use black people as male protagonists? The reason is very simple. If it is just a pure horror film, then the upper limit of this horror film is only 20 million to 30 million US dollars at most. But as the male protagonist, black people use this evil witchcraft to refer to the persecution of black people by white people. Then killing all the whites in the town by the last black man can greatly stimulate the black people's G-spot and make them go into the movie theater. In this way, the upper limit of the box office will be greatly increased. Of course, the biggest reason for the black riots caused by the Rodney King incident, Kevin naturally couldn't say it in advance. All he has to do is give a reasonable excuse. As for whether Johnson accepts it or not, he doesn't really care. For the production cost of $3 million, Kevin himself invests 30% of the film and gets a 30% share. The remaining 70% is shared between New Line Cinema and Warner Brothers. Johnson nodded, accepting Kevin's explanation. In the face of a successful director, Johnson will not question others casually, let alone this is just a small production with an investment of less than $3 million US dollars. 40% of Warner Brothers, or $1.2 million, is invested in a successful director like Kevin, which doesn't really matter too much. Dean has even more irresponsible trust in Kevin, and has already made an investment. After everything was done, Kevin asked CAA to contact his team and the shoot was set for Christmas, after December 25. During this period, Kevin needs to choose a suitable shooting location as the specific address of the fatal town in the play. April 31, which means Kevin has a maximum of 3 months to shoot, including promotions. However, from the perspective of Kevin who has a specific picture in his mind, in fact, 2 months is enough time. As for the actors, this time, Kevin doesn't need to worry about it. Except for the heroine's position, which he had to leave ahead of schedule, all other positions were taken care of by CAA. Of course, he was asked to mention, a black man with an eye. The CAA package project, the latest masterpiece of the cutting-edge talented director Steve Kevin, escape from the deadly town and need a black male protagonist. Smith, who debuted as a rapper at this time, learned the news through his friend. Suddenly, I realized that this was the role I needed most. As a black man, he is deeply aware of Hollywood's rejection of him. He is so famous in his singing career. If he wants to enter the show business world, the roles he can get are either villains, supporting roles in gag, or good ones, the second protagonist, the second male. But none of this was what he wanted. What he wants is the protagonist. But he deeply knows that there are too few movies with blacks as the protagonists in Hollywood. CAA building after getting the news. After self-introduction, he was the first to be selected by Dawson as he met the role requirements, had no salary requirements, and was well known at the same time. Kevin, who knew about Will Smith's visit, also resolutely agreed to hand over the actor to him. As a price, he, who won the Grammy Award twice, could only get a mere 100,000 yuan. But Will Smith has no objection to this. As a big singer, he is not short of money at this time. What he needs is an opportunity. After signing a film and television contract with Dawson, he took the script to Escape from the Dead Town. Will Smith decisively invited 2 veteran actors to train himself in acting. A little cramming is also useful. In the distance, Kevin, who was enjoying the service of Julie's bite, did not worry about Will Smith's acting skills at all. As a future big star, Will Smith naturally has a spirituality for acting. And Get Out is a thriller that doesn't require much acting. Film is the art of shooting frame by frame, and Smith can always hone it if Kevin has patience. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, interrupting Kevin's enjoyment. After getting dressed, Kevin opened the door. Outside the door, Nicolas Cage, who was holding his own pizza, walked in naturally. 27-year-old Nicolas Cage, his face at this time is simply cool and daunting, but after getting to know him these days, Kevin knew that, in fact, he was a very easy person to get along with. They were neighbors to each other, and after chatting a few words outside, Cage took the initiative to stop by. No way, he was very interested in the director Kevin. In his bones, Kevin is a very proud person, so proud that in order to prove himself, he is reluctant to borrow a little bit of his uncle's connections. As for his uncle, the famous Francis Coppola, the director of The Godfather. The Coppola family, which has been rooted in Hollywood for a long time, naturally does not need to say much about the power of connections. As long as Nicolas Cage uses his real name Nicolas Coppola in Hollywood, there will be many more opportunities out of thin air. But there is still a word, proud of him, unwilling. Genius like him and pride like him, he was still overwhelmed by Kevin's conversation. Of course, it's actually an achievement. The first film received a huge box office estimate of $160 million, and the investment was only $1.3 million. This made Kevin feel a little admiration for this little brother who was about 3 years younger than him. Well, this pineapple pizza is good, but Cage, you must not show it in front of the Italians. Otherwise, there will be extremely serious consequences. Kevin grinned while enjoying the pineapple pizza. My favorite thing to do is say, no, to someone who won't let me do something. Chapter 27 Filming of Escape. Kevin looked embarrassed. He didn't expect Cage to say such a social quote. Seeing this, Kevin also unceremoniously took a piece of the sliced pizza and ate it. Lying on the sofa, Kevin asked casually, Cage, have you had no movie appointments lately? Kevin shook his head and said, it's been almost a year off this year, and I'm not interested in the movies that come to me either with too low pay or too bad script. Do you want to come to my commercial blockbuster next year? Aren't you filming The Escape from the Town? Cage wondered why. Kevin took a bite of the pineapple pizza, tasted this special food that is equivalent to the pineapple stuffing in dumplings for Chinese people, and said slowly, I'm talking about the next work after Escape the Dead. Escape from the Dead Town is just a small investment work, and the plot is not complicated. 2 months is enough. There is still more than half a year, and I will open another one. Kevin just laughed and didn't take it too seriously. Okay, I'll just send the script directly when the time comes. Kevin nodded, and the work in his mouth was referring to the Ghost Rider in Marvel's works. If nothing else, the first Ghost Rider movie did bring good memories to Kevin, and it was considered a cool commercial blockbuster. The image of Cage's Ghost Rider in the film has always been in his mind. However, he only suddenly came up with this idea after seeing Cage. Specifically, after escaping from the deadly town, he will carefully investigate where the copyright of Ghost Rider is and whether the current special effects can be used. Accomplish Kevin's needs. You must know that Ghost Rider was released in 2002, and there is a 10-year gap in special effects technology from now. Whether it can be done, he is not sure. Christmas is here. After Julie left for a few days, saying she was going home for Christmas, and after giving Julie tens of thousands of dollars, Kevin enjoyed a few days of single life in his mansion. Kevin is ready to start work 3 days after Christmas. $10 million left, money is not too much. Especially in his plans, there are many plans for using money. Ding dong. Kevin opened the door with some confusion. A woman rushed directly to her face. Kevin, long time no see. It was Salma Hayek who was speaking. During Kevin's free time, Salma Hayek got a lot of roles, although the heroine of Chainsaw was more like a supporting role and was not convincing. But the female number 2 can still win. To this end, Dawson can be considered hard enough. After learning that Kevin spent Christmas alone, Salma Hayek decided to give him a surprise. Hayek, long time no see. Kevin responded with a smile. As the first woman after his rebirth, Salma Hayek still left a deep impression on him. After a hug, Salma Hayek continued. I watched you spend Christmas alone and came to accompany you on purpose. A smile appeared on Kevin's face. Although he did not feel lonely as outsiders imagined, he was still very happy to have someone to spend Christmas with him. Ding dong. Kevin was about to say something when the doorbell rang again. Salma Hayek took the initiative to walk to the door and open the door. Kevin, I'm here to spend Christmas with you. Who are you? Angelina Jolie happily appeared in front of the door with a smile and a large bag of things, but she chose to leave a few days ago with the feeling of surprising Kevin. Just to surprise Kevin today. Unexpectedly, when the door was opened, she herself felt frightened. A strange woman appeared in Kevin and her villa. Her vigilance instantly reached the highest point. Salma Hayek, the heroine of Chainsaw. Salma Hayek stretched out her hand generously and shook hands with Julie. After listening to her self-introduction, Julie immediately knew that the woman in front of her was probably the woman who accompanied Kevin before she appeared. But since she has successfully ascended the throne, it is naturally impossible to leave so easily. Seeing this, Julie put down the things in her hand and said generously. Angelina Jolie, the model, the heroine of Kevin's next movie. From Kevin's point of view, the moment the two shook hands, there was a gleam in their eyes, and an atmosphere of conflict that could break out at any time permeated. Don't you give me Christmas? Why don't you hold your hand? Kevin decisively chose to interrupt the conflict between them and said with a smile. The two daughters stopped the conflict temporarily, smiled and accompanied Kevin for Christmas. 2 days later, after in-depth exchanges, the two women reached a settlement agreement without Kevin's knowledge. The only thing Kevin knew was that the two daughters never had any conflict in front of him, and they each chose a room of their own in the villa. And between these 2 days, the two daughters accompanied him for one night. Kevin, who is willing to be a scumbag, is naturally lazy to figure out the relationship between them. Anyway, in Kevin's opinion, if they are willing to accompany him, he will naturally not treat them badly. Kevin will never give other people the roles that he can give them. This is what Kevin can do. Other things, Kevin doesn't want to think so much. No way, he is such a scumbag. Texas, in a remote classical town. Due to the sparse population, the lack of maintenance of the lawn, as well as some green plants, appeared in the camera, with a special eerie feeling. A crew of 50 or 60 people, including actors, came to the town like this. As a well-known director, Kevin's arrival was warmly welcomed by the town mayor. Of course, the biggest reason was that the crew had to pay for the filming of the houses of residents in the town, and after the filming was over, they would donate another sum of money to the town's public funds to maintain the town. If you have money in your account, it's hard not to welcome it. That's the reality. Get ready, start. Sitting in front of the camera, Kevin made a gesture, and someone immediately started a reminder for the hero and heroine before the show, and the two entered the state instantly. In the first scene, Kevin did not disrupt the rhythm, but started directly from the real first act in the film. As for the prelude to create a strange atmosphere, he put it in the back. Chris, Will Smith, a black guy, went to his white girlfriend's house to meet his father-in-law with great joy. The black guy was very honored to have a beautiful white girlfriend like Ruth, Angelina Jolie. Chapter 28_shooting ends. 90s for a black man to marry a white woman in the United States, only black people can understand. At this time, whites discriminated against blacks more than later generations. This is also the reason why Kevin chose this movie. The power of this movie at this time is more powerful than that in later generations. Kevin led the filming in a small town in Texas, and on the other side, New Line Cinema and Warner Brothers were not idle either. Unlike Chainsaw, the current Kevin, after the release of Chainsaw, already has a certain reputation in the outside world. At least among horror movie lovers, it has a certain reputation. Because of their love and admiration for the Jigsaw, Those fans also have a partial admiration for Kevin, the creator of the Jigsaw. As a result, Warner Brothers and New Line Cinema have begun pre-publicity campaigns for Get Out. Of course, before the official release, it doesn't need too much force, it just needs to let the consciousness of the masses know that there is such a movie. In this regard, they laid out in the paper media in advance and disclosed the news to the outside world. Escape from Breaking Town, a black young man was brought into a terrifying desperate situation by a white girlfriend. He was devoured as a lamb to be slaughtered, or he stood up to resist and kill those white people who regarded him as a meal on the plate. This is propaganda from the content of the movie itself. Of course, the whole is ambiguous, only revealing part of the essence of the movie. The latest masterpiece of the genius horror film director Steve Kevin, Escape from the Dead Town, is being filmed. The film describes a series of bizarre incidents encountered by black youths entering the town. Try to see how he avoids all crises, escape from ascension? This is from Kevin's own reputation, and it is warmed up in advance. 2 months is neither long nor short. Will Smith's acting skills surprised Kevin with a rare surprise. In fact, acting skills are very subjective, but the most important point is not to play. Among the films, the most demanding acting skills are often literary films. As for commercial films and horror films, in fact, the acting is qualified, that is, it is fine to not play, except for Hannibal. And Will Smith's acting skills in this regard are not like people who have never made movies at all. After a brief chat with Will Smith, Kevin couldn't help but sigh that money can be magical. Paying old actors to help you practice your acting skills, at the same time, you can rent cameras and buy film at your own expense, and take selfies for self-inspection. Such conditions, coupled with Will Smith himself being a person with full of spiritual energy, actually tempered his acting skills to a situation that is at least qualified in commercial films under such circumstances. It was Angelina Jolie who had more problems. As a rookie actor, he often made some small mistakes. Kevin was very angry because of her during this time. Fortunately, under Kevin's day and night teaching, after half a month, Angelina Jolie finally reached the qualified line under his one-handed guidance. And this is enough. During this period, everyone on the crew became aware of the special relationship between Kevin and Angelina Jolie. However, Kevin is not married, and he is still a single director. Sleeping an actress is a normal thing. Several supporting actresses also secretly tried to climb into Kevin's bed at night. But it was guarded by Angelina Jolie. Everyone else pretended not to see, and no one had the idea of trying to challenge Kevin's authority. As a crew formed by CAA, plus several of Kevin's own people occupy key positions, and Kevin has achieved successful qualifications, all of which give Kevin the supreme power in this crew. After ruling out the problem of Jolie's acting skills, other problems are no longer a problem, and the filming proceeds at a high speed. In 2 months, everything was successfully completed according to Kevin's calculations. Of course, with the $3 million expenditure, Kevin did not overspend at all, and had no surplus at all. Still the same, booked a finish party in a hotel near Hollywood. The remaining funds were quite large, a full $80,000, which was all invested by Kevin into the party. Time came to the end of February and early March, and a hotel near Hollywood hosted the party. With the purpose of making good friends with Kevin, Will Smith also did not miss the party, when other people in the party were reveling. Only Will Smith slowly swayed beside Kevin. "Director Kevin, aren't you going to the party? I don't like parties, but most people do, and I don't mind doing good things." Having a party can improve Kevin's reputation among some young actors and behind-the-scenes people. This is a good habit to follow the trend. Smith, how can you, a famous singer, suddenly think of going to Hollywood to cross the border? Kevin asked curiously. Cap. The status between a singer and a movie actor is completely different. I prefer myself as an actor. Will Smith did not shy away from talking about his ambitions, which is the difference in character caused by the Chinese and American cultures. Chinese people are used to being introverted, while Americans like to be extroverted. Come on, Smith, I see the qualities of an excellent film actor in you, and I believe you will become an excellent film actor in the future. If you meet the right film, it is not impossible to become an Oscar winner. Kevin said in a tone that seemed to be ridiculing, but also seemed sincere. Will Smith also laughed and said, I also believe in director Kevin's vision, and I feel the same way. Well, you are so shameless. Kevin joked. In the previous life, Will Smith also had a saying that he was playing behind his back, but in Deoksuan's view, from the perspective of Will Smith's training of his son, this kind of thing may not be true. Therefore, Kevin still has a good impression of Will Smith. Well, I feel the same way. After this small talk, the relationship between the two was further improved, reaching the point of being friends. At this point, the future big stars that Kevin has met have already included Robert Downey Jr., Nicolas Cage, Will Smith, Angelina Jolie, and other figures. If they can all become big stars along the lines Kevin remembers, Kevin's connections in Hollywood will lay the foundation. Of course, this is not enough. However, it has been less than a year since Kevin made his debut, and there is still enough time to develop. After the party was over, and Angelina Jolie practiced hard in his villa for a few days, after completely releasing the pressure, Kevin came to New Line Cinema with all the information. Chapter 29 _ Internal Viewing Party. He was still the editor that Kevin was familiar with. As soon as they met, he quickly entered the editing process. After 10 consecutive days of frantic editing in the editing room, we finally got the first cut version of the movie Kevin needed. The next thing to do is a series of complicated tasks such as post-production audio correction, music selection, and post-dubbing of actors. There is a public music pool in Hollywood. Similarly, major film companies also have their own music copyrights and music talent reserves. In the case of Warner Brothers' generous gift, or the fact that the price was not high and there was no need to collect money, Kevin decisively chose some original music to add it, and finally turned the first cut version into the final version. The next thing to do, of course, is to watch the film. On March 20, 1992, the internal film screening of Escape from the Dead Town was officially held. Jeff Robinoff, the president of Warner Brothers, came to New Line Cinema on time in his Bentley luxury car. Accompanying him were 2 Warner Brothers internal film reviewers responsible for film grading. It is particularly noteworthy that one of these 2 film reviewers is black. From this, we can see that Jeff Robinoff's idea of attracting black people to the cinema mentioned last time was touched by Jeff Robinoff. Therefore, this time, a black film crew was specially brought in to be responsible for the specific grading of Escape from Breakthrough Town. Kevin. Jeff Robinoff greeted Kevin very enthusiastically. A successful director is a hot and cherished resource in Hollywood. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wants to offend them. Because of offending them, it means that he has passed a cornucopia directly. To be able to become president, Jeff Robinoff is a must-have condition. Kevin also smiled and said that the president of Warner Brothers still has a very high status in the circle. Generally speaking, a director like him, Jeff Robinoff, would not have such an affectionate attitude towards him. Unless he needs himself very much. It seems that Warner Brothers is not so friendly. Kevin thought silently, but in his memory, Jeff Robinoff has been the president for more than 10 years. It seems that even without his blessing, Jeff Robinoff still has other means. Jeff Robinoff is very enthusiastic, and Kevin naturally won't be cold-faced. The 2 parties were very happy to come to the screening room inside the New Line Film Company. 7 or 8 people, together with Kevin, enjoyed the finished work of Escape from Dead Town. Not much to say, with the crowd together, the movie started playing directly. Logos of Warner Brothers, New Line Films, and Dawn Films appeared one by one, followed by the names of the director, actors, and behind-the-scenes personnel flashing across the screen. Then the screen went black and the movie officially started. At the beginning of a small plot, a black man was invited by a phone to a road with a strange atmosphere, and the black man kept complaining because of the strange environment. And keep looking for the destination. Then, a white car suddenly drove out, surrounded by black people, with a slightly relaxed folk song in the eerie, singing a song called Run Rabbit. The atmosphere is very strange. Several others immediately brought the plot into the movie. Then, an unknown person suddenly appeared in the white vehicle, knocked the black man unconscious, and dragged him into the trunk of the car. Immediately afterwards, night turned into day, and a pair of black and white couples appeared in the eyes of everyone. The black guy is clean and hygienic, and his thin but strong muscles express that he is very strong, and he matches his beautiful girlfriend very well. Seeing this, Shay and Jeff Robinoff are somewhat awkward. The history of this country is a history of confrontation between blacks and whites. So far, although the status of blacks has improved a lot, the discrimination against blacks by whites is still silently hidden in their hearts. The couple of black men and white women made them feel a little uncomfortable. This kind of mood can be compared to the feeling of a Chinese woman marrying a black man, ignorant of self-love and disregarding others. As the movie progressed, Shay and Jeff Robinoff realized that it wasn't what they thought it was. The purpose of the white woman looking for the strong black man is to sell his body to the people in the town. He is just a commodity. Just like the black slaves of the year. The film quickly comes to an end, and the black protagonist slaughtered these white people who saw him as slave goods, and it was all so exhilarating. But if it is just like this, although it is a good work, it seems to be a lot weaker than Kevin's last chainsaw horror. Jeff Robinoff was about to ask a question when he saw the black film crew member he brought with him suddenly shouted, "Kill those dead white people who treat us black people so unfairly." After shouting out this sentence selflessly, the black film crew came back to their senses and couldn't help showing an embarrassing smile. The shouting just now was definitely inappropriate. Jeff Robinoff, however, discovered something different and asked directly, "Genover, what do you think of this movie?" Zenoffer suddenly regained his spirits and recovered his professionalism. "From my point of view, and my race, this is the best work I've seen since I was born." Jeff Robinoff frowned. "Is it such a high rating?" Genover nodded and said seriously, "Yeah, that's what I think, and that's what you're going to tell any black man to watch this movie. If I had to rate it, I would definitely give it a top rating, an S-rated perfect thriller." Kevin smiled beside him. The biggest basic plate of this movie is actually black people, and all the cool points are aimed at black people. If a movie is rated by CHAPTER, most people will only give an A or B rating when watching the movie. But for black people, this film will only be the highest S-rated rating. The film perfectly shows the oppression of blacks by whites, and in the end, blacks kill all over the world, eradicating those dead whites who covet his body. To put it simply, this is the ultimate cool film for the black community. Jeff Robinoff also had a smile on his face, but if there was only one black man, it seemed that it was not obvious enough, and he needed to hold another viewing party. Invite some black people to watch this movie, and get more detailed data support to arrange a specific number of big screens. Chapter 30 _ Plan ahead for Marvel Comics. There is also the issue of scheduling. But the reaction of black filmmakers gave them a basic impression that the film might be a big hit. As a movie with an investment of $3 million, as long as the box office reaches 10 million, it will be able to make a return. Of course, if the cost of publicity and marketing is included, the full 20 million box office will not lose money. Subsequent licensing of DVDs and other channels can also make money. And based on the quality of the film they have experienced, as long as the film gets a good schedule and the number of big screens, 100% will not lose money. Jeff Robinoff came to Kevin's side with a smile. Congratulations, you have successfully produced an excellent work. Shay also leaned over and said. Director Kevin, the total box office of Chainsaw has come out. I just took this opportunity to settle it for you today. The quality of Kevin's new films has been recognized in their internal review. In this case, Kevin, who can continuously produce high-quality films, will naturally have a different status in their eyes. Normally, if the box office share of a movie can be settled within a year after the movie is released, it means that the film company has no intention of cheating them. In the face of Kevin, only 3 months after the release, New Line Films took the initiative to give him the box office share. I have to say that this represents the importance that New Line Films places on him. At the same time, it also represents the importance that New Line Films attaches to its cooperation with him. Facing the kindness of the New Line, Kevin naturally would not refuse. The release of the film in North America for 3 months also means that the global box office has come out. The total global box office score of $166 million is the total score achieved by Chainsaw. A 5% share of the box office means a share of about $8 million, which is also a large amount. Of course, this amount is far from enough for New Line Films to turn against him. With Kevin's ability, continuing to cooperate will only help them earn an unknown number of 8 million. Therefore, not only did they not do any tricks, but the speed of the account was also fast enough. Otherwise, this amount will be held for a year or two, and there will also be a lot of interest. After the New Line Film Company got the share of the money, Kevin also had no free time in the next days. Under the insistence of Kevin, he chose to release it on May 1st. After investigation, there are no blockbusters released at this time point. Or maybe there is, but it's almost the end, and the theaters are gradually reducing the number of their films. There are probably less than 2,000 movie theaters in North America, and more than 20,000 big screens. At the beginning of its release, Chainsaw was directly qualified for 800 movie theaters. In fact, the scale is already very large. The follow-up film arrangement is that the cinema has adjusted itself according to the Chainsaw horror. The fact that it was able to obtain such a large release scale was naturally due to the major investment and sequel films that had already been released at that time. There are no tigers in the mountains, and the monkey of Chainsaw is the king himself. Of course, this is inseparable from the channels of New Line Cinema in North America. Screening in so many cinemas at the same time is not something that just any film company can do. Having this channel means that the scale of the company is at least medium and large in Hollywood. As for the Big Five in Hollywood, the biggest difference from other film companies is the overseas distribution. Of course, their own theater chain is also their advantage. The five have complete distribution capabilities overseas. If a movie is a big hit in North America, it must cooperate with them if they want to make profits overseas. Otherwise, at most, you can only earn this amount of money in North America. This is the reason why the Big Five can be called the Big Five. Hold a screening of Escape from the Town in 3 days. Harvey Weinstein's face darkened when he received the news, and he still remembered what happened at the Beverly Hills party. Steve Kevin was the first person to make him feel so unhappy since founding Miramax. Rubbing his chin, he stood on the high-rise building of the company and looked out from the glass. Harvey Weinstein thinks about stumbling Steve Kevin. At least he can't be so proud, there is no one who dares to reject him like Harvey Weinstein without paying any price. However, to be specific, we still have to wait for the screening to find out specific problems based on his movies. This regard, Harvey Weinstein is very reassured, and he still knows a lot of film critics. 3 days later, Warner Brothers headquarters. Some middle-aged white people dressed very formally and looked like elites walked into the building one after another. These people are well-known film critics with a certain reputation in the entire United States, and each of them has a certain influence on the selection of movies by fans. A total of 40 or 50 film critics will spend a total of millions of public relations expenses. From this investment, it is enough to know the confidence of Warner Brothers in escaping from the fatal town. Of course, this announcement cost is also shared by Kevin and New Line Films. In addition to film critics, reporters from some media are also invited. The normal movie screening process is usually a trial screening, that is, an internal screening meeting, used to make a preliminary quality assessment of the film. When the quality of the film is sufficient, the second time is the screening. At this time, all professionals who are helpful to the promotion of the film are invited. After the screening is over, it will initially create a good reputation for the film. Then came the premiere and the official screening. The screening did not require Kevin's participation. Just after the film critics participated in the screening of the film, after taking a share of the box office of $80.2 million from New Line Cinema. Kevin arrives at the headquarters of a comics publisher. Perlman, the boss of Marvel, agreed curiously when he heard that a well-known director came to see him. Inside the boss office at Marvel Comics, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, wearing a standard suit and smoking a cigar, Kevin's first impression was that the man in front of him was a very successful billionaire. In fact, it is. Ronald Perlman, who has a net worth of more than $1 billion, will be ranked 83rd in the Huron Global Top 100 Entrepreneurs with a fortune of 100 billion yuan on April 6, 2020. There is no doubt that a rich man of his level is not always in a certain industry. Marvel Comics was acquired by him only 2 years ago. After 2 years of operation, he finally listed the successful operation of Marvel Comics. Chapter 31 _ ends. And he spent nearly $90 million to acquire more than 70% of the shares, which undoubtedly brought him several times the benefits. He is very optimistic about Marvel, and at this time is ambitiously seeking better development for Marvel. The sudden arrival of a well-known director gave him a little more inspiration. "Hi, my name is Steve Kevin." Ronald Perlman nodded, with a slightly arrogant smile, the confidence that wealth brought him. "You're looking for me, what's the matter?" "I want to buy a portion of Marvel Comics." Ronald Perlman was a little stunned, a little dumbfounded. For things like shares, you can go directly to the stock exchange to buy them. "Why are you here looking for me?" Kevin smiled lightly. "Sorry, I took the liberty." After all, Kevin left. Ronald Perlman's face was stunned, and he had no idea what Kevin's sudden action was for. But the director and Marvel. Ronald Perlman had the idea for a Marvel movie. After walking out of Marvel Comics, Kevin recalled the eyeliner he had just placed in Marvel Comics. He found an ordinary employee and paid an extra $2,000 a month to let her deliver Marvel news to him on time. Marvel went bankrupt in 1996, but Marvel's performance began to decline, which actually started with the development of the internet and TV media in 1993. Kevin, who had the appetite to swallow Marvel in one mouthful, just laid out a game ahead of time. However, with the understanding just now, Kevin also began to worry. Ronald Perlman's operation went public. Marvel Entertainment's value at this time was around $500 million, and it was considered a behemoth. Even if it goes bankrupt, he can't even get his hands on it without a $200 million or $300 million. Of course, part of the copyrighted IP is fine, but that's not what Kevin wants. What he wants is a Marvel universe worth tens of billions in the future, not a single IP. This is the biggest piece of cake Kevin's knowledge knows. There is a saying that Kevin has always kept firmly in his heart: don't make money beyond your own knowledge, and Kevin can't do anything else in finance. As for what Bitcoin is, it's just a game for the rich to beat drums and pass flowers. If the bookmaker who created Bitcoin can't get the maximum benefit, Bitcoin can be destroyed in minutes, making it worthless. Kevin didn't want to touch these things. And stocks, which are also a rich man's game. People who do not have enough network resources will only be reduced to leaks harvested by dealers in the game of stocks. Kevin, who had lost money in stocks in his previous life, was also not interested in stocks. Unless he is the bookmaker himself. So in the field of movies, the biggest cake Kevin knows is Marvel. No one knows the power of Marvel IP better than him. He who has mastered the successful route of Marvel, as long as he obtains Marvel, everything can be perfectly reproduced. In the Warner Brothers. The screening of Escape from the City has ended. Judging from the expressions of the film critics, as a commercial film, Escape from the City is already above the passing line. At least these middle-aged white people did not have too much discomfort because of the black male protagonist. Instead, he was attracted into the plot, followed by the protagonist to discover the horror hidden in the town, and finally escaped from the town. The next day, countless compliments of the film were published uniformly in countless newspapers. Escape from the Dead Town, a rare low-budget masterpiece, director Steve Kevin continues his unique and thought-provoking special style. If the chainsaw horror is to make people cherish life, then Escape from the Dead. Ming Zhen completely reflects the arrogance in the hearts of white Americans, the discrimination hidden in their hearts. God's thoughts are hidden in my mind. This is Steve Kevin. In my opinion, Escape from the Dead Town is definitely not just a commercial film. It contains director Kevin's thoughts on this land. Reflections on the injustice of the fate of Negroes. Cool, this is a must-see movie for black people. White people cannot watch it, but if black people don't watch it, then I can say, you betray your race and speak up for black people. Black people will absolutely support you. Come on, director Kevin. A thriller with dark humor mixed with horror and thriller plots. The plot hints at the unintentional discrimination of white people against black people. It is a prejudice that black people should be physically strong. What? In Kevin's villa, Angelina Jolie was lying beside Kevin, reading movie reviews in the newspaper for Kevin. Touching Julie's body and feeling the tender touch, Kevin's sage state is slowly receding. This youthful body, with its boundless energy, coupled with the more powerful needs of white women in this regard, allows both Kevin and Julie to be satisfied. Salma Hayek is busy in the major cruise. With the appearance of Salma Hayek, it is still very simple to obtain some middle and lower female secondaries. As for the female first, she still needs a great work. This, Kevin also planned for her. But now is not the time. Talking about the good reviews in the newspaper, Angelina Jolie, the heroine, couldn't help but smile. The film's high praise means that the box office will not be too bad, and as the heroine, she can be regarded as having her own masterpiece. Don't look at this as it doesn't seem difficult. In fact, the vast majority of Hollywood actors will never cross this threshold in their lifetime. There are only dozens or hundreds of movies released every year, and very few of these movies make money. Having a representative work means that an actor has truly taken root in Hollywood. With this role, Angelina can even eat a bowl of rice as an actor for a lifetime. Looking at Julie's expression, Kevin deliberately said, "You only see good reviews. Did you know that Warner Brothers, New Line Cinema, and I spent $1 million in PR for them? These are just part of the marketing of the movie." Julie was stunned. From Kevin's mouth, she really realized what Hollywood is, and everything is just a money transaction. Of course, this can only be useful if the film has a certain quality. Once the film is too bad, for their own reputation, they can only do so without speaking up. Julie immediately rolled his eyes at him, and after a long time, Hollywood has to talk about some basic rules. But it is. After all, the audience is not a fool, but they still have their own ability to appreciate. It is a good movie to insist that a bad movie is a good movie. It will only ruin your reputation. Chapter 32 Premiere from Fiction Group 7008303004. 1 by 1. Daily publishing of novels. From the New Novel Group 7008303004. New Novel Group 7008303004. There's only one case where they'll use their fame to help studios brag about movies. That's when enough money is given. Accompanied by the boasting in the newspapers, Escape from the Deadly Town suddenly became furious. Proud of the publicity in advance, the masses already have a basic understanding of escaping from the fatal town. This is a thriller with a black man as the male protagonist. Filmed by talented new director Steve Kevin. At the same time, so many film critics exaggerated about Escape from the Dead, and it really aroused the interest of many people. Some fans who are already fond of thrillers have expressed to the media that they want to take a look at the latest masterpiece of director Kevin. With these calls, time quickly arrived on April 29, 2 days before the trial of the 4 police officers who assaulted Rodney King. The premiere of Escape from the Dead has begun. The first movie screening was in the Warner Brothers cinema chain in Los Angeles. This is a relatively large-scale movie theater, and it also has a venue for showing more than 30 movies at the same time. As his first starring film, Will Smith worked hard for the promotion of this film, not only mobilizing relatives and friends. He even tried his best to greet a lot of friends in the rap industry, and used their strength to greet those gang members, or some of their fans, to watch this movie. The cinema, which can accommodate thousands of people, was already full at this time. Dean couldn't help shivering when he looked at the scene outside, and looked at Kevin nervously and said, "With so many black people, no accident will happen, right?" 9 out of 10 black rappers of this era were gang-related, and most of their audiences were also black. And black people in this era are the representative of restlessness and the symbol of violence. The reason why the United States has never restricted people from holding guns is somehow inseparable from the domestic contradictions. Kevin's face was full of smiles, but his heart was also a little nervous. For black people, what he learned from the news in his previous life was not a thing. UN purchase, violence, are their symbols. If there is a real trouble, none of the people present will try to run away. Thinking of this, Kevin quickly approached Will Smith's side and whispered, "Will there be any trouble? Don't worry, these are my friends and family, and they're not going to mess with the premiere of my movie," Will Smith said confidently. At this point, Kevin can't do anything else, as for calling the police to maintain order. With the relationship between the police and black people, everything will cause trouble. At this critical juncture, Warner Brothers was more experienced in this kind of thing, and urgently hired some black security guards from other theaters in Los Angeles to come here to maintain order on the scene. Also black, Will Smith's fans and friends who were present finally didn't feel so offended, and the current order is gradually becoming more stable. Then came the premiere. Kevin, Will Smith, Angelina Jolie, and Dean made their debut on the stage of the cinema. Will Smith, as the leading actor and also the most famous singer, played a role in this premiere and vigorously promoted it. "My friends, welcome to the premiere of my first film in the lead role. It's a great honor to be here, and a big thank you for your support." Will Smith was in high spirits on stage. Judging from the support of Warner Brothers for Escape from Breakthrough, this is definitely a good work, and it is very beneficial to his development in the film industry. There is an air of superstition in Hollywood. A young actor who succeeds one after another has even more chances than a superstar who loses one after another. If the first step is successful, Will Smith will be able to get better opportunities in the future, and in Hollywood at this time, black faces are extremely rare, which means that there are actually many opportunities for black people. After Will Smith spoke, several well-known black singers he invited also spoke at the scene about supporting Chinese, and then the film began to be shown. For gangsters, movies have never been their first choice for entertainment. White people will always occupy the mainstream in movies, and black people also have no sense of substitution for the roles played by white people. Therefore, in the past, the contribution of black people to the movie box office has been very small. Film companies often rarely add some black favorite storylines to their movies. It is rare for the black people to sit quietly on the viewing platform. Thanks to Will Smith's relationship, these people were emphasized before they came to help their brothers warm up the scene. Therefore, they all forcibly suppressed their own nature, watching the movie quietly. However, at the beginning of the film, the relationship between black and white women's boyfriends and girlfriends instantly aroused the excitement of these blacks. The cinema suddenly boiled over. "Hey bro, look, Smith is awesome, he's got a white girlfriend. Hey, my wife is also white, didn't I tell you? Damn Jim." Kevin, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't help but smile when he heard the reaction of these black people. Black Americans have a weird psyche and are verbally dismissive of whites, but if black men achieve a certain level of achievement, their first choice is often white women. This may be due to the special emotion of a slave turning over to be the master. Therefore, seeing the settings in the plot, the black audience immediately came to the spirit. The plot continues. As Ruth's first boyfriend of color, Chris couldn't help but get nervous when he was about to meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law, but his girlfriend Ruth told him not to worry. Said that the town where her parents lived did not discriminate against black people, and her parents liked black people very much. This relieved Chris a little from his nervousness. So Chris and Ruth set out on their way home. On the way, Ruth, who was driving, accidentally hit and killed a deer that came out of Dead Town. Chris couldn't turn a blind eye to hit and runs because of his childhood experiences. "Get out of the car and check what's going on." A police car came, and a white policeman got out and asked where Chris was going and where he came from. Then asked to check ID. Unlike China, the police in the United States check a person's identity information, which means that the police treat the person as a criminal. In this case, the police have the right to fire at any time. Every year in the United States, countless black people die because they resist censorship. Chapter 33_Excited audience. This scene immediately resonated with the audience below the stage. "Fuck the police, he didn't do anything, why should he investigate him? If you kill him, he shouldn't live." The foul language was frequently sent out, and the few people watching the movie in front of the stage were not only not afraid, but very happy. A movie that resonates with audiences is nowhere near as bad. The foul language of the audience is the best recognition of this movie. Then the female owner who drove the car got out of the car and prevented the police from deliberately targeting her boyfriend. This scene immediately won the favor of all the audience in the audience. "Ruth is so perfect, I wish I had a girlfriend like that. Yeah, Ruth is really good and pretty compared to those blue chisels." Angelina Jolie's beauty bonus has made Ruth a lot of popularity. And through this maintenance, the male protagonist's love for Ruth almost overflowed from the screen, making the audience in front of the screen full of dog food. At this time, no one thought that this was a thriller that was promoted in the name of horror. The car continued to drive and came to the town. After seeing Ruth's parents, Chris finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her parents did not discriminate against him, on the contrary, they were very enthusiastic towards him, and their enthusiasm was somewhat unreasonable. Ruth's father also enthusiastically led Chris to visit the development history of their family and the golf course in the backyard. However, the black nanny with a weird smile and the black gardener with a stiff expression made Chris feel that something was wrong. Immediately after dinner time, Chris chatted with Ruth and her family. Ruth's mother tapped the glass and made a noise. Suddenly, Chris became addicted to cigarettes, and his hands habitually imitated the action of flicking soot. Ruth's father suddenly said that smoking is not a good habit. His wife is an excellent hypnotist, and she can completely solve the problem of smoking addiction by giving her a treatment and hypnosis. Chris declined, and the black nanny and gardener in front made him feel a little bit wrong. Facing this sudden kindness, Chris instinctively felt something was wrong. At this moment, the black nanny brought the food and smiled at Chris at the same time. A normal smile will make people feel good and make people feel happy. But the smile of the black nanny only made the audience feel a sense of horror. It was not a smile that a normal person should have. Night. Chris was lying in bed thinking about everything that happened during the day. The strange feeling made him toss and turn and couldn't fall asleep. Finally, he got up and lit a cigarette, went to the door and started smoking. The weird black gardener in the daytime suddenly ran towards him from a distance. Before Chris could react, the black gardener turned back and quickly left. The surprised Chris shook his head and was about to enter the house when he saw a maid who looked even stranger than the gardener, suddenly appeared by the window and looked at him with a smile that was very strange, not like a living person. This kind of fear caused by the environment and psychological suggestion is more terrifying than the bloody massacre that is popular in North America now. The audience present who had never accepted this kind of Oriental psychological suggestion of horror films were all taken aback. Then, in order to hide that he was frightened, all kinds of fakes got up. However, fake in the theater did not affect the progress of the movie. After passing these two waves, Chris suddenly felt that this town was very strange, and he made up his mind to enter the room and not come out. But as soon as he entered the house, his girlfriend's mother suddenly appeared and stopped him. This weird woman told Chris that her hypnotic skills were a special ability guided by a certain focus. After explaining, the woman directly asked Chris about his mother. Chris didn't want to answer this question, but saw that the woman just tapped the glass in her hand just like the action at the dinner table. Then Chris was hypnotized and took the initiative to talk about his mother. Oh my God, what does she want to do? Is my goddess Ruth one of them too? I knew that they were definitely not good things. You must know that Escape from the Dead Town is a thriller. A scene in the movie immediately aroused discussion among the audience. On the screen, Chris only felt as if he had fallen into a black hole, unable to move. Then the picture turned, and the sky lit up. Chris found himself lying on the bed unharmed. Suddenly, he questioned everything that happened yesterday, whether nothing happened yesterday, it was just his own illusion. With some trepidation, Chris got up. Ruth's house throws a party to welcome Chris. The residents of the town drove their cars to Ruth's house one after another. Their warm embrace with the black gardener made Chris feel the beauty of this town, and they did not discriminate against blacks. The only strange thing is that all the people who attended this party were old people. They praised Chris's strength in unison, and looked at Chris with envy, jealousy, and greed, and some even touched Chris' body directly. All of this made Chris feel a secret hidden deep in the town. Ruth took Chris to introduce these elderly people one by one, but these elderly people were more enthusiastic than Chris imagined. In their mouths, it seemed that the status of black people was high. All of this made Chris even more uneasy. In the outside world, everything in this small town was impossible. Finally, the disturbed Chris saw a black compatriot at the party, came forward to say hello enthusiastically, but got a cold response, and his behavior was completely unlike a young and robust black man. It's more like those old people who go to parties. At this moment, the wife of the black compatriot came over. This was an old white woman who was several decades older than the black compatriot. Chris stretched out his fist, wanting to touch his countryman, the way black people say hello. The black compatriots reached out and shook hands with him, all of which made Chris feel dazed. Except for the skin color, the compatriot in front of him is completely a white man. Later, he found that the camera he was charging was unplugged, and Chris knew that it was done by a black nanny. After talking to Ruth, Ruth left. After a while, the black nanny came over and offered to apologize. Strangely, the black nanny's face was smiling, but tears were streaming down her face. This scene was so weird that Chris felt uncomfortable and wanted to go downstairs to breathe. But seeing the black compatriots chatting with the white people, Chris took out a charged camera and was about to take this scene. The flash came on, which made Chris somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 34 _ This is Escape from the City. Candid photography is a very rude behavior. However, what Chris didn't expect was that the black compatriots suddenly rushed towards him like crazy after being illuminated by the flash of his camera. In his mouth, he shouted to get out and leave this town. Soon, the other people next to him pulled the black man away. Ruth's father came over and explained to Chris that the black man had epilepsy and that the flash was causing his seizure. Chris knew that it couldn't be epilepsy. This town is not normal. Chris found his girlfriend and spoke his mind. Ruth, however, believed her father abnormally and denied Chris's idea. The plot of the movie has developed to this point. Everyone present is attracted by the plot described in the movie. People are eager to know what happened in this small town. Blacks who behave like whites, black babysitters who laugh and cry, Mother Ruth who can hypnotize. In the cinema, the black people who were originally noisy were also attracted by the plot at this time, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This scene is simply rare. Occasionally, a black man who made a noise was glared at by the friends around him, and the noise was lowered. Chris, whose idea was denied by Ruth, no longer wanted to stay in this town at this time. The town felt too weird for him, which made him very uneasy. Chris confided directly to Ruth that he wanted to leave. Although Ruth was not very happy, she reluctantly agreed. Seeing Ruth agree, Chris finally showed a happy smile. As soon as the scene changed, the secrets of this small town were gradually revealed in the yard of Ruth's house. Ruth's father is holding a silent auction, and the auction item is Chris's photo. But all the audience can see from the blank space in the picture that they are auctioning Chris himself. Chris went back to Ruth's house, picked up the phone, and called his friend who was a police officer. I described the appearance of my black compatriots to my friends, and at the same time told my friends the strange things. And Chris's friend, according to Chris's description, quickly found the identity of the person who matched the description. It was a black man who had been missing for months. "Run, Chris!" Some viewers couldn't help shouting out, and the black male lead gave them an unprecedented sense of substitution. At this time, Chris was in danger, just like they were in danger. Chris, who heard the news, felt an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart. This sense of fear made him impatiently call on his girlfriend and prepare to escape from here. Idiot, it doesn't show that Ruth is with them. The audience has been completely immersed in their emotions, and they are worried about Chris, who still does not know the truth. Packing up, Chris walked out with his girlfriend. When I came downstairs, I found that my girlfriend's family were all guarding the door, with a terrible expression on their faces. Chris was about to resist, and Ruth's mother performed terrifying hypnotism again. She just tapped the cup lightly, and Chris lost all consciousness directly. Of course, when Chris woke up again, strapped to a chair, there was only a TV in front of him. A white old man suddenly appeared on the TV, revealing the truth of all this to Chris. It turns out that the people in this small town, in pursuit of longevity, made a wish to the devil and gained a special ability. Through a special operation, they were able to implant the brain of a white man into the body of a strong black man. Get the rest of the black lives. However, this operation is not absolutely perfect. Black people are occupied by the body, but in order to ensure better body activity, a trace of black consciousness must be retained. And this consciousness can only appear briefly after being stimulated by the light. This operation has been going on in this town for a long time. The black people who appear in the town are actually white people. And Ruth, the witch in this term, was responsible for seducing the black people to the witch in this town. Fark white people, that's how they keep bullying us black people. The audience discussed again. Never before has a film like this touched their heartstrings so much. There has never been. The emotions of black audiences have been completely moved by the movie. Chris's heart was full of unwillingness, and with his hands, he accidentally scratched the surface of the chair, exposing the cotton stuffed inside. Looking at Cotton, Chris seemed to have met a savior with a smile on his face. As soon as the screen changed, the sound of Ruth's mother tapping on the glass suddenly came from the TV. Obviously, this was to hypnotize Chris again, and then perform brain replacement surgery. Chris fell into a coma just like before. The hearts of the audience were suddenly corrected, and they were afraid that Chris would be changed. At the same time, Ruth's younger brother came to this room, untied Chris's restraints, and prepared to take him to the operating room. The moment he turned his back, Chris suddenly woke up from the coma, picked up a stool and smashed it directly on Ruth's brother's head. Ruth's younger brother, who was knocked down, was struggling to get up on the ground, but was hit hard again by Chris and completely lost consciousness. "Okay, nice job, Chris. That's it, fuck those damn white people who want to change your head." The emotions that had been suppressed for nearly an hour were partially vented at this moment, and the black people shouted and expressed their emotions. Chris then removes the cotton from his ears, which explains why Chris is not hypnotized. Chris, who was treated like this, looked firm at this time, and he wanted revenge. Not just for yourself, but for your fellow citizens. Picking up the sharp antlers from the room, Chris groped carefully in the room, found Ruth's parents, and solved them with antlers. Blood splattered and sprayed on Chris' face, causing the audience to cheer again. "They are cool." Ruth was still listening to the song in the downstairs room, unaware that she had become an orphan. Chris ran out of the room, found a car, and drove straight out, accidentally hitting the black nanny. Because of his childhood experience, he could not do a hit-and-run accident, so he chose to move the comatose nanny into the car. This delay, coupled with the movement, finally alarmed Ruth. Ruth, who noticed everything, picked up the gun and chased out, but Chris had already driven away. However, Chris, who was driving at this time, did not expect that the black nanny in the car was actually a white man who had successfully changed his mind, and her identity was Ruth's grandmother. Chapter 35 Word of mouth fermentation. The black nanny who woke up wanted to avenge his family and got into a fight with Chris in the car. The out-of-control vehicle crashed into a tree by the side of the road. A car crash happens, the black babysitter dies, and Chris survives. Chris abandoned the car and ran away, and Ruth chased after her with a gun. Beside her, the black gardener, Ruth's grandfather, came here as a helper. The black gardener jumped up and scuffled with Chris. Ruth on the side looked for an opportunity and prepared to shoot. At a critical moment, thinking of the reaction of the black compatriots to the flash before, Chris picked up the camera on his body and took a picture of the black gardener. The light stimulated a brief revival of the black gardener's original consciousness. The black gardener stood up, approached Ruth in a harmless manner, grabbed the gun, and shot Ruth first. The powerful power directly knocked Ruth to the ground, dying. This scene, not only did not scare the audience, but made the audience feel comfortable. This is revenge. The audience immediately cheered, venting their emotions for this happy scene. Just as the fans were cheering, the black gardener looked firm, picked up the gun in his hand and pointed it at himself, and pulled the gun directly. With a gunshot, the black gardener committed suicide on the spot. The audience in the stadium suddenly burst into an uproar. However, Kevin, as the director, did not hide it. It was almost made clear earlier that the consciousness of black people and white people coexist in the same body. Therefore, the black audience was stunned at first, and then in the melon-like head, they connected with the previous plot and reacted. Black gardeners committed suicide because they didn't want their bodies to continue to be used by whites. He didn't want to be a slave to white people. Hero. Hero. He's our black hero. Negroes are never slaves. Negroes are never slaves. Negroes are never slaves. The slogan sounded uniformly from the movie theater in an instant, and the scene of escaping from the fatal town. In fact, the meaning is not complicated, or the IQ of black people is not suitable for making these things too complicated. That will only embarrass yourself. Like this, it is almost clear that you only need to watch the movie completely and use a little brains to figure out what is the most suitable movie for black people to watch. At the same time, add the most sensitive experience of slavery to black people to make them empathize. This is a standard politically correct black movie. Kevin knows how ruthless political correctness will be in the future, so attaching such an affirmative label to himself in advance is a very good choice. The movie continues to show. Chris came to Ruth's side, and there was a trace of sadness on his face. In any case, he had loved Ruth. Collapsing on the ground, Ruth's face showed a trace of viciousness, and she turned her body and reached out to the gun beside the black gardener, her hand just touching the gun. It was gently taken away by Chris and put aside. Until this time, all the viciousness on Ruth's face disappeared, turning into a gentle smile. As if the person who wanted to kill Chris before was not her. Chris looked at her tenderly, preparing to watch her go through the final journey. He never thought of hurting Ruth. Even if he was chased and killed by Ruth, he just wanted to escape. The alarm bell rang, and a police car suddenly drove in the direction of the two. On Ruth's face, the original gentle expression changed again. Like a viper, at the last moment, he will give Chris a fatal blow. Ruth pulled out her last strength and called out to the police car for help. She knew very well that in such an era, a policeman shouted for help in front of a white woman like her. A black man standing in front of him means something. Being shot is the best ending for Chris. Bitchy, she is a bitchy. Too cheap. Chris, don't. Black people, who felt the same way about the police's discrimination, couldn't help but shouted and scolded. Everyone knows that at this moment, Chris is in a life and death crisis that is more difficult than before. Those dead white cops wouldn't listen to his explanation. In the scene in front of him, Chris has only one ending, that is, he was shot and killed by the police. The police car stopped in front and the doors opened. There was a smug smile on Ruth's face, her conspiracy was about to succeed. And Chris's face was unusually ugly. Just then, a black man probed from the police car. It was the police friend that Chris called to ask in the first place. Chris greeted his friend with a relaxed expression, and stopped looking at Ruth. And Ruth reluctantly swallowed her last breath. Chris took a friend's car and slowly drove away from the town. Oh hoo. Smith, you're amazing, it's such a wonderful movie. Chris. Among the crowd, there were people who called Will Smith's real name, as well as the name of the hero of the movie. But without exception, they are praising Will Smith. As the director, Kevin is also very low-key hidden behind the scenes. He does not need to have a high reputation in front of others, what the director needs more is the recognition of the industry. If he is famous in the industry, the investors and the crew have the right to speak, and he will definitely not lack these things. With the opening of the premiere, Escape from the Dead was officially scheduled for May 1st. As Kevin's second film, at the same time, it was invested by two powerful film companies in the industry, and with proper publicity, Escape from the Dead was released in 1,000 cinemas. As for the big screen, it has won 4,000 yuan, which is close to 1/5 of the North American film market share in this May 1st period. If nothing else, Kevin's Escape from Destiny Town is destined to be the king of this May 1st period. In the past 2 days, the word of mouth at the premiere of Escape from Deadly Town has been rapidly fermented by the media. Meanwhile, Harvey Weinstein bribed the critics and started pouring dirty water on Escape. However, this level of hatred is not enough for Harvey Weinstein to pay too much, tens of thousands of dollars, and it is already the limit for people to attack Kevin. As for directly attacking and escaping breakthrough, even Harvey Weinstein would not have the guts. Forget New Line Cinema, Warner Brothers isn't something he can afford. The top 5, and these film companies are completely on another level. This is why Kevin is willing to give up his interests and share the investment profits with them. Chapter 36, The Los Angeles Chaos of 1992. There are always some people who think that they can eat alone in Hollywood, but the end result is often to touch the 5 bad heads, be taught by the rules of Hollywood, and quit the industry directly. And Kevin, who is well versed in the rules of the entertainment industry, has taken the route of win-win cooperation from the very beginning. From CAA to New Line Pictures, and then from New Line Pictures, it directly cooperated with Warner Brothers and got 30% of the investment. Don't think that Kevin is giving too much to him. You know, if this movie is not invested by Warner Brothers, it is impossible for him to open 1,000 theaters. As for the number of 4,000 big screens, and the scale of this propaganda. Either way, it's not what Kevin and other small film companies can do. Let's put it this way, if Kevin finds a small company to distribute, then he is 100% invested, and the upper limit of this movie is only 20 to 30 million. After removing all the expenses, Kevin earning a little over 10 million is not bad. In addition to the high taxes and fees in the United States, it is equivalent to earning loneliness. In the middle, I don't know how many more accidents will happen. How can there be such a happy earning now? The smooth sailing along the way is somewhat related to Kevin's shared ideas. Kevin. The sun shone into the bedroom in Kevin's Beverly Hills villa, and the quilt rolled up and down. It was obvious that something pleasant was happening in the quilt. After a while, the two stopped. Angelina Jolie lay obediently beside him, on the TV in front of the bed. A high-profile public trial was about to begin. Capitalism means everything is about money. Although it has not yet reached the age of live broadcast, news stations already have this awareness. ABC, the largest television station in the United States, has successfully obtained the qualification to broadcast the Rodney King event through its own relationship. At this time, the trial has just started. The lawyers on both sides are attacking and defending their own defenders according to the law. After helping Kevin clean up, Julie snuggled up next to Kevin. Since yesterday's premiere, Kevin has been staring at the TV station, and it seems that something is particularly attracting his attention. Until today, Julie did not know that Kevin was concerned about the Rodney King incident. Kevin. What's wrong? Is the Rodney King affair more important than the box office of Escape from Deadtown? Why do you care so much about the Rodney King affair instead of your own movies? Julie finally asked her doubts. However, Kevin couldn't tell Julie directly that he knew the consequences of the Rodney King incident in advance, so he also prevaricates. I just don't think Rodney King should be treated like that. America should be a country that can accommodate diversity. Julie, in the future Hollywood, affirmative action will be the mainstream. If you want to stay in Hollywood, you'd better put some proper labels on yourself. Kevin pointed out. No one but Kevin could have imagined the terrible future of political correctness. Once the stars in Hollywood are involved in racial discrimination, not to mention the destruction of their star career is also bleak. Creating an equal rights person for himself in advance is the best way for Kevin to fight against future political correctness. Join if you can't beat it, that's what he thinks. The information of the trial was broadcast live on the TV. After the lawyers of both sides completed the differentiation, and the evidence from the videotape obtained by the court proved that Rodney King had resisted the police, the following judgment was made. 4 police officers, Stacy Kuhn, Lawrence Powell, Theodore Briseno, and Timothy Wendy, who committed no wrongdoing in the Rodney King incident, hereby declare, they are innocent and released in court. The dark-skinned people of color listening in the audience suddenly made a loud noise. The scene was a mess. At this point, Kevin no longer needs to read the next content. In fact, In the records of later generations, the biggest cause of Rodney King's chaotic incident is actually the deletion of videotapes by major broadcast media. Through the deletion of these unscrupulous media, an incident of justice and law enforcement by the police has been rendered into an incident of police beating people. The masses have preconceived notions, which makes people feel that the police are wrong. But the court received the full videotape and made the correct sentence, much to the dissatisfaction of dark-skinned people of color. Coupled with the financial crisis, many dark-skinned people of color are having trouble eating. Just need an excuse to make a $0 purchase. All of these factors combined, and the chaos in Los Angeles happened. Julie, don't go out these days, I feel like something big is going to happen. Kevin, who knew all this, had already stored enough supplies in the villa, at least he didn't need to go out these days. Los Angeles is chaotic, and the main troubles are actually concentrated in the urban area. Beverly Hills is located in the suburbs, and with a strong security force, dark-skinned people of color are not fools, and it is impossible to let go of the shops that are easy to grab and come here to trouble them. They are guilty. They are guilty. They are guilty. A group of dark-skinned people of color carried marching banners engraved with the names of 4 police officers, all crossed in red paint. Holding banners, they demonstrated in the streets. From hundreds of people, it swept the entire Los Angeles in an instant, and a chaos of tens of thousands occurred. When the number of people increased, the dark-skinned people of color who had a high crime rate could not control themselves in an instant. Banks, shops, everything. In the eyes of black people, as long as they have economic value, they will be bought and taken away by them for $0. Those who dare to resist will be beaten at light, or lose their lives at worst. Even the Los Angeles Police Department became timid in the face of a demonstration of this scale. White House. Bush Sr. received a call for help from the Governor of New York. As the core of the United States, the importance of New York naturally does not need to be mentioned. The chaos on the scale of tens of thousands of people is no longer a problem that New York can handle by itself. The chaos at this time has lasted for 2 days. If it continues, it will have a very serious impact on the United States. Of course, the most important thing is that the business of some consortiums in New York State has also been affected by this chaos. Not only were the items in the store robbed, but under such a situation, all business in New York State was stopped. This is unacceptable to the consortiums and capitalists. They used various means, first of all to put pressure on the governor. Then, seeing that the governor could not solve it, he immediately forced him to ask the president for help. Mobilize the army to suppress civil unrest. Chapter 37 _ increased publicity. There is a riot of tens of thousands in Los Angeles, New York, and to stop the riot from continuing, I, Bush, now call in the army to quell this rebellion. Contact the military immediately, mobilize 15,000 troops and head to Los Angeles. Bush said firmly. Beverly Hills. Kevin and Julie were wandering around in the villa, when a phone call suddenly came. It was Dean from New Line Cinema. Kevin, the riots in Los Angeles have affected the schedule, and the theater manager told us that since the riots began, the movie theater business in other places has also been affected. The box office of Getting Out of the Town is probably not very good. It will be released tomorrow. Dean called, exactly as Shay had instructed, to ask Kevin if there was any other way to save it. The 3 companies that invested in escaping from the dead town have used a lot of propaganda and other resources. The money invested is actually only the most insignificant part of it. Kevin just laughed and said, "Don't worry, Dean. This is not a bad thing, the next thing to do is to increase the publicity. Black people, at this point in time, have received unprecedented attention. If you use it well, they can contribute all the box office for us. Please help me contact Mr. Jeff Robinoff, the president of Warner Brothers." After all, Kevin hung up the phone and waited quietly. A moment later, Kevin answered the phone again, and the caller was Jeff Robinoff, the president of Warner Brothers. "Hello, Kevin. Tell me what you think." The other end of the phone, Jeff Robinoff's tone was completely gentle, not nervous at all because of the riots in Los Angeles. "The riot is impossible to stop, the black people are crazy at this time. I reckon the White House may have dispatched the military at this point." "Director Kevin, you really are well informed." "That's right, just today, an order has been issued in the White House to mobilize an army of 15,000 people, and even use a powerful weapon close to a medium-sized one." Jeff Robinoff's tone revealed something Kevin couldn't have known so quickly. He thought Kevin would be surprised, but he didn't expect Kevin to be much calmer than he thought. "If that's the case, will the movie be released normally?" At the same time, with an emphasis on propaganda, this is a film that fights discrimination and affirms rights. Kevin just understates it. "I believe that black people would love to see a film like this that shows how they are discriminated against by white people." Jeff Robinoff and Kevin both know that money is everything in their eyes. It doesn't matter what equal rights are not equal, what matters is how much benefit they can get with the name of equal rights. Really engage in the idea of equality, Kevin does not. But in the name of equal rights, he still has the idea of making a fortune. Jeff Robinoff thinks the same. Aside from the equal rights and anti-discrimination metaphors of escape, this is a great work in itself, a great work in a commercial thriller. With this situation, Kevin, are you in the mood to work hard towards the Oscars? The old men at the Oscars will definitely not give you the best director, but you can still win the best picture or the best screenplay. Wait for the box office. Kevin just left vague words. Then the two hung up the phone. A day later, a very exaggerated scene appeared in Los Angeles. 15,000 heavily armed soldiers suppressed all rebellions, and all who dared to hang out at this time were considered rioters. If you do not resist arrest on the spot, if you resist, you will directly use guns to deter. In the end, the army still had a little consideration. At the beginning, they used training bullets, which could hurt people, but would not cause too serious damage. This did not turn the repression of the riots into a massacre. Kevin. It's safe today. Angelina Jolie's mouth revealed what made Kevin step up. Under American law, once a woman gives birth to a man's child, the man must pay a large amount of child support according to his own income. Kevin didn't want to take that responsibility at this point. Angelina Jolie also doesn't want this to happen at this time, and she wants to go further on the road to stardom. Pregnancy early is obviously not a good choice. Therefore, it is not a safe day, and both parties are still very careful. Of course, safety day is Kevin's favorite time. Crunch. Who had the key to Kevin's villa, pushed the door to the room of the two and bumped into all this? In the context of the army being dispatched to suppress the riots, the crew that was filming nearby decisively stopped filming. And Salma Hayek also decisively drove directly towards Kevin's villa. Salma Hayek made Kevin very happy, and shivered directly on Julie's body. Julie pushed Kevin away weakly and lay aside. Looking at Julie lying on the side, Kevin decisively hooked Salma Hayek. Salma Hayek, who watched such a big play, couldn't hold herself back either. She threw off her clothes, revealing her graceful figure, and took the initiative to come to Kevin's side. Compared with Julie, Salma Hayek brings a different charm to Kevin as a mature woman. The next day, Kevin turned on the TV directly. After a day of suppression, the riots in Los Angeles were basically calmed down. CNN TV reporters roam the streets, bringing the latest news to everyone, and it's not just CNN's own doing. It is also a requirement of the White House and state governments. The purpose is to let people know that the riots in Los Angeles have ended, so as to quickly restore normal order in Los Angeles. Kevin, who saw that everything was over, was not idle either. Through discussions with New Line Cinema and Warner Brothers, the decision was made to watch Escape Games for free for 3 days at all Warner cinemas in Los Angeles. Warner Brothers, which owns 3 big movie theaters in Los Angeles, has about a quarter of the big screen set up for Get Out. For 3 days, it means hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars in losses. However, in order to escape the word-of-mouth fermentation of Breaking Town, in order to attract more black people to the theater at the fastest speed, Warner agreed to the request of this publicity. Chapter 38_word-of-mouth survey for Escape. Of course, the actual losses may not be that large. The biggest source of income for theaters is actually food. As it turns out, nobody dislikes free stuff. Starting from May 2nd, watching movies for free is still a new work by a director who is not small in Hollywood like Steve Kevin. Instantly attracted the active participation of countless people, including black people and white people. Among the 3 movie theaters, the scenes of escaping from Breaking Town were occupied by crowds one after another. New Line Cinema and Warner Brothers each sent their own investigators to investigate the crowd of moviegoers who escaped from Breaking Town. Ronand is a Warner Brothers investigator specializing in the audience and quality surveys of movies, and he has a chubby body that is unique to the American underclass. Of course, Ronand is not so exaggerated, but there are still some in the early 200s. He looks like a middle-aged white fat man with a little joy. But today's errand, he is not very willing to come, but there is no way. As a good guy among the investigators, he, an old guy close to 40 years old, was finally forced to come here when other investigators were unwilling to come here. As a dead white man among black people, seeing strong black people walking out of the movie theater in groups, Ronand couldn't even lift his footsteps to approach them. In his inherent impression, black people are sometimes unreasonable. He once invited black people to eat watermelon and fried chicken, which were his 2 favorite foods, and he wanted to share with his black friends. Unexpectedly, after his friend learned of his actions, he was instantly furious, beat him, and broke up with him. Although he learned in hindsight, the 2 foods, if offered to them by a white man, would be racist. But since then, he has also never wanted to make friends with black people. No one knows when they will violate the taboo of black people, so they will be beaten very innocently. Watching batches of blacks leave, Ronand knew that if he didn't investigate, he would not be able to complete today's task. Fighting back his worries about the unpredictable behavior of the blacks, Ronand stopped a few blacks who looked very happy. Of course, the main reason is that these black people don't look so strong physically. Ronand reckoned that even if he was beaten, it would be lighter. Wait a minute, I'm a staff member of Warner Brothers, and our company is the producer of the movie Escape from the Dead Town. Can you please cooperate with me in my investigation? Several black people looked at each other, and it looked like one of the strongest black people in the lead came out. Yes. Ronand smiled, took out a pen and paper, and asked directly. How should Get Out should be ranked among the movies you've seen, with the highest being S and the lowest being E? S. Must be S. Several black people said enthusiastically. While this isn't the only movie with a black lead, it is the only commercial blockbuster with a black lead. They looked very cool, and the cool thing in front was the white girlfriend, and the white girlfriend's maintenance of them. In the back, the protagonist kills these bad white people who want his body. Then would you recommend friends and relatives to watch this movie? Ronand asked again. Of course. Several black people answered in unison. Ronand carefully records this information, and all the data will eventually be gathered into the decision-making level of Warner Brothers, which will be used to decide whether to increase the publicity of Escape from the Dead Town or stop the loss in advance. However, based on Ronald's experience over the years, he has already smelled a big explosion. Over the course of a day, he questioned hundreds of blacks, as well as some whites. Blacks gave the film a consistent S, to, a rating, while whites' ratings hovered between A, See. Obviously, this is a movie with a main audience of black people over the age of 16. At the same time, among other theater chains, investigators belonging to Warner Brothers have also collected their own information. Bring all the materials and gather towards Warner Pictures. In the president's office, several senior leaders of Warner's decision-making level, and the president were watching the survey data about the escape from the dead town. Did the box office come out on the first day? Jeff Robinoff glanced at the data and asked directly. A staff member next to him quickly took out the data sheet in his hand and said, "It has already come out. The number of screenings in 1,000 cinemas, the ranking of 4,000 big screens, and the box office on the first day broke 10 million. The detailed data is, the total box office of 10.82 million. A high-level executive who didn't know the information about Escape from Breaking Town first glanced at the production cost and publicity cost of Breaking Bad Town displayed in front of him. This is unbelievable. President Robinoff, according to the statement, wouldn't this work directed by Kevin be able to recover all the production and marketing costs in 2 days? Other high-level executives also looked happy. Yes, that's right. Director Steve Kevin, who is only 24 years old, has so much potential. The 2 films that have just debuted have appeared to be small and big, which has brought huge benefits to New Line Films and us. Although the first movie, Chainsaw, has nothing to do with Warner, the overseas distributor that New Line Films cooperates with is Warner. Through overseas distribution, Warner also shared part of the profits. This is the second movie. Warner took the initiative to come to the door to cooperate with Kevin. However, the success of 2 consecutive films is bound to make Steve Kevin's reputation in the circle soar. I am afraid that Kevin's next movie will be approached by countless investors. They Warner Brothers must maintain a good relationship with Kevin. A successful big director also has a very important position for a film company of their size. However, how to win over the director Kevin, and what price should be paid, still needs to be considered. We'll talk about Kevin later. Have you read the information you have? I have seen it. Everyone nodded. Robinoff then continued. According to these data, there is still a lot of potential to escape from breakthrough, especially due to the impact of the riots in Los Angeles. Black people are full of dissatisfaction with white people at this time. The repression by the army, although the riots stopped, they lacked a place to vent their emotions. It seems that it was just the right time to escape from the fatal town. This can be seen from the data and the unanimous praise of the black people. Chapter 39 _ The Oprah Talk Show. A group of high-level leaders nodded again and again. Robinoff said, "Based on this situation, I think it is expected that the North American box office will exceed 100 million by Escaping from the Deadly Town. But since he's a black-oriented film, the overseas box office may be a lot less. Of course, generally speaking, North America is actually our biggest source of income, so no problem. My opinion is to increase the publicity investment in North America for Escape from the Dead Town, and at the same time discuss with those movie theaters to increase the number of movie theaters and filming. What's your opinion?" "Agree. Agree. The box office of Escape from the Dead Town is about to explode. At this time, these executives will not be stingy with this investment, and this investment will be rewarded more than 10 times in the future. Unless they are spies, no one will stop this from happening." Warner Brothers and New Line Cinema took their own steps to promote Get Out. The content includes putting Will Smith in the vicinity of major African American communities, calling on everyone to go to the movies, and appearing on TV shows to promote the content of the movie. Inside Kevin's villa, a small party was actually being held. The people in the field included Kevin's team, as well as some nearby neighbors and friends of the neighbors. Among them, Tom Cruise and his wife appeared here impressively. As an important customer of CAA, and there is no competition for resources, Tom Cruise can't foolishly show hostility to him. Seeing that Kevin was roasting meat, Cruz came over with a glass of wine. "Congratulations, Kevin, you've made it out of Dead Town again." Cruz smiled. "Cruz, your terrestrial ambition will be released in 2 weeks. I wish your new movie a box office explosion." Although he knows that Tom Cruise's new movie will hit the street, Kevin can't say it directly. And it's good for him. Although the conflict between the two is not so fierce, the release of Dottie Ambition will definitely seize the number of big screens belonging to Escape from the Dead Town. The direct consequence is a drop in the box office. However, if the Earth is ambitious, it will have a very limited impact on escaping from the fatal town. After listening to Kevin's congratulations, Cruz also raised the wine in his hand and toasted Kevin before participating in the party. Nicole Kidman took Cruz's hand and wondered. "Cruz, isn't he your competitor? Your Earth Ambition will be released in 2 weeks, and Escape from the Dead is the most threatening movie for you in this schedule." Cruz smiled, but there was a hint of disdain for Nicole Kidman in his eyes. Him and Nicole Kidman is definitely not the so-called love. He valued Nicole Kidman's looks, and Nicole Kidman coveted his fame and connections. In his opinion, Nicole Kidman is definitely not a smart person. Unfortunately, he didn't know that after the divorce, Nicole Kidman would step on his reputation and directly climb to the top to become a Hollywood sister. "Dear, there should be no conflict between the director and the actor, do you understand? Especially with a director with unlimited potential like Kevin. Although he has only succeeded in 2 small-budget films now, no director will stop here, and he will eventually start his big production. When the time comes, there will definitely be time for cooperation between me and him." Nicole Kidman nodded, a slightly different look flashed in her eyes. A woman of a great director seems to have an advantage over a woman of a superstar. Kevin at the party had no idea what was going on with Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise. He's in touch with his team. A stable enough team can allow him to better produce movies of his own style. Like Chainsaw Horror and Escape from the Dead Town, although the rhythm and plot of the original work are generally maintained, Kevin also arranged some foreshadowings. He had already thought about it when he was filming Chainsaw. That's the cinematic universe. The existence of a movie universe has huge benefits for the box office that belongs to this universe. In the previous life, Marvel made tens of billions of dollars with its own IP, and there are follow UPS. And tens of billions of dollars are just a spoonful of Marvel's gold mine. However, before building the Marvel universe, he also wanted to practice his skills and create a horror film universe of his own. Jigsaw, which performs divine punishment in the name of God, and Kevin added a little Thulhu element to it to prepare the Jigsaw as a believer of the evil god. And the people in the town who escaped from the fatal town and made deals with the devil have no idea that the price they pay for making deals with the devil, the evil god, in this way is after a certain number of years. Their souls and bodies belong to God. Just like in the memory of Kevin's previous life, Shan-Jun is like a ghost, helping Shan-Jun to hunt more prey. Of course, this is just a preliminary idea. Creating a cinematic universe is not that simple. The most important thing is that, using this movie universe, Kevin wants to obtain the capital that can get Marvel. This is his ultimate goal. A day later. The paper media is full of countless topics about getting out of Deadville. Escape from the Dead Town, another classic film directed by Kevin. In this film, the director integrates more humanistic care and guides others to pay attention to the black people who are discriminated against in the United States. A must-see movie for black people, Escape from the Deadly Town, tension, excitement, and anti-discrimination, fight for the status of black people, don't watch it is not black. Moral kidnapping, inciting emotions, all kinds of means are skillfully used in the hands of Warner Brothers. In the villa, lying on the bed, Kevin looked at the news in the newspaper, rubbed his chin, and thought about how to continue to expand his influence. Pure paper media can only give people a little impression of the name Kevin. for building his personal image brand, in fact, far from enough. The phone rang suddenly, and Julie quickly picked up the phone and handed it to him. "Hello Kevin, the Oprah Winfrey talk show has invited you to join them." On the other end of the phone came Dean's cheerful voice. The Oprah Winfrey talk show, one of the most famous American talk shows of the 1990s. The host, Oprah Winfrey, with her natural eloquence and articulate ability, can always firmly grab the attention of the audience. Although Kevin had never met her, he had heard of the name. She is an absolute celebrity in this day and age. Participating in her talk show will undoubtedly greatly increase the number of audiences who escape from the dead. Chapter 40_MGM's plan. As soon as he heard the news, Kevin agreed immediately. This show can increase his familiarity in front of the public and help build his personal brand of director image. At the same time, it is also beneficial to the box office, and he has no chance of rejecting it. The time comes to May 4th, and Escape from the Deadly Town has been released for 3 days. In these 3 days, the box office on the first day was $10.82 million, and the following 2 days were not to be outdone, with more than 12 million box office and 133 million box office respectively. According to this rhythm, the North American box office is likely to exceed 100 million. In North America, the most important time for box office revenue is the first 2 weeks, after which it will start to fall sharply. Therefore, the previous publicity is the most important. Although it may have exceeded 100 million, Warner and Kevin will naturally not be so satisfied. Therefore, the opportunity for Oprah Winfrey's talk show is exactly what Warner's got. This is exactly the opportunity that Kevin knows how to share. Otherwise, even if the film is good, such an opportunity will be difficult to obtain. Kevin and Will Smith and Angelina Jolie joined the Oprah Winfrey show. A black ant with curly hair came over with a smiling face. "Hello, Kevin, Julie, Smith, how are you?" Kevin, Steve, and Julie all responded enthusiastically. After a few simple chats, the show officially started recording. Oprah Winfrey's talk show focuses on empathy. Of course, in Kevin's view, it is actually a miserable sale. So Kevin revealed his orphan status on this show, relying on his own efforts to become a genius director at the University of Southern California, and the news that 2 consecutive movies were sold out. "Kevin, you are a typical American dream. Relying on your own efforts, you have become a billionaire step by step. By now, your net worth should be in the tens of millions, right? I heard that you bought a multi-million-dollar luxury villa in Beverly Hills." Oprah Winfrey performed with an exaggerated expression. After simply showing off a wave of wealth, the talk show came to the point. "Kevin, how did you even think of making a movie with a black person as the protagonist?" Oprah Winfrey asked curiously. "Why can't black people be the protagonists?" Kevin first asked a question, and then continued. "In my films, I only arrange actors according to specific roles, and don't care about race. As long as he's really suitable for my film, I'll just be sure." Oprah Winfrey followed Kevin's words and played with the trend. Chatted with Kevin about the problems of discrimination against blacks in American society, and Kevin showed a very sympathetic face for blacks. Interspersed with Will Smith's words from time to time, as a black rapper, amusing is also his ability. The talk show was recorded for more than 2 hours. After Kevin and Oprah Winfrey exchanged contact information, they left here and went home. Day later, Oprah Winfrey's talk show was broadcast, and it immediately attracted countless black and white left viewers to escape from the fatal town. On the same day, the box office successfully broke through the gate of 20 million. Don't think this is too much. You must know that the Oprah Winfrey talk show now has a fixed weekly audience of 30 million people. And if it is scattered every day, it will be watched by more than 4 million people. It's only increased by a few $1,000,000, not really much. MGM Studios, one of the 8 major Hollywood studios. Of course, according to Kevin, there are actually only 5. Since MGM was acquired by the casino tycoon in 1970, it has not produced any classics, and has completely relied on its money. 007, Cat and Mouse is their final glory. MGM executives, however, didn't want that. They're looking for a way to get MGM out of the woods and back to greatness. In such a situation, MGM eyed Kevin. Unlike other film companies that have regular cooperation with big directors, Steve Kevin, as a director who has just become famous, has not yet been marked by any film company. MGM's idea is to break the boat and be Steve Kevin's bowl. Inside the MGM president's office, everyone, invite Steve Kevin to make a moderate investment movie. Can we accept this cost? As the president, Leiter said with a serious face. At this time, MGM was in debt of hundreds of millions of dollars, carrying heavy debts, so they were naturally timid to do things, especially in film investment. But Reiter, as the president, knew that if it continued like this, MGM would be just a slow death. We must find a way to reverse this situation. For studios, nothing has changed the situation more than a blockbuster movie. But the real famous director, the big director, now either makes a literary film with a high probability of losing money, or it is a big investment of hundreds of millions of dollars. Both are unacceptable to MGM. Of course, there are also famous directors who are willing to make small productions, but such famous directors have long been hooked up by other film companies. Nothing to do with them MGM. The only director with a chance, so far, is only MGM. Yes, but if you fail. The meaning of the speaker is obvious. If it fails, the president of ADEC will bear the main responsibility. The consequence is likely to be to take the blame and resign from MGM. As a middle-aged person, who can become a senior in MGM, no one wants to leave the blame like this. But everyone also knows that if it goes on like this, MGM will not be able to last for many years, and it must find a way. Therefore, from the bottom of my heart, everyone supports the president of ADEC. Of course, it is impossible to take the blame. I will take all the responsibility. Please support my decision. Having said that, other people will naturally not refuse. As a result, the president of MGM began to find Kevin's contact information in various ways. In the villa, Kevin was reading the news in the newspaper. Since appearing on Oprah's talk show, it has suddenly attracted a lot of support for Escape from Breakthrough, especially the most famous black movie stars. As Morgan Freeman, Denzel Washington, Forrest Whitaker, and Samuel L. Jackson all published the news in support of Kevin's escape from Breaking Town. After Kevin clearly set himself up for equal rights, plus the protagonist of the movie is indeed a black man. So these black movie stars unified to express their support for Kevin. Chapter 41_Celebration Party. Although these black movie stars may not have much box office appeal, their countless classic roles in film history still add a layer of authority to them. By their joint recommendation, it has greatly influenced a group of moviegoers. Under such circumstances, it took a week for the North American box office of Escape to break through hundreds of millions of dollars. Under such circumstances, Warner Brothers decisively threw a party to celebrate and reward the main creators who escaped from Dead Town. Except for Kevin, who only participated in the Oprah talk show, everyone else ran a lot of publicity for Escape. The busiest of them all is Will Smith. These days, he was almost tired. He ran propaganda in major black communities, cinemas, and media every day, and only slept about 5 hours a day. However, the results are still very gratifying. In just 1 week, the North American box office has exceeded $100 million. This makes Will Smith wear a crooked mouth every day. No way, he can't be unhappy. The first movie with a male protagonist immediately exploded. With a production cost of $3 million, it created a North American box office of over $100 million. This box office has undoubtedly entered the ranks of the top 10 movie box office of the year. This also means that escaping from Destiny Town is a small conferred god. And he, Will Smith, also became the male protagonist of a movie with a box office of 100 million yuan, and instantly became the darling of Hollywood. The time comes 10 days after the movie was released. Julie, am I handsome in this dress? Looking at himself in a black casual suit in the mirror, Kevin was very confident. The skin of this body, I have to say, is really handsome. Keanu Reeves when he was young, and there are 6 or 7 similarities with Xiao Litzi. Handsome. Julie is also very sexy and moving. If it is not for the party, Kevin doesn't mind having an extra meal. In this regard, I have to say that European and American women are too fierce. The two went out in a car and headed towards Hollywood. It's about an hour's drive from Beverly Hills to Hollywood. The party is held at 8 o'clock in the evening. They are leaving now and can arrive a little earlier. After an hour's drive, the two came to a hotel in Hollywood. Warner Brothers has booked the party, and also invited some Hollywood stars, as well as some other studio executives. Of course, what is indispensable is the female mode who is trying to find the gold master in the party. Kevin brought Julie to the party, and the handsome men and beautiful women were particularly eye-catching. Several beautiful female modes secretly stared at Kevin, trying to find a chance to climb on his bed. The last successful one, the woman by his side, Angelina Jolie, motivating them to do so. These bitches, bitchy. Julie scolded secretly, and as soon as she came in, Kevin was chatting with the president of Warner, while she stood by to prevent other bitchy from prying her. These are just around the corner. A model who is more exposed than the other, completely triggered a sense of crisis in her heart. Kevin is not a guarded person. She is very clear about this. If she doesn't pay attention, her position as a female companion may not be stable. If Julie's thoughts are let Kevin know, they will definitely complain greatly. If Julie wasn't Julie and was really just a small model, he wouldn't necessarily like it. A director with 2 masterpieces can line up hundreds of meters if he needs a woman. Kevin, congratulations, your film project has been successful again. As a producer, director, screenwriter, and investor, you can make a lot of money this time. Jeff Robinoff congratulated with a smile on his face. As president, Jeff Robinoff also has his own pressure. He must be responsible for the annual financial statements of Warner Brothers. If the financial statements fail for 2 consecutive years, his position as president will be unstable. Fortunately, Kevin brought him a huge surprise, and this year's financial statements have almost stabilized. Escape in May, and in June, Warner's investment in Batman Returns, directed by Tim Burton, immediately followed. With the foundation of these 2 films and this year's financial statements, he no longer has to worry. No, Warner Brothers is the biggest winner. The investment of Kevin and New Line Film Company can only obtain the profits after the box office share, and the bulk of the specific follow-up copyright income is still in the hands of Warner Brothers. No way, although Kevin holds the copyright, the channel is king. Offline copyright development channels are not within the reach of Kevin now. As a copyright owner and investor, plus the multiple identities of director and editor, Kevin can only get 30% of the follow-up copyright income. Of course, the advantage is that Kevin doesn't have to worry about it, he can just lie down and collect the money. But predictably, all of this presupposes that he and Warner are in their honeymoon period. Once the 2 sides turn over, these follow-up income can be manipulated. Jeff Robinoff smiled and did not deny Kevin's statement. Warner is the biggest beneficiary of this wave of investment. However, this is also determined by the ecology of Hollywood. Without these corresponding channels, even if the quality is sufficient, it is far from impossible for films from non-Big 5 film companies to achieve such results. The same is to escape from the dead town. If it is only released by the new line, it is very difficult to break the 100 million, not to mention the escape from the dead town that is far from the upper limit issued by Warner. From the very beginning, Kevin was very clear that film quality was one thing, but distribution was another. In the early stage of development, he could completely give up some of his interests in exchange for a firm foothold in Hollywood. And all this is as he expected. Win-win cooperation. Jeff Robinoff raised his glass with a smile, and then said, "Kevin, have fun, this is a party for you guys. After all, let go." The so-called party is originally a public celebration. Of course, there has to be a good reason for the party. However, the achievement of escaping from the fatal town can stop everyone's mouth. Just as Kevin and Julie were networking and enjoying the food at the party, Harvey Weinstein reappeared. As soon as he appeared, he raised his glass and approached Kevin very enthusiastically. "Director Kevin, congratulations, you have succeeded in escaping the fatal town again." Apparently, with the success of Kevin's second film, Harvey Weinstein can't use that rubbish way of treating little directors anymore. Chapter 42_MGM. Kevin is like a gold mine at this point, and everyone wants a piece of it. Harvey Weinstein. Making money for 2 films in a row means that Kevin has this kind of strength, and the chance of his next film making money is also as high as 80%. As long as he continues to make such low-budget horror films, the investment is never to worry. Harvey Weinstein, watching Warner Brothers and New Line Cinema making big money, isn't greedy, that's a lie. The purpose of coming to this party is to catch a ride on Kevin's next movie. The face of Harvey Weinstein's favor, Kevin didn't want to slap him in the face directly, but just retorted, "Thank you." Kevin's refusal look doesn't stop Harvey Weinstein from taking advantage of him. This is a business that costs tens of millions of dollars. Compared with this, what is the face? Harvey Weinstein forcibly came to Kevin's side, and said earnestly with a picture of your own goodness, "Kevin, you just entered Hollywood, it's been a while, so you don't know some things. In Hollywood, the Oscars are the quickest way to become a great director." Kevin nodded. Although he didn't like Harvey Weinstein, he also admitted that the statement made sense. If there is no recognition of awards, if you want to become a great director, you need many classic works. But if there is an award like the Oscar, and there are 2 or 3 classics, and then publicize it through the media, he will immediately become a great director. No, this can only be considered a guide. A great director also means a great production. Having said that, Kevin thought about his next work again. He made up his mind to come to a big production at the upper middle level. Otherwise, it will be a small fight every day. Even if it is a big explosion, it's also hard to get big awards recognized. Seeing the change in the expression on Kevin's face, Harvey Weinstein was suddenly overjoyed and hit the railroad while it was hot. "Work with me, Kevin. Miramax Films, with rich experience in award-winning, can help you hit the Oscar for Best Director to the greatest extent possible." Just as Harvey Weinstein persuaded Kevin eloquently, MGM President Wright, dressed in a suit and an elite white outfit, came to Kevin. "Hello Kevin, I'm MGM President Writer." The white man's face showed a kindly face, and his status was also not low in Hollywood. Leiter completely ignored Harvey Weinstein beside him and said to himself, "We can give you the conditions that Miramax can give you, and we can give you the conditions that they can't give." Although Kevin didn't know Leiter in front of him, he knew that after 1993, MGM would change its president. In other words, the current president of MGM may step down directly next year. So, he came to him to save MGM's performance. Harvey Weinstein grimaced as he watched the president of MGM cut his own dick. To be honest, he was very angry about this situation, but MGM has a heritage that he can't match in Hollywood. The former MGM, its lion logo, was once regarded as a symbol of the United States and created countless classics. Even now, due to poor operations, it has led to a huge financial crisis. But the contacts and power accumulated over the years are still not something that Harvey can offend. If nothing else, just go to Austria. Harvey Weinstein spends a lot of money, but MGM can sell favors. Julie, who was on the side, was very excited. Whether it's Harvey or MGM, they are characters that she can't reach, and such characters are looking to Kevin for cooperation. That's the charm of a director. The status of stars in Hollywood is far worse than that of directors. Compared with the status of a superstar like Xiao Litzi and a big director like Spielberg, they are far from each other, let alone an ordinary star. Only by climbing to the top do you have a certain degree of autonomy. And directors, as long as they have certain achievements, can become guests of major film companies. The most important thing is that, as a director, you don't need to pay attention to any character design or any mess. In the face of MGM CEO's favor, Kevin naturally won't offend him. It is an honor to be able to work with MGM, however, I have not yet come across a project that interests me, and it may take a while. Kevin said politely. After listening to Kevin's words, Harvey left angrily, while keeping this matter firmly in his mind. Director Kevin, MGM can directly provide you with more than $30 million in production funding, as long as you agree to let MGM invest in your next film. Leiter directly opened his own conditions, an investment of up to $30 million. Even if MGM fails to invest, it will still hurt. Today's Hollywood studios, any studio, can't afford a loss of $100 million. As a listed company, the success or failure of their films, and the stock will be implicated in each other. Once a movie loses hundreds of millions of dollars, then the stock crash is immediately followed, and the consequences are very serious. In the face of MGM's sincere approach, Kevin is really hard to refuse. But the next movie, he really didn't think about it. The original Ghost Rider was not suitable for shooting at this time. Once it is filmed, if you want to acquire Marvel at that time, you will have to pay a huge price. For other works, he still needs to think carefully. At the same time, observe the viewing habits of the past 2 years, which type of movies is the most popular. Okay, when my next movie comes out, I'll contact you if I need it. Kevin's words obviously could not satisfy him. So far, Leiter has also offered his final conditions. Kevin, if you are willing to continue to sign a film contract with MGM after the success of your first film with MGM, the shareholders of MGM can give you a portion of the shares for free. A stake in MGM? Kevin suddenly widened his eyes. As a film industry practitioner, he still knows something about the history of MGM. In the normal course, MGM will declare bankruptcy in 2010 and carry out asset restructuring. Of course, it is not that no one buys it, but that the price cannot be agreed. MGM wants to sell itself at a price of $5 billion, and the highest bid is not more than $3 billion, and it is not cash, but in the form of a share exchange. But for Kevin, even if it's just $3 billion, it's still a huge amount. To be honest, at this moment, Kevin was moved. Chapter 43 _ Kevin's suddenly rising ambition. It is undoubtedly a very beneficial thing to be able to become a shareholder of MGM. Okay, I will definitely let MGM participate in the production of the next movie, but MGM may only account for 50% of the investment amount. Kevin said seriously. Leiter nodded, although only 50% of the ratio, but in the same way, this also greatly reduces the risk of investment. MGM has not produced a classic for many years, and now there are not many foreign investors, so it can only be invested internally by the company. Risk reduction is also a good thing. I look forward to your contact, Kevin. Leiter handed Kevin a special business card of his own, with a gilt pattern on it, which was very valuable. In fact, the business card is gilded with several grams of gold, which can be sold for a few $100s. Not a very important person, Leiter will not give out this kind of business card. Kevin took the business card and put it in his wallet. It's still the leather wallet Julie bought him, it seems to be some brand name, and it cost a few $1,000s, but Kevin doesn't care about those things. Of course, Julie was willing to pay him money, and he was quite happy. The president, the man at MGM, is reaching out to Kevin. As the president, Jeff Robinoff was celebrating with others the achievements made by escaping from Breaking Town when he heard news from others. Hearing this, his face turned black. If Kevin is pulled over by MGM, Warner Brothers will suffer a heavy loss, and he, the president, is also to blame. Hearing the news, he hurriedly searched for Kevin's location in the party. Director Kevin, I'm Kai-sa, are you interested in chatting with me about filmmaking? It was a model of a typical American blonde and sweet girl. The peaks in front of her were shaking and choppy, making people want to bury their heads in it. Kevin admitted that he had this idea. Kaisha shook the weapon in front of her and looked confidently at Julie, who was beside Kevin. Angelina Jolie has become a legend in the modeling circle at this time, attending parties, hooking up with a movie with unlimited potential, and acting as the heroine of a blockbuster movie when she first entered Hollywood. Her experience has long made countless models' eyes red with envy. At the same time, countless models want to take advantage of the same experience to get on the job. Kai-sa is one of them. Julie was a little nervous and grabbed Kevin's hand suddenly hard. Kevin quickly shook his head. No need. After all, ignore these models who strike up a conversation. Kevin. Jeff Robinoff hurried over and said with a little nervousness. I heard that the president of MGM just came to see you. Jeff Robinoff regretted it in his heart, who knew that a party would actually attract hungry wolves. If Kevin is poached by MGM, then Warner's will lose a lot. Kevin smiled calmly and said. Don't be nervous, I just added an investor, my next work is destined to be a big production. If only one company takes it, the risk is too high, and it is bound to introduce foreign capital. Jeff Robinoff asked tentatively. Kevin, how much money do you expect your next film to cost? Kevin stretched out 5 fingers and said. At least $50 million, and it's not a horror movie. Jeff Robinoff sucked in a breath of cold air. Stop it, don't invest, it's like pushing Kevin outside. In terms of investment, although Kevin has made 2 big movies, they are all low-budget horror movies. Big investment, and this investment is definitely not a horror movie, which means that the odds of losing money are high. In the event of a loss, if the full investment is made, even Warner Brothers will also suffer greatly. The face of Kevin's statement, Jeff Robinoff was at a loss for words. This investment, he has no way to persuade other executives of Warner Brothers to accept it. The final result is also to absorb funds from the outside world and share risks. Among Hollywood, there are 3 types of funds to invest in movies. The first is the film company's own funds, which are generally relatively stable projects, or some small investment works. Do your best to minimize risk. Of course, even so, there are not a few movie companies that go bankrupt in the future. The second is some overseas investors. They watch Hollywood movies and rob the box office all over the world. And Hollywood will give some movies with relatively high investment risk to these foreign funds for investment, but even so, it is very difficult for these foreign funds to finally retreat. Hollywood will do whatever it takes to keep that money in Hollywood. The benefits that foreign funds can obtain are much smaller than those in Hollywood. The third type is the funds outside Hollywood and in the United States, that is, major fund companies and other investment companies. If Kevin continues to shoot low-cost horror films with a cost of less than $10 million, Warner Brothers is really willing to vote. But now, he wants to shoot other subjects, and at the same time invests up to $50 million, which is worth considering. Warner Brothers will always be your strongest supporter. If you invest 50 million yuan, Warner Brothers will invest at least 30% first. Jeff Robinoff, in his own right, promised. Kevin nodded, and did not reveal the conditions of MGM. In a capitalist society, everything depends on money. If Warner knows that MGM is going to give him shares, it will either take a greater temptation to cooperate with him, or it will completely withdraw from the investment and directly destroy the cooperation between MGM and him. From Kevin's perspective, there's no need to take the risk. It is also a good choice to become an MGM shareholder steadily, after the success of his first film with MGM. According to his estimation, MGM will give him a 1% stake at most. But Kevin's ambitions don't stop there. After removing the money from his own hands for the April tax payment, there was still a lot left. In the new movie, he himself will also occupy part of the investment amount, which will all be converted into shares of MGM. The sudden opportunity gave Kevin a path to further growth. As for MGM not agreeing, carrying the name of the success of 3 consecutive films, if they don't agree, Kevin will not work with them on the next film. And MGM will continue to be in trouble. It can be said that at this time MGM, except for Kevin, no one can save. Not taking advantage of this opportunity to get the greatest benefit is simply wasting this rare opportunity. MGM's heritage, plus Marvel's IP, plus Kevin's profit. Chapter 44 Mission Impossible. What kind of behemoth will develop in the future? Just thinking about Kevin gets excited. 4 days later, Dottie Ambition was released. As a film starring Tom Cruise, as soon as it was released, it seized part of the big screen in Escape from the Dead Town. This is the first movie of his husband and wife team with Nicole Kidman, which has attracted the attention of countless people. So far, as of 14 days, the box office of Escape from the Dead Town has reached more than 111.85 million total North American box office. There will be a few more weeks to come, but the potential is exhausted. It is expected that it will reach its limit by 20 to 30 million more at the box office. As an investor, Kevin can benefit from more than $20 million in cash, and 30% of the copyright income will continue to flow into his pocket. It can be said to be a huge profit. Of course, it's long before the money reaches his pocket, and he needs to start his next project early. He abandoned all external affairs and concentrated all his energy. Except for going to the library from time to time, he spent the rest of the time writing new plans in the villa. After the Ghost Rider project was placed behind, Kevin finally thought of a new project, that is, Mission Impossible, where Tom Cruise really became a superstar. Mission Impossible, as a classic American drama, was broadcast from 1966 to 1973, with a total of more than 170 episodes, which has a very sufficient basis for watching movies in the United States. Such a huge IP, placed in front of Kevin, made Kevin inevitably move. This era, there has not yet been a wave of IP adaptation. People make the biggest use of IP, that is, comic adaptation or novel adaptation, but there are not many successful works. It is far from the time of later generations, and the use of IP is so mature. But what troubles Kevin is that Paramount is strong at this time. The overall valuation is estimated at $10 billion, and the company's cash flow is very abundant. He wants to win the copyright of Mission Impossible. It's too hard, too hard. Unless you only get a part of the benefits, then there is a slight possibility. However, to negotiate in his capacity, there is no possibility of success. Only if MGM or Warner are dispatched, there is such a possibility. Thinking of this, Kevin no longer hesitated, took out the business card of the president of MGM from his wallet, and dialed the number above. MGM President Writer, is handling MGM's business within the company. Looking at the movie plans in his hand, Leiter couldn't help but raised his forehead. There are too many novice directors, and the plans they make are often unclear, and at the same time they have a lot of wild ideas. At first glance, Leiter knew that the probability of loss was more than 90%. Thinking of this, Leiter couldn't help but look at his personal mobile phone. After so many days, the director hadn't contacted him, which made him very disappointed. Thinking of this, Leiter picked up another newspaper and read the news about escaping from the fatal town. An excellent thriller with a production cost of only 3 million yuan, which won 111 million box office results in North America in 14 days. Leiter couldn't help but feel a trace of envy in his heart. It's been a long time since MGM produced a movie with such a high profit margin. If the copyrights of excellent works such as 007 and Cat and Mouse could not provide them with continuous income, I am afraid that MGM would have closed down long ago. Escape from the Deadly Town is expected to win the top 10 box office results of the year, an enviable box office dark horse, the story behind the scenes of director Steve Kevin. With this enviable thought, Leiter became more determined to cooperate with Kevin. The private call rang, and Leiter instantly picked up the phone and answered the call, only to feel that he was too anxious. He quickly adjusted his tone and pretended to be calm. "Hello, I'm MGM President Ret Winterstein, who are you?" "I'm Steve Kevin. I'm calling to discuss new movie investment with you. I don't know if you have time tomorrow. I also made an appointment with the president of Warner Brothers." Kevin's calm voice came from the other end of the phone, and Leiter resisted his excitement and continued. "No problem, I have time. Where is it?" "The royal family's restaurant near Hollywood, a high-end Chinese restaurant, is said to be a restaurant opened by the descendants of the royal chef who cooked for the Emperor of China." "Okay, tomorrow at noon, I'll be there on time." Hanging up the phone, Leiter looked happy. Kevin made it clear that he was willing to work with them to get MGM the right to invest in his next film. MGM, saved. Of course, MGM must also be saved. If it is not saved, his president may step down next year. Calling the president of MGM, Kevin called Jeff Robinoff again. With Kevin's qualifications for the success of 2 consecutive films, and now about Jeff Robinoff's investment in the 3rd film, Jeff Robinoff will certainly not refuse. "Make an appointment and hang up." Angelina Jolie leaned over immediately. "Kevin, the heroine of Mission Impossible Part 2. I'll leave it to you." Kevin smiled. Angelina Jolie suddenly became excited, winked, and said softly, "Kevin, let's go to the bedroom and take a shower." Facing such a straightforward request, Kevin decisively followed Julie's back into the bedroom. The bedroom of the villa is also not small, like a small house, with a huge bathtub, enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people. The next day, Kevin, who had tossed with Julie for another night, slept well until 10 o'clock to regain his strength, and then went out and took a taxi to the Royal Palace in Hollywood. Sitting in the car, Kevin also thought that he should find an assistant and driver now. The driver should also be able to serve as a bodyguard. America, every day of the free gunfight, he is now more or less a rich man, and it would be bad if no bodyguard was killed or kidnapped one day. This kind of thing will be handed over to CAA to solve. After calling Dawson, I said my request. Kevin quietly admired the scenery outside. An hour later, at more than 11 o'clock, Kevin came to the Royal Palace. A Chinese woman in a cheongsam came over and said in fluent English, "Hello, do you have an appointment?" Kevin hasn't used Chinese for a long time, and it is rare to see Chinese people, so he showed his Chinese and said, "Yes, in the Tianzi room on the 3rd floor." A daze flashed across the face of the Chinese, which made Kevin feel a little bit lost. After all, it was not that country. Chapter 45-3 Joint Investment. Kevin, who lost his interest, repeated it in English, and the Cheongsam woman put on a graceful figure and took Kevin to the third floor. This is a special hotel with classical Chinese decoration, the highest is only the third floor. As soon as he came to the Tianzifang, Kevin saw MGM President Writer and Jeff Robinoff chatting happily. Both are presidents of major companies in the industry, with the same status, and it is not even possible to say that in a few years, it is possible for the two sides to exchange positions. Naturally, there will be no conflict on the surface. Kevin. Seeing Kevin's arrival, Leiter stood up and welcomed him with a smile on his face. This attitude also let Kevin know his predicament in MGM. Nodding and sitting down, Kevin handed the two of them a rough script adapted from Mission Impossible. Similarly, he also appointed suitable actors for each of the protagonists. Then Kevin called the waiter and ordered a few good dishes. Peking duck, steamed lamb, prawns, duck stuffed with rice, canned pheasant, canned quail. It looks simple, but most of them are famous dishes in the Manchu and Han banquets, Kevin from the previous life, as a third-rate little director. These are all good dishes he can't bear to eat. But it's different now. With a wealth of money, he can eat as much of this dish as he wants. The two were looking at his script and plan carefully, and Kevin took this opportunity to eat very happily. Also came up with the idea of hiring a cook. Jeff Robinoff browsed the plan and couldn't help but sigh that it was indeed a very mature movie plan. But can he make such a special action movie? Kevin, are you sure the investment this time is $80 million? Jeff Robinoff couldn't help but reconfirm that the investment amount from $3 million, one-off to $80 million, is a bit scary. If Kevin hadn't proven himself through 2 movies, Jeff Robinoff would have been fired long ago as a general director. Hearing Jeff Robinoff's words, Kevin put down the roast duck and said, "Yes, after my calculation, the minimum need is 80 million. I am confident that the North American box office will be able to make a return, and we will definitely be able to make a lot of money. But the biggest problem is that this is based on the American TV series Mission Impossible, and the rights to it are in the hands of Paramount Pictures. If we want to get the most benefit, we have to negotiate with Paramount, find a way to get the copyright from them, and get the copyright authorization last, but in this way, we can make much less money." Kevin's words immediately caused the two of them to fall into thought. But soon, the two had an idea. Since no one dares to undertake this investment alone, then use the power of MGM and Warner Brothers to directly cooperate with Paramount. Don't think about the copyright of the sequel, Paramount will definitely not give them. But the copyright income of the first Mission Impossible is still negotiable. With the success of Kevin's first 2 times, Jeff Robinoff and R.E.T. Winterstein hesitated, but after knowing that this is an adaptation of a classic American drama, there is a basic audience plate, and at the same time the theme of action movies is also enduring. Plus multiple investments to share the risk. This series does not seem to be so unacceptable. At least the success rate has greatly increased. Kevin, since that's the case, I'll go to Paramount with Leiter to discuss the situation of Mission Impossible. You continue to improve the plan. Kevin nodded. In the next time, Kevin took the two to taste Chinese food and waited for the two to leave. Kevin went to CAA by car. CAA building. Michael Ovitz's office. Michael Ovitz and Dawson are discussing something. Dawson, next, you have to persuade Kevin to accept our most thorough packaging service, otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to become a top CAA partner. Michael Ovitz said solemnly in a slightly threatening tone. Seeing that Kevin's 2 movies have exploded one after another, CAA also wants to make more profits from him. The package service Kevin received at this time was not complete, so CAA only got the decision-making rights of the people behind the scenes, some supporting roles and small actors. In order to seek more interests belonging to CAA, Michael Ovitz is persuading Dawson to let him find a way to make Kevin completely accept his packaging services. That is to say, except for Kevin himself, CAA is responsible for everything else, and the director can just be a tool person. It's impossible for Kevin to accept. Dawson said calmly. Doing this will only damage our relationship with Kevin. Ovitz said coldly. This is your problem. If you can't do it, let Kevin out and let someone else take care of it. I'll give you a month, and if you can't do it, Kevin will be taken care of by someone else. Come on, work hard, you can do it. A trace of disappointment flashed in Dawson's eyes, and he left the office silently. After all, CAAs are still too focused on their own interests, rather than customer experience. For superstars and directors who have no shortage of opportunities, CAA is more like a vampire, and the most terrifying thing is that CAA himself does not realize this. On the contrary, I feel that my packaging service is so good that everyone can accept it. But in fact, this packaging system has the greatest impact on the director. Celebrities are just one part of it. All that needs to be considered is the movie itself. The director and other actors are not something that stars can decide. But the director is different, different people bring different shooting techniques and other things. The director is the last person who will not accept a complete package service, which Dawson is very clear about. Disappointed, Dawson walked out of the CAA building. Then I happened to meet Kevin, who was coming to CAA. Dawson, what's wrong? Kevin looked at Dawson's expression and asked directly. He had never seen Dawson's face before, and it seemed that something unpleasant must have happened. Dawson took Kevin and walked for a few minutes, came to the park seat and sat down, and then said, Ovitz asked me to let you fully accept the packaging service, otherwise, I will be replaced by me, who is in charge of your business. Dawson's face revealed a sullen look, showing that his whole person was a little lacking in spirit. Kevin was silent for a moment, and Ovitz's greed made him more or less silent. But it seems unsurprising that capital wants to eat people. Unlike China, the proportion of favors is different. The United States is more out of interests. If the interests are violated, human feelings are not very useful. His thinking is still somewhat influenced by his previous life. It led him to think about problems with human affection. Chapter 46_allocate investment. Looking at the decadent Dawson, Kevin said directly. In that case, let's leave CAA together. My film company is still short of a president. You can do it? Kevin. Dawson was somewhat moved. If Kevin insisted, he would actually be replaced at most. For Kevin, he would not have any loss in CAA. But Kevin is willing to support him, which makes him very happy. In this case, there is nothing to hesitate. Dawson mustered his courage and said, Then I'll work with you, and I'll hand in the resignation letter later. Kevin smiled, held Dawson's shoulder and said, Yes, by the way, help me to terminate the brokerage contract with CAA. Also, after leaving the company, help me find an assistant and a driver. The assistant should preferably be a woman, and the driver should be able to serve as a bodyguard. The cost can be high. Leave it to me, Kevin. The two smiled at each other. Kevin and CAA signed only the lowest level contract before. Although the status has been improved later, the contract has not been changed. Basically paying a few $1,000s, you can cancel the brokerage contract. Back in the villa, Kevin started writing again. Mission Impossible 1 is actually very clear, that is, action scenes. Among them, there are 3 classic scenes: the famous scene of jumping the train, breaking the fish tank and lurking back to the intelligence bureau to steal documents. Speaking of which, Kevin couldn't help but think of Jackie Chan. The scene of jumping the train, it seems that Jackie Chan did not do much. However, Jackie Chan at this time is still in Hong Kong Island, and has not yet been involved in Hollywood. Of course, These are not important, the important thing is that Kevin wants to invite the legendary UNBA to be in charge of guiding the action scenes of Mission Impossible. When it comes to action scenes, one of the European and American blockbusters is more embarrassing than the other. It just doesn't look pretty and it doesn't look real enough. However, after The Matrix, Hollywood also understood how powerful Hwaguo's research on action dramas is. Since then, many Hollywood blockbusters have these behind-the-scenes figures. However, the film companies that are more familiar with Hong Kong Island seem to be. The New Line seems to be more familiar. Thinking of the future, the peak moment of the New Line making Jackie Chan, Kevin guessed so. In this case, there is nothing to say. After their negotiations with Paramount are in place, Kevin will go to contact the crew members one by one. Suddenly, half a month has passed. After extremely complicated business negotiations, Paramount, MGM, and Warner Brothers finally reached a concrete cooperation plan. First of all, the total investment of Mission Impossible is $80 million, of which the investment amount is divided into 4 parts, which are invested by Kevin, MGM, Paramount, and Warner Brothers. 30% for MGM, 10% for Paramount, 30% for Warner Brothers, and 30% for Kevin. The copyright income of Mission Impossible is also distributed in the same way, but the subsequent Mission Impossible sequels are completely owned by Paramount and have nothing to do with others. Simply put, Paramount relies on the team headed by Kevin to turn Mission Impossible into a hot big IP. They just want to pay the minimum price. All in all, if the Mission Impossible movie fails, Paramount won't have much to lose. But if successful, the sequel to Mission Impossible could be a surprising benefit for Paramount. Faced with such terms, everyone agreed. More importantly, this movie proves that Kevin is capable enough to direct a movie with a big investment. As for the follow-up sequel, if Kevin is capable, it is not difficult to find other IPs. This news was conveyed to Kevin's ears by MGM. Faced with this news, Kevin immediately began to form a director team. Without the help of CAA, some things must be done by hand. A classmate from the University of Southern California, Kevin's loyal team, once again chose to join his morning film company, abandoning the CAA contract. With CAA, there are more benefits that can be obtained by being with a famous director like Kevin. Part of the team is in place, and Kevin still lacks an experienced assistant director. Kevin directly told the Directors Union about this. Anyone interested in this can contact him directly through the Directors Union. In the end, an experienced assistant director, Billet, was selected. He has qualifications as an associate director for several films, which Kevin did not study carefully. The assistant director is more responsible for checking and filling vacancies, and the film mainly depends on him, the main director. At the same time, he also passed various trade unions for the other lacking personnel, and gathered all the staff one by one. In addition to the action guide, Kevin picked up the phone and called Dean. On the other end of the phone, Dean was regretting not being able to participate in the investment in Kevin's new movie, when he saw Kevin's call and hurriedly took it. "Hello, Kevin." "Dean, I heard that you are very familiar with people from Hong Kong Island. Can you help me get in touch with the action director named Yuen Hepping? My new movie needs some excellent action directors." Kevin got straight to the point. "No problem, but Kevin, why don't you call our New Line Film Company for your new movie investment? It's not interesting." Dean half joked. "It's my first time directing a big investment, and I'm also doing it for your own good, helping you avoid risks. If there is a chance to cooperate in the next film, I will definitely cooperate with you," Kevin said politely. Having said that, Dean didn't have much to say. After hanging up the phone, he directly helped Kevin contact Hong Kong Island's action guide Yuen Hepping and his Yuan Ban. On Hong Kong Island in 1993, movies emerged one after another. In theory, Yuen Heping did not have time to come to the United States. However, on Hong Kong Island, there are many excellent action guides, and he is irreplaceable in the United States. But on Hong Kong Island, it's not a big problem to hire someone to replace him. Therefore, Yuen Heping and his Yuen Jiaban finally took the US to Los Angeles in the United States under the condition of New Line Film Company's promise to them. So far, Kevin's production team has been completely completed, except for a small part of the special effects investment, the rest has been done. At the same time, news about Kevin's Mission Impossible movie has also been rumored in Hollywood circles. An action movie with an investment of $80 million, I don't know how many people are jealous. Countless people, through various connections, are trying to land a role in Kevin's new film. Abandoning the CAA, these roles do not need to pass the CAA now. Kevin's choice was to leave most of the supporting cast to the studio to decide. The heroine was appointed in advance by him as an investor and director, that is, Angelina Jolie. Chapter 47 _ Tom Cruise came to the door and chose the male lead. To put it bluntly, in an agent action movie, all the heroine needs is beauty. This is a typical man play. The last large-scale casting left is naturally the male protagonist. Although Kevin had already pre-booked in his heart, the actor of Mission Impossible must be Tom Cruise. After all, in the past life, the success of Mission Impossible was caused by him. But the time was advanced by more than 2 years, and Kevin couldn't say whether Tom Cruise meant this at this time. Coupled with the initiative to come to the door, often others will not cherish. To this end, Kevin chose to conduct a large-scale casting. At the same time, this is also an invisible propaganda for Mission Impossible. With the large-scale casting, countless media began to report the news of Mission Impossible. The adaptation of a classic American drama, directed by horror film director Steve Kevin, has evoked the childhood experiences of countless audiences. If Mission Impossible was adapted into a movie, will you watch it? According to this newspaper, there are many people who are interested in Mission Impossible at present. Superstars such as Nicolas Cage and Sylvester Stallone have expressed strong interest in the movie. Tom Cruise looked at the news in the newspaper and remained silent. The failure of Dottie's ambition was a huge blow to him. Before that, one of the movies he played was a big hit, and he had never tasted the taste of failure. Since the failure of Dottie's ambition, the touts about him in the newspapers have turned into questioning and belittling. This undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on his mind. But good soup is always good soup. A person who can become a superstar does not have a big heart. Just as he was quietly recuperating in his villa, the latest reports from the outside world came in. Steve Kevin's new work, an $80 million action movie. The most important thing is that it is still his childhood memories, Mission Impossible. Tom Cruise has an unforgettable emotion for Mission Impossible, which is the fondest memory of his childhood, and when he heard about the project, he simply couldn't turn it down. Seeing the news in the newspaper, Cruise looked at Nicole Kidman beside him and said, "Honey, come with me to Kevin's villa and discuss about the hero of Mission Impossible." Nicole Kidman listened to Cruise and said anxiously, "Honey, what about my heroine?" Cruise showed his cold side and said, "Honey, if successive films fail, even me, in Hollywood, will perish. Everything allows me to continue to be successful, okay?" The meaning of Cruise's words is very simple. He has to protect himself and his position before he can pull Nicole Kidman. Although the truth is this truth, but women are sometimes unreasonable. A trace of resentment flashed in Nicole Kidman's eyes, and then she instantly subsided, turning into a smile, holding Cruise's hand and smiling. "Then let's go meet Kevin together." Tom Cruise and Kevin's villa were only a few minutes' drive apart. A few minutes later, Tom Cruise drove his luxury car and came to Kevin's home with Nicole Kidman. Cruise. Kevin. Seeing Cruise's arrival, Kevin politely went out to greet him. Julie was also at his side. Kevin and Cruise communicate. Julie was also looking at each other with Nicole Kidman. Both sides belong to men who have climbed up the status and power, so they naturally compete. In terms of the most direct beauty, Julie looked at Nicole Kidman, which was somewhat unnatural. She knew that she was not as beautiful as Nicole Kidman. However, aesthetics is sometimes not so absolute. At least Julie is confident, and Kevin definitely likes her more between Nicole Kidman and her. Cruise, do you want the hero of Mission Impossible? Kevin pretended to be surprised. After some chats, Cruise also went straight to the topic and asked him for the position of the male protagonist. Cruise looked serious and said seriously, "That's right, Kevin, you don't know how much I love Mission Impossible, my favorite TV show since childhood. If you hadn't come up with the idea of making a Mission Impossible movie in advance, maybe in a year or two, I would have come up with this idea as well, with myself as the producer. Let me be the hero, Kevin, I owe you a favor." Having said this, Kevin, who was originally interested in Cruise, naturally had nothing to say. In that case, Cruise, you can go directly to the interview for the main character of Mission Impossible. Cruise took a deep breath. In Hollywood, there is an unfamiliar rule: a movie with a big investment, if there is no big name candidate for the interview meeting. This shows that the film will only be selected from among the young actors. Once a big name participates, other superstars will only work hard behind their backs and will not participate in the interview of the crew at the same time. This also means that he will go through the next process, and basically this role will be guaranteed. Everything was as expected by Tom Cruise. The process was over, and Tom Cruise joined the Mission Impossible crew for $10 million. The news, along with the joint proliferation of the three studios, quickly spread throughout the United States. Before the movie even started, it had already caught the attention of all Americans. That's the prerogative of blockbusters. The so-called blockbuster is a big investment, a big star, and a big director. Countless media flocked to the event, and under the joint consultation of Warner Brothers, MGM, and Paramount, it was decided to hold a press conference for the opening of the event. Immediately after the meeting, filming began. Los Angeles, in a theater, was chosen to hold this press conference. Kevin brought the hero and heroine, Tom Cruise and Angelina Jolie, as well as several other important supporting roles to the press conference. The president of MGM, in person, added a different meaning to this press conference. President-elect, is there any hidden secret behind your choice to let a small director like Steve Kevin direct a blockbuster with an $80 million investment? MGM has been losing money for many years. Does President-elect want to hope that Mission Impossible will turn the situation around? Leiter's face froze. The reporter's questions did not take his face into consideration at all. But he couldn't be angry because of that, it didn't fit his identity. After adjusting his emotions, Leiter replied one by one with a smile. The reason why director Kevin directed Mission Impossible is because I believe in director Kevin's strength. 2 consecutive films have sold well. Isn't that still an indication of his strength? Chapter 48_Fix-It. Similarly, although MGM loses money every year, MGM has a very solid foundation. As long as a few films succeed, I believe MGM will soon be able to reverse the current situation. The reporter's face froze, and Leiter pulled out the background of MGM to speak, and the meaning of the words was obvious. Just wait for him to find trouble. Even if the reporter offends the average star director. But offending a movie giant like MGM has serious consequences. Seeing this, he quickly turned the gun and attacked Kevin and Tom Cruise, as well as Angelina Jolie, the heroine. Director Kevin, I heard that every time you make a movie, there will be an unspoken heroine. Is this true? Kevin's face also stiffened, which is why he doesn't like to be interviewed in front of the stage. The ability of a director is useless to reporters. They are most interested in the tidbits between the director and the star. As soon as they came up, these reporters kept asking about Kevin's lace news. Fortunately, there was no real hammer, and Kevin denied them one by one. On the other hand, Tom Cruise has seen many scenes like this, and dealt with them one by one. At the same time, he talked about Mission Impossible, which drew the attention of reporters to the movie. A day later, when everything was settled, Kevin took the crew to Prague, which is known as the center of the European continent. The success of Mission Impossible, in addition to the plot, also made great contributions to those wonderful scenery. In this regard, Kevin will certainly not change. Mission Impossible, it will only be a bad movie, a small director, a bunch of unknown people, what good movies can it bring? As soon as Kevin walked with the front foot of the crew, the media on the back foot criticized Kevin and the movie. However, MGM, Paramount, and Warner Brothers quickly suppressed this news through various forces. This is the back to the big tree to enjoy the shade. With the investment of 3 Hollywood giants, as long as Kevin ensures that there is no problem in the crew, he does not need to worry about other things at all. External problems, the big 3 can be more anxious than him. Prague is the capital and largest city of the Czech Republic. As a tourist city, in the face of a Hollywood blockbuster filming request, it readily agreed. A big-selling Hollywood movie can attract many tourists and increase their income. Under such a premise, the Czech Republic even sent the police to help them with road closures and filming. With such cooperation, the filming of Mission Impossible began like this. In Kevin's current position, except for Tom Cruise who can challenge his authority, everyone else is very cooperative. As a smart person, Tom Cruise never questioned the director in front of the crowd, which made Kevin film Mission Impossible without any difficulties. Director UN, I want the action to be more realistic, close to Bruce Lee's style of fast, accurate, and ruthless. I think that is the action of an agent. Kevin doesn't care what the real agent is like, what he has to do is make the behavior of the agent in the movie match the audience's imagination. This is the theory he heard from a friend of the author when he was a director in his previous life. When writing a work, sometimes if the plot is based on the truth, it is different from what the readers imagined, and bad reviews and trolls roll in. On the contrary, if you follow the reader's inherent impression, you will get a lot of praise. Movies say the same thing. Agents should be fast, accurate, and ruthless. This is the image of an agent that people should have in their hearts. Kevin has no intention of subverting this image, he just wants to make Mission Impossible's fight scenes more brilliant. At the same time grasp the essence of Mission Impossible. The agents played by Cruise, with his flexible skills and ever-changing disguise techniques, are all amazing. Under this kind of shooting, several months passed quickly, and there were occasional minor conflicts, which were all subsided under Kevin's suppression. The time came 4 months later, that is, mid-September. Kevin has returned to Hollywood with the crew for the final green screen shoot. Cruise's chase scene on the train is naturally impossible to play as real as Jackie Chan. Not only Cruise dare not, but also the producers and insurance companies who have been following him are not allowed. Once something happens to Cruise, it basically means that the crew is over. The investment of up to $80 million will naturally go to waste. Card. Watching Cruise complete the last shot, Kevin decisively called to stop. Thank you for your cooperation with me in the crew. I won't say much here. If the box office sells well, everyone here will have a bonus. Now, I've arranged the party, everyone, pack up and let's go. When Kevin put away the directing, he had a strong attitude that could not be denied, and said with a smile on his face. Chapter 49 President of University of Southern California George Lucas, father of Star Wars. Oh. Director Kevin, great job. The crew cheered again. In Hollywood, not all movies will have parties after they are finished. After all, it costs money. However, Kevin naturally didn't care about this little money, and generously left $100,000 from the production cost for the final killing party. Tom Cruise finally breathed a sigh of relief. After running around for 4 consecutive months, even the Iron Man felt tired. What's more, he's just a mortal body. The next follow-up production has nothing to do with him. What he has to do is to promote it in advance, but before the promotion, he has to go home and rest for a few days. In a 5-star hotel. After a hilarious party, Tom Cruise came to Kevin's side and sighed a little. I believe that Mission Impossible will be another masterpiece in the hands of director Kevin. I am honored to work with director Kevin on this film, and I hope there will be more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Whether a movie will become bad money, in fact, you can already feel it during the shooting. A good movie can stimulate the actors' potential in the movie and release their best state. In a bad movie, the audience can directly feel the embarrassing acting skills of the actors. This is an unconscious behavior, sometimes even the actors themselves do not feel it, but it is very real. After all, they know that they are acting in a bad money movie, and sometimes actors often don't play well, so naturally they are very relaxed. Like Nicolas Cage, there are very few people who have very stable acting skills in any movie. And Tom Cruise can feel Kevin's meticulous design for this movie from Kevin's directing, whether it is action scenes, character characteristics, or the layout of the play. Simply put, it's a fun play. And this kind of play, often the box office is not too bad. Have a chance, Cruise, you're a very good actor. Tom Cruise, in later life, has countless controversies surrounding him. But for an actor, the most important thing is whether he is qualified or not in his own job. And this, for Kevin who has worked with him. Just one word, admiration. In Kevin's heart, Tom Cruise can be said to be extremely professional. Except for some too dangerous moves that are rejected by the insurance company's staff and producers, he is fearless. In this kind of action scene, there are some minor injuries, but Cruise never said anything because of these minor injuries. This made Kevin couldn't help but sigh that he still has his own ability to become a superstar. And until this time, Kevin also asked his own question. Cruise, why did you choose to join them? Because, I'm at the top of them. Cruise's words were simple, but Kevin instantly understood what he wanted to say. It was not that he was bewitched by them, but that they directly recruited him from a high-level position. They are the scourges of the middle and lower classes. If a high level like him joins them, they will only enjoy their resources, and there is no harm. He had no reason to refuse. Kevin, who owns 2 countries at the same time, did not question his choice. In the end, other people's choices have nothing to do with him. As long as Tom Cruise is a qualified good actor, that's enough. The next day, the rest of the crew began their vacation careers. Kevin didn't rest at all, except last night, he had a good roll with Julie and vented his fatigue. At this time, he rushed directly to the MGM building. Before shooting, he agreed that the editing would be placed in MGM, so that MGM would be the first to rate Mission Impossible after the editing was completed. This doesn't really matter to Warner's and Paramount, but it does matter to MGM, who attaches great importance to the film. Leiter looked at Kevin's haggard face with a messy beard after 4 months of running around, and could not help but solemnly said, "I'll leave it all to you. Leave it to me." Kevin smiled and plunged into the editing room. 7 days later, Tom Cruise and Jolie, as well as the other main supporting characters, have resumed their busy promotions after a few days of rest. Including but not limited to various interesting things about Mission Impossible in various TV programs controlled by the big capital behind Warner and Paramount. In this regard, MGM suffers a bit, which is why he fell out of the 5 major film companies and can only maintain the 8 major Hollywood film companies. The lack of a big capital behind it has led to the inability to keep up in various aspects. The publicity of the outside world has basically nothing to do with Kevin. In the era before the internet, people often don't pay attention to the director of a movie. They focus more on the stars who appear in the movies. After more than 10 days of editing, the first cut version of the film finally came out, and then Kevin was busy with dubbing and adjusting the tone of the picture. Of course, the most important thing is the handling of special effects. On this point, MGM President Wright recommended him the Industrial Light and Magic special effects company founded by George Lucas. George Lucas and Big Boat director James Cameron are both special effects technical directors. They pay more attention to the use of various special effects techniques in the film. The films they shoot often show people an unprecedented shock. Cameron in particular, each of his films is accompanied by technological advancements in the film industry. Avatar's success is inseparable from his research on 3D film technology. Under the introduction of lighter, Kevin also came directly to the place where the Industrial Light and Magic special effects company is located. And his arrival was also warmly welcomed by Lucas. "Steve Kevin, I'm George Lucas, I'm also a student at the University of Southern California, and I'm your old senior." With a neatly trimmed beard, Lucas, who looked very serious, laughed. The same students of the University of Southern California naturally belong to the same faction in Hollywood. In the absence of a conflict of interest, it is normal to help one's juniors and seniors. The faction of the University of Southern California has a power that cannot be underestimated in Hollywood. If nothing else, it definitely plays a vital role in Chang-ao. Kevin also laughed, and he has been in Hollywood for more than a year. Because most of the time he is filming, his connections in Hollywood are actually quite ordinary. However, since there is such a faction, he has no reason not to join. In the face of Lucas's favor, Kevin also gave a positive response. "Hello, Mr. Lucas, I'm here today to find some special effects for Mission Impossible produced by ILM. As the strongest special effects company in Hollywood, there is a need in this area, so I must have come directly to the senior." After a few compliments, I briefly talked about the secret conversation in Hollywood. The two quickly entered into a formal business conversation. Mission Impossible won, but the difficulty is not small, so it also costs a lot of money. After some negotiation, 2 months, and hundreds of special effects shots were finally settled. After negotiating the business, after agreeing to accept the party belonging to the University of Southern California hosted by Lucas at an indeterminate time, Kevin left Industrial Light and Magic to start other specific work on the film. Overall, Kevin is satisfied with this movie. The only pity is that, because of the advance and not very short of money, Kevin spent almost $8 without finding a suitable advertiser. Tens of millions of investment can be described as deep pockets. Chapter 50_Company Front Desk Sister Flower. After dealing with special effects related matters, Kevin first came to the office building he rented near Hollywood. Here is the Sci-Fi Film Company where he is the boss. Of course, although it is a film company, Sci-Fi Film Company is just a shell film company at this time, and it does not involve other content such as distribution, copyright development, and so on. At present, the only business in the company is that Kevin invested 30% of Mission Impossible. It's still too early to pay. However, Kevin set up the company. In fact, the biggest purpose is to avoid tax. There will be a large amount of money to be credited into his company's corporate account. Consumers take the company's account, which can greatly reduce and exempt a lot of taxes. From Chainsaw's box office share, as well as editing and director fees, plus the subsequent sale of copyrights, the total income of nearly $30 million. Among them, after removing the villa in Beverly Hills and various other messy expenses, plus the tax paid after tax avoidance through a professional tax company in April, there was only more than $10 million left in the end. In theory, this money is actually not enough to invest in Mission Impossible. However, Kevin, who has absolute confidence in Mission Impossible, directly smashed all the income of his three professions as screenwriter, director, and producer, plus all the money in his hand, which was exchanged for 30% of Mission Impossible investment share. And other film companies are also happy to see it succeed. As a director, Kevin has paid so much, it is naturally impossible to play any tricks on the Mission Impossible project, and will only be more careful in production. Having said so much, there is only one meaning: Kevin is out of money. Now I have to go to Warner Brothers to get back the investment in Escape from the Dead Town. The two parties are still in the honeymoon period of cooperation at this time, but when Kevin gets the shares of MGM, it will be hard to say at that time. In order to avoid too many nightmares, Kevin decided to take this opportunity to get the box office share first, and then sell the follow-up income directly to Warner at a discount, and then get the money first. This money will be converted into his shares in MGM at that time. This is a great opportunity for him to reach the top of Hollywood, and it must not be missed. I can only blame the conditions offered by MGM for being too tempting. Kevin Boss. As soon as Kevin entered the door, the two little girls at the front desk first shouted Kevin's name in unison, and then one of them got up and went in and called CEO Dawson. The other took Kevin around the office. Looking at the tender blonde beauty in front of him, Kevin couldn't help but ask, "Are you grown up? Did Dawson recruit you in?" Judging from Kevin's experience, there is an 80% chance that these two little beauty twins are not adults. You must know that Americans will enter an abnormally mature state when they become adults, and they will look very different before and after adulthood. This is also the surprising reason why there are so many copper smelting addictions in the United States. American billionaire Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in prison. The ramifications behind it are incredibly complex. Lowly Island, this shocking scandal has all happened. It is true that what the Americans use to accuse other countries are actually their own mistakes, so it is said that the United States is saving others by itself. I'm 17 years old. Uncle Kevin asked us to come over. He also told us what Kevin Boss looked like. The blonde little beauty was not afraid of Kevin's identity at all, and while taking Kevin around the office area, she introduced herself. "My name is Alex Helen and I'm the daughter of Alex Dawson's sister. We didn't go to college. My mother, Uncle Todd Dawson, helped us find jobs, and my uncle let us come here." "Oh? What's your salary?" Kevin scratched his head and said, although these two little beauties are indeed very eye-catching, but as a capitalist, if the salary is high, he will definitely quit. $1,800, me and my sister Emma, that's the salary. Kevin nodded. Although the salary is high, it is not excessive. Dawson finally has a point. Helen's face was full of sweet smiles, but she was very nervous. Before she came, Uncle Dawson had told them about the identity of Steve Kevin, a famous Hollywood director. This filled their hearts with longing. As a member of the Capital Society, they are the most able to appreciate the charm of money. Kevin himself looks very handsome, and at the same time has a high status and is a multi-millionaire. Although neither uncle nor mother said it explicitly, Helen knew that this was a great opportunity for them to change their class. If they can marry Kevin, they will be able to enter the upper class at once. In the United States, in addition to money, status is also very important in the upper class. Famous directors like Kevin are naturally members of the upper class. They have the upper class status in Hollywood and are more able to create superstars and generate huge income for other film companies. The upper classes are happy to accept them as one of their own. And the 17-year-olds are the most attractive time in their lives. This time is the best time for their captives' life tickets. As for studying, to be honest, neither she nor her sister are expected to study, and college tuition is not something they can afford. You must know that in the United States, if an ordinary person wants to graduate from college without a scholarship, he needs at least tens of thousands of dollars. This is still an ordinary school. Those famous schools are not affordable for ordinary people, at least their families cannot afford them. Then why don't you continue to go to school? Kevin touched his chin and asked gently. Helen, this little clever ghost, suddenly took Kevin's arm and said, I can't afford it. My sister and I's grades are not good. If you can't get a scholarship, you want to graduate? At least $10,000 or $200,000 are required. After graduation, it may take decades to repay the debt, so there is no need for that. Besides, my sister and I are so beautiful, in fact, marrying a rich man early is the best choice. At this point, feeling the tenderness in his arms, Kevin quickly pulled out his hand. It turned out that the two sisters came to find the golden turtle husband. Although they are indeed beautiful, underage is underage, and Kevin will not be fooled by this. Cough, come on. Kevin said righteously. Snort. Helen just put her arms around her chest and snorted softly in her nostrils. No man can resist the temptation of her and her sister, which has long been told by their experience in school, but their sisters have always kept a distance from the boys in the school. Their mothers, when they were in school, fucked with boys, and gave birth to them early, and their fathers had gone to nowhere. This also caused them to be not very wealthy since they were young. If it wasn't for the help of their uncle, it would be a matter of time before they became homeless on the street. Chapter 51 Box office share of escape. And once it falls to that point, it will fall into an infinite loop that cannot be turned over. If you want to get a formal job in the United States, you need a fixed residence, and a fixed residence requires a lot of money, so once you become a homeless person, there is no external help. Will be reduced to the bottom of the society, and will never be able to stand up again. So she and her sister understood early on the importance of finding a rich man. And if this person can have both money and beauty, that's even better. Kevin was included in the short list by her and her sister early, which even their uncle Dawson didn't know. Boss Kevin. At this time, Dawson was also called out by Alan and came to Kevin's side. Dawson waved his hand and motioned for Helen and Alan to go to the front desk by themselves. The two sisters left obediently, whispered during the period, and silently exchanged their understanding of Kevin. After the sisters leave completely, the two came to the boss's office. Although there was no one for a few months, Dawson did a good job in maintaining the company, at least it was clean and popular. Kevin lay down on the sofa and said, "Are they all willing to come?" Before leaving, Kevin instructed Dawson to transfer the agency contracts of several of his own young actors to this company. CAA in vain. Since he turned his face, he should be thorough. Dawson nodded and said seriously, "Greg, Salma Hayek, and Julie are all signed to our company, but it's just these three people. You don't want the other little actors, and Will Smith is already famous, and we don't have enough resources. Won't attract him. As the first job after job hopping, it is natural not to be sloppy." "Well, that's enough. Right now we don't have that many resources. For the time being, it's just the three of them. By the end of the year, I will have more resources." Kevin thought silently. Dawson didn't ask much. He has already seen Kevin's ability. He didn't take the initiative to say it, and Dawson didn't need to ask, he would know it by himself. And Kevin's plan is exactly the shares of MGM. After he becomes a shareholder of MGM, with his status, he will naturally be able to obtain a lot of film and television resources, and he will also be able to feed back to his company. If you want to occupy a place in Hollywood, you need to use resources in many ways. He has a perfect plan in this regard, but all of this must start with MGM. MGM is the first step in his rise, and there is no room for failure. With a smile on his face, Kevin looked at the CEO Dawson in front of him and said easily, "Dawson, go with me, go to Warner Brothers to settle the final payment, and get out of the box office share of Breaking Town. Warner has already figured it out, just wait for us to sign and collect the money." Dawson's spirit was lifted, and the company's account was not much money, which also made him a CEO who had no confidence. Now that he heard that a large amount of money was coming into the account, he was suddenly excited. You must know that Kevin offered him an annual salary of $500,000, and also promised to increase his salary year by year according to the time and the development of Chinexai Company. With this annual salary, his status in the family is completely different. His wife's obedience makes people experience the status of a man for the first time. In this context, he is loyal to Kevin, and the only worry is that Kevin's own economy is not enough to support Chinexai Company. He was happier than anyone else when he had money. "Okay, when are you going, or just now?" Kevin was going to sit down for a while, but Dawson didn't expect Dawson to be in such a hurry, so he got up too. The two walked to the door of the company. "Kevin boss, let's go." Helen and Alan greeted Kevin with sweet smiles and voices. Hearing this voice, Kevin couldn't help but walk a little faster. These two goblins, when they are adults, Kevin will never let them go. Hateful. It's tempting to be so old. Dawson, who was on the side, looked at Kevin's face and smiled slyly. The reason why he called Helen and Alan over naturally meant that he was sending sheep into the tiger's mouth. Of course, this was also a help to Helen and Alan. He knows Kevin's personality, as long as he faithfully follows Kevin, he will never suffer. Once you get on well with Kevin, let's not say much, the future will be well arranged, which is definitely not a problem. Inside Warner Brothers, a merger and acquisition project is underway. After high-level decision-making within Warner Brothers, it was decided to buy shares in New Line Film Company at a high price, to take control of them, and to take them as part of their own. Due to the influence of Kevin's two films, plus the influence of the copyright of Chainsaw, New Line's valuation has been much higher. However, after careful research, Warner executives agreed that New Line was worth the money. To this end, they paid hundreds of millions of dollars worth of funds and obtained more than 51% of the shares of New Line Film Company. This valuation is enough to show that the public is optimistic about the New Line. After the acquisition, the decision-making level of New Line remained unchanged, but only arranged a few personnel from Warner to supervise the finance of New Line, and at the same time added a member to the board of directors. However, now that the performance is booming, the board members sent by Warner Brothers are temporarily just clay statues. After all the business handover was done, Shay and Jeff Robinoff shook hands with smiles on their faces, clearly happy with the deal. Shay left on the front foot, and Kevin and Dawson on the back foot came to Warner Brothers. The staff led Kevin to the business room and put a complicated list in front of Kevin. There are various kinds of income written on it. Then comes the final conclusion. Escape from the Deadly Town, the total box office at home and abroad is $189,826,360. The box office is divided into various costs. The box office income of the investor Chinexai Film Company, $3,410,60,000. The fraction. Kevin at the back looked at it lazily, and the whole thing was about the same as what he expected. The trend of Escape from Breaking Town is also similar to what he imagined. As an affirmative thriller movie, although its own quality is very high, it can achieve such a result because of the influence of this year's Los Angeles riots. As a black-oriented film, it broke 100 million in North America and only got tens of millions of box office overseas, all of which were expected by Kevin. After the box office is divided with the theater, about 60% of the revenue is the income of the film company. Of course, production and publicity costs must be excluded. It was this amount of money that ended up in Kevin's hands, but on the whole it was a 30-fold profit. Moreover, in Hollywood, movie box office is only one aspect, and the follow-up income is also a huge amount: TV station copyright fee plus derivative copyright fee plus DVD plus other aspects. Also a small amount. Kevin called the staff and signed the confirmation letter first, and then asked them to invite Jeff Robinoff to discuss other matters. Chapter 52 _ follow-up proceeds from the sale of Get Out. All Kevin has to do is to sell 30% of the proceeds to Warner. In theory, if it is foreign funds, there is actually no income from copyright. Hollywood will not give this part of the most important copyright income to others, but Kevin is an editor, director, and producer. 1. Coupled with his previous reputation for chainsaw horror, this made Warner loose. Of course, because they are in the honeymoon period of cooperation, there is a follow-up Mission Impossible income hanging. Otherwise, even if there is this income, Warner also has a 10,000 reasons to default. Kevin, you're here. Jeff Robinoff's face was full of smiles, and even the wrinkles were smoothed out. Obviously, something happy happened that made him smile so happily. Robinoff, I'm looking for you to discuss that. I will sell the follow-up copyright income from Escaping the Fatal Town to you at a one-time discount of 50%. I wonder if you have any intention of accepting it? Kevin's 50% discount, if inflation is included, as well as future copyright development, may be sold directly for only 30% off. Robinoff frowned, and suddenly said very generously, Kevin, have you encountered any difficulties, and how much do you need? If the amount is not too large, I can lend it directly to you on behalf of Warner Brothers. In the face of Kevin, the director who has made 2 consecutive films, Robinoff is very generous. Lending him money is undoubtedly a good opportunity to strengthen the relationship between the two sides. Kevin shook his head, pretending to be helpless. I have to prepare the plan for the next movie in advance. According to my thoughts, it is also a big production and requires a lot of money. Robinoff nodded. At least on the surface he believed Kevin's words. The main thing, of course, is that it's not a loss for Warner. This is actually a good project to pay cash to get a long-term stable return, which will definitely be approved by Warner's executives. And there is another point: Escape is a good movie that is extremely suitable for the Oscars, and Warner Brothers executives have been arguing about it for a long time. Regarding whether to pay the public relations expenses, rush the prize for Escaping the Fatal Town. After completing the acquisition of New Line Film Company today, it also means that the copyright income of Escape from the Dead Town belonging to New Line Film has been attributed to Warner Brothers. If you buy the copyright in Kevin's hands again, then 80% of the income from Escaping the Fatal Town will belong to Warner Brothers. With this share, then there is no problem in rushing to win the prize for Escaping the Death Penalty. However, is Kevin aware of the internal debate at Warner Brothers? Robinoff looked at Kevin carefully, thought about it, and decided to buy the copyright and subsequent income directly. Although he is happy to have a good relationship with Kevin, his identity is always the president of Warner Brothers, and he always does things from the interests of Warner Brothers. Moreover, Chang Ao succeeded. Although Kevin would not get monetary benefits, his reputation and status in the circle could be improved, and he would not suffer. After weighing all the pros and cons, Robinoff decisively said, in this case, as the president of Warner Brothers, I agree, but it will probably take some time to calculate the follow-up income for Escaping from the Deadly Town, and it will take some time for this income to be handed over to you. Kevin nodded, agreeing with Robinoff's approach. Later, at Robinoff's strong invitation, the 3 of them had a meal at a nearby high-end restaurant, and Robinoff, the president, took the lead in checking out and leaving. Warner Brothers and his party, this is the end. Kevin and Dawson walked out of the hotel, and Kevin asked, Dawson, have you found the assistant and driver you helped me find? Dawson nodded. I found them all. The assistant is your junior, a graduate of the University of Southern California. She is 24 years old this year, 1 year younger than you. I have been in Hollywood for a year, and I basically understand the operation and business content of various institutions in Hollywood. Kevin interrupted his chatter and asked directly. Is she pretty? Of course. As a visual animal, although he may not attack the assistant, if he looks ugly, he cannot accept it. After all, they are people who want to work together for a long time. Poor ability can be cultivated, but it is difficult to grow ugly. After getting the answer he wanted, Kevin said decisively. She's the assistant, what about the driver? Following Kevin's words, Dawson continued. The driver was also found, but he is a Chinese. Although the character created by Kevin is an equal rights person, Dawson knows that Kevin does not like black people very much. Similarly, whether he likes Chinese is also a problem. But this Chinese was so suitable that Dawson couldn't help but want to recommend that person to Kevin. Kevin nodded and motioned for Dawson to continue the introduction. Kevin, who was a Chinese in his previous life, naturally cannot discriminate against Chinese. On the contrary, many advantages of Chinese are visible to the naked eye. As long as the net worth is innocent, there is no problem in appointing such a Chinese as his bodyguard and driver. Seeing that Kevin did not discriminate against Chinese, Dawson continued. He is a 30-year-old Chinese with a height of 1.75 meters. He lives in Chinatown. He has parents and 2 younger sisters at home. He was a soldier, but he retired early because of a mistake. Now he is in a martial arts gym in Chinatown. As a sparring partner. Sounds good. You ask him to meet me tomorrow at my villa in Beverly Hills, don't forget to pay him the toll. As an assistant, you should arrange for her to stay in the company for a few days, and I will contact her after a while. I have other things in these days. After arranging chores, Kevin and Dawson went to the bank together, and then Kevin left the bank with a stack of checks and drove back to Beverly Hills. Kevin. Julie. Heck. Julie is okay. With Kevin filming, he can basically see him every day. Hayek left Kevin for so long, and his fiery feelings burst out in an instant. Kevin, who was in his prime, was completely unable to withstand the beaten defeat of the 2 women. The 2 women then let Kevin go and started playing on their own. Seeing the 2 big beauties by his side, Kevin, who was humble and guilty, quietly crawled out the door and poured a bottle of carbonated drink before he recovered his anger. Although they were all his women, Julie got a lot more benefits from him. Kevin made up his mind that in the next movie, he would also hold a hand of Salma Hayek. Jacques. Sitting on the large sofa in the hall, Kevin pondered the situation of Marvel again. He arranged for a spy in Marvel to provide information to Dawson. Chapter 53_finalize. Dawson also gave him all the information yesterday. Since it was acquired by Marvel, it is not that it has not had the idea of film and television. Just this year, it also launched the animated version of the X-Men, which has gained a certain rating. However, the rapid development of the internet this year has brought great pressure to Marvel Entertainment. At the root of Marvel, the sales of comics have dropped significantly. The biggest reason is that after the rise of the internet, people suddenly discovered that computer games, the content on the computer, is much more fun than any comics. People are obsessed with the internet and need to go out and buy comics, and suddenly they are not so popular. Marvel's revenue began to decline significantly. This news can't help but lift Kevin's spirits. This is the beginning of the most difficult period for Marvel. After 1996, Marvel Entertainment finally could not bear the huge financial pressure and began to gradually sell the copyrights of popular characters in its comics to survive. And before that, Kevin has to get a huge sum of money to take down Marvel. This capital, if Kevin expects it, will be around $300 million to $400 million at a minimum. Counting that he has to buy more shares in MGM, the financial pressure has suddenly increased. Thinking about the problem like this, while avoiding the second daughter sleeping in the room, Kevin fell asleep on the sofa. The next day, the housekeeper of the Beverly Hills villa area called. Someone came to him and briefly described the appearance of the person who came. Kevin knew immediately that it was the bodyguard and driver introduced by Dawson. After comforting Julie and Hayek, Kevin went straight out of the gate. Julie and Hayek both have scooters, but Kevin didn't choose to buy a car because he didn't like driving. After a few minutes of walking and more than 20 minutes of walking, Kevin came to a card location. As a villa area, it is naturally a place where strangers are not allowed to enter, which is why Hollywood stars are keen to buy houses here. As soon as he walked out of Sheka, a middle-aged man with a beard who looked very simple and honest appeared in front of Kevin. At this time, it was still September, before autumn, it was a hot time. The big man was wearing an armless singlet, and the muscles on his arms seemed to give people a sense of security, a bit of Xiao Feng's arrogance. It still looks like a bodyguard in appearance. Kevin stepped forward, stretched out his hand and said, "Hi, my name is Steve Kevin." "Hello, I'm Chen Ziun." While Kevin looked at Chen Ziun also looked at his future boss. Being a bodyguard for the rich is actually a very good career. Although there are certain risks, the salary is also high, and there are bonuses and the like. Dawson offered him $200,000 a year, including various commercial insurance salaries. This salary, at this time in the United States, also belonged to the middle class. It is enough for the family to live a prosperous life, especially now that the economic crisis has just ended. This job is released, and I don't know how many people will compete for it. Chen Ziun was able to get this opportunity. I have to say that in addition to his own strength, there are also some off-site factors. That was before Dawson, when he was playing in Chinatown, was targeted by black gangsters. And Chen Ziun acted bravely and showed his superb skills in front of Dawson's eyes, saving him. Dawson, who owed such a favor, immediately thought of Chen Ziun when he heard that the boss was looking for a bodyguard. Top Gun, nice name. Kevin's Mandarin instantly made Chen Ziun feel intimacy. As a second-generation immigrant, although Chen Ziun grew up in the United States, he still yearns for the China described by his parents. As if there were his roots. This is the inherent complex in the soul buried in Chinese genes. Kevin dragged Chen Ziun to find a place to eat. After getting in the car, after some chatting, he finally found out the specific situation of Chen Ziun. The general direction is in line with Dawson's description. As for force, in the absence of weapons and the field is open, it is not a problem to hit 7 or 8 people. Proficient in military combat, grappling, and some routines of Chinese martial arts. And can be skillfully used in daily battles. For his force, Kevin is very satisfied. In the real world, possessing this kind of force is actually already at the level of the pinnacle of human beings. It's no joke that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. After some chat and dinner, Kevin decided to hire him. Then he threw out a check and asked him to go to the car shop to buy a luxury car, and then customize a bulletproof car. As a rich man, cherishing his own life is definitely not a joke. Kevin never touches those things that hurt his body on weekdays. Kevin also does not eat less of other supplements. The only thing that hurts his body is probably sex. After everything is arranged, Kevin started to get busy with the movie. The post-production process is also not that simple. Kevin needs to bet most of his energy, but after the specific production time, it is probably clear. Warner Brothers and MGM decided to set a specific file for Mission Impossible after consultation. According to the progress, the special effects will take 2 months, combined with the time for some adjustments, and the current time. The release time of Mission Impossible will not be until the end of November at the earliest. In North America, there are two of the most lucrative periods. One is the summer vacation, which lasts more than 3 months from the festival at the end of May to the middle of September. The other is Christmas from the end of November to the end of December. In theory, the most suitable period for the release of Mission Impossible as a commercial blockbuster is the summer season, but obviously, both Warner and MGM have their own performance pressures. Impossible to let Mission Impossible drag on until that time. So Mission Impossible has no choice but to go straight to theaters on Thanksgiving at the end of November. Fortunately, the Hollywood movie that threatens Kevin the most, Jurassic Park, the original box office champion this year, was released in June, and it was already offline at this time. The original 8th place at the box office, Gannet Assassination, was invested by Warner Brothers and belongs to a crime thriller. In order to avoid cannibalism, and considering that Mission Impossible is an action-adventure film, it is more family-friendly than it. Therefore, the Gannet Assassination order was put on file for a month, avoiding the conflict. In this regard, there is only one movie left, called Slim Dad, which is Kevin's biggest threat. However, the battle of schedules is unavoidable. The Chainsaw Cry and Escape from the Dead Town happened to fall when the blockbuster was released, but Mission Impossible had to face it at this time. Kevin is also confident that Mission Impossible's global box office total of $450 million in 1996 can beat the $420 million global box office achievements of the Slim Dad in 1993. In this regard, after some discussion, the finalized Mission Impossible began the offline movie promotion by Liang Tang. Chapter 54 Mission Impossible post-production completed. Now that the internet speed has not made great progress, Hollywood film companies mainly promote movies offline. As an adaptation of a classic American drama, Mission Impossible, the main propaganda card is nostalgia. As an American drama released in the 1960s, his audiences are all in their 40s at this time, and it is the time when they have mastered economic power. The main audience of Mission Impossible is divided into two categories. One is the special agent adventure film, that is, the fans of 007 type movies. The other type they need to win over is naturally these sentimental parties. Various propaganda posters have been produced, and the actions of the characters on them pay tribute to the classics one by one, and strive to evoke everyone's memories. In this way, publicity and production are juxtaposed, and time flies by quickly. 20th Century Fox. Inside the President's office. Jeffrey, as the President, is discussing the finalization of Mission Impossible with other executives. The movie market is so big, if you eat more, it means you need to eat less, especially during the special time of Christmas. Their company also has a comedy film to be released on Christmas Day, but it is different from the $80 million investment of Mission Impossible. Nanny Daddy cost only $10 million to make, so they weren't particularly nervous about going head-to-head with Mission Impossible. However, in a competitive relationship, it can add chaos to Mission Impossible, so naturally, it is necessary to give it a try. In case it is useful, any loss is a huge sum of millions of dollars. Jeffrey, do you want to bribe the cast and make some tricks? A black executive suddenly proposed. There have also been cases of bribing the crew, burning film, and destroying the movie before. Therefore, in the face of this situation, the black executives immediately thought of this solution. Other high-level executives cast different eyes on him, different eyes. As if to say that black people are always black. In Hollywood, some methods can be used, and some methods can't be used. Warner Brothers and MGM are not easy to provoke. They will inevitably provoke violent counterattacks by using this method. To put it bluntly, they can use this method, and others can also use it. It's really fun, everyone should stop filming. Jerry, we definitely can't do this kind of thing. Jeffrey shook his head at the black man, and then continued. Find some black material for the starring role and hype it up. This is all legitimate competition. As for those means, they can only be used by some small crews, but it is impossible to use them when it involves the investment of big Hollywood studios. After the arrangement was completed, Jeffrey discussed other things with everyone. After all, in this battle, it is Warner Brothers and MGM that are passive. Their investment is only a mere $10 million, which is several orders of magnitude away from their $80 million. Fox's failure is only a small injury. While Warner's and the others failed, the loss was much greater. Of course, it's not just the Fox Film Company that is in action. Mission Impossible, as an absolute big production in the Christmas stalls, has successfully obtained the largest number of opening screens from the theater. This of course squeezes the plans of many other studios in the Christmas schedule. Like Fox, people with the idea of causing some trouble for Mission Impossible, but not too many. MGM Studios, Kevin is discussing the production style of the film with the MGM production manager. Crisp, neat action scenes, special scenes beyond people's imagination, chase scenes on trains, what's the problem? MGM's production manager sternly said. It looks fine, but he's clearly different from the 007 series, and I suggest you edit towards the 007 model. We have the template for the most successful spy films, so why take the risk? Looking at this old-fashioned middle-aged man, Kevin suddenly lost his mind to communicate with him. Although 007 and Mission Impossible are indeed very similar, but in the hands of Kevin, Mission Impossible has shown more of its own characteristics. Such as action scenes, such as villain settings, such as those special scenes. If they are abandoned, the whole copy of 007 will lose its own characteristics, but without the fame of 007, what will happen to the box office, no one knows. Kevin said directly and firmly. My style is like this. If you have any opinions, ask your president to mention it, but the style must be according to what I said. If the box office is not good, I will bear the responsibility alone. The middle-aged man was silent for a while, then nodded. For middle-aged people, stability is the most important thing. Since the director is willing to take all the responsibilities, he, the production manager who oversees the editing, has nothing to say. The bottom line, of course, is that Kevin isn't the kind of little director who hasn't made his mark. It is a well-known director with 2 big movies. He has the capital to be responsible, and ordinary young directors are not even qualified to say this in front of him. After resolving the controversy over the style of the film, Kevin continued to pair the first cut with special effects shots, while making better transitions for some shots. In such a step, the time came to November 20th, only 10 days before Thanksgiving. Although the schedule and the number of opening paintings have been determined, in fact, the film is not really completed until this time. Upon receiving the news of the completion of the film, Warner Brothers immediately sent a number of film managers, that is, film crews, to MGM to participate in this internal preview. Writer, who was the president, was also very nervous in the movie theater. Next to him were the president of Warner Brothers and Kevin. Several people were a little nervous. The huge investment of $30 million is definitely not a joke. This is the price of dozens of human lives. If there is a huge loss, no one can bear it. For Kevin, if Mission Impossible fails, MGM's shares will not be mentioned for the time being, but the chance to get Marvel is missed, and he has almost no chance of reaching the top in Hollywood. For Writer, failure means that he will be abandoned by MGM and become a loser. For losers, it is almost impossible to get this status again. As for Warner President Robinoff, although they are not as desperate as they are, the failure of this investment has some impact on his status in Warner. With their own ideas, the three watched the finalized version of Mission Impossible formed by Kevin after 4 months of filming and 2 months of special effects production. Chapter 55 _ Internal Viewing, Positioning of S-Class Commercial Blockbusters. The original plot of Mission Impossible is actually not complicated. The CIA obtained intelligence and learned that there was a traitor in their agent team. The traitor was going to sell the list of agents arranged by the CIA in Eastern Europe to a foreign agent organization. Under the planning of the agent leader Jim, the protagonist Ethan brought a group of agents to their trading location. Who knows, when they arrived, they were ambushed, and except for Ethan and his wife, all the other agents were wiped out. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of dollars appeared in Ethan's account for no reason, so Ethan became the biggest suspect of this traitor. Afterwards, it was the process of Ethan, relying on his extraordinary mind and skills, to bravely enter the dragon pool and tiger's den to cleanse himself. This kind of plot, no matter where it is placed, is not surprising. But the ability of directors lies here. They can make simple stories show a completely different style in the movie. Through editing, the use of screen colors, and the director's personal aesthetics, a wonderful film is formed. Tom Cruise, the protagonist, are very important. This is an important part of attracting audiences to the cinema in the early stage of the film. Otherwise, Kevin could have paid a lower price to shoot Mission Impossible. For example, change the name of the movie, do not want the audience of the big IP such as Mission Impossible, such as not the big star Tom Cruise, and change the role of a small star. In this way, the investment can be reduced to 50 million or less. But in this way, the probability of film failure will increase to more than 80%. To put it bluntly, the success of the film has many factors. The number of openings, audience reputation, stars, IP, movie quality, each of these will affect the audience's willingness to enter the cinema. Kevin has never felt that there are movies that can get good grades directly without relying on operations. Operation is a vital part of the success of the film. In the screening hall, several people and the film manager were watching the film attentively. The story is simple, but through Kevin's wonderful editing, the audience is completely immersed in the protagonist Ethan and worried about him. At the same time, I expect Ethan to use his skills to clean up his own whitewash and find out the real traitor in the CIA. Compared with the previous spy films, this Mission Impossible, directed by Kevin, is extraordinarily real. This truth does not mean that it is the same as the real intelligence agency, but that what it shows is very consistent with the image of intelligence agencies and agents in people's imagination. After all, audiences are ordinary people. They won't go into detail about what the real Secret Service agency looks like. They just want to see what the secret agent looks like in the movie. Once it does not meet their cognition, it will naturally be bad word of mouth and abuse. The various skills shown by Ethan in the movie looked like a trained ace agent, and the various skills expressed made the film manager and several of them show their expressions of astonishment. Obviously, they have been completely attracted and immersed in the story and the world constructed by the film. Kevin, who was on the side, watched their reactions, and suddenly he knew that Mission Impossible had become the certification of an excellent film. Actually has many sayings. But in Kevin's view, the most basic point is that there is no drama, and the audience can be immersed in the movie world and attracted by the story, then the movie is half successful. The rest depends on the story, whether it can firmly grasp the audience's attraction in just over an hour. Apparently, he did. Mission Impossible has thoroughly captured the audience's appeal, as can be attested by several presidents and film managers staring at the Mission Impossible story on the screen. More than an hour passed in a flash. MGM President Leiter was the first to come back to his senses, and he congratulated Kevin the moment he got up. "Director Kevin, you have successfully produced a wonderful commercial blockbuster." This is undoubtedly a compliment to Kevin. For all film companies, a director who professionally shoots commercial films is the most popular among them. This is the key person who can keep their company going. In Leiter's eyes, there is a look of thirst for talent. Obviously, he can't wait to bring Kevin into MGM's banner. There was also a flash of ambition in Kevin's eyes, and then he instantly subsided. MGM wants to take him, why doesn't he want to take MGM into the bag? Robinoff listened to the views of Warner Brothers viewing managers. The top commercial blockbuster, if it is scored, can be rated S. I think this will be another classic spy war movie that is enough to go down in history with the 007 series. A chunky middle-aged Caucasian male said in a positive tone. He is Warner Brothers, the highest-ranking film manager. After watching more than 20 years of movies and movies rated by him, the market response has not experienced much fluctuation. S-class commercial blockbuster, and spy war film comparable to 007, these two comments came out. Robinoff knew immediately that Mission Impossible was going to explode. What followed was dissatisfaction with Warner's only 30% investment share, and coveted the follow-up Mission Impossible. Pity. As soon as this comment came out, Robinoff knew that Paramount had no possibility to release the copyright of Mission Impossible. Aside from Robinoff's annoyance, Writer also asked MGM's viewing manager for his opinion. Enough to rival the 007 series. Best spy movie I've ever seen. Wonderful, my mind is still echoing several classic scenes in the film. Through the unanimous opinions of these film managers, as well as his own personal experience, let Leiter know that his adventure has been successful. After arranging the others, Leiter brought Kevin and Robinoff to his president's office. Immediately afterwards, Leiter handed each of them a newspaper. Kevin stared at the newspaper, and immediately saw the dark material about Tom Cruise on it. What about joining an unknown organization, what domestic violence, what rumors about an affair with Angelina Jolie, what rumors about drug use, almost covered half of the cover of the newspaper. Robinoff also saw this. Kevin had already seen it when he was working on the post-production content of the film. But how to deal with it, he and Leiter invariably chose to talk about it after watching the movie. And now, after Mission Impossible has proved itself, Warner and MGM naturally can't sit back and watch these newspapers wantonly disseminate Tom Cruise's black material to affect Mission Impossible's box office results. Chapter 56_Mission Impossible. The forces behind Warner Brothers and MGM took action at the same time, and the news slandering Tom Cruise in the newspapers was swept away in an instant, and all that followed were discussions about Mission Impossible, which was released the day before Thanksgiving. As the childhood memories of countless people, the adaptation of Mission Impossible has attracted the attention of many passers-by long before filming. There are those who are looking forward to this classic American drama being reborn in the hands of Kevin, and there are also those who resist, fearing that they will produce a classic that will destroy it. No matter which angle the audience looks at, what Mission Impossible gains is attention. With attention, whether it's spraying, curiosity, or liking, they will enter the cinema to find out. The normal release of a movie is generally after the movie is completed, and the movie is watched internally first, that is, an internal preview. In the case of good reputation, film critics will be invited to hold a screening, and then the film will be released. The specific arrangement will be adjusted according to the film itself. As a commercial blockbuster with little connotation, Mission Impossible's audience is obviously different from Kevin's first two films, including film critics. Therefore, this time, everyone chose to show it directly and gave up the step of showing it. At the same time, after negotiating with Kevin and Paramount, another $10 million publicity expenses were added. Be sure to put up posters of Mission Impossible in the major movie theaters, the aisles. At the same time, mobilize the power of the media to promote it. The day before Thanksgiving, Mission Impossible officially opened in the theater. Thanks to the vigorous publicity, countless people chose to walk into the movie theater to feel the quality of this crazy promoted movie, and this time, Kevin also chose to enter the movie to get a real feel for the audience's feelings about Mission Impossible. Reaction. The driver, Chen's Haiwen, was waiting in the car. Kevin took Angelina Jolie to the back seat of the movie theater. The makeup changed. In addition, Angelina Jolie still lacked a real big production at this time, and her popularity was not so great. Hi. Let Kevin not worry about being surrounded by fans. The two quietly hid in the back row and waited for the release of Mission Impossible. Julie shook Kevin's hand nervously. If the success of escaping from the fatal town has given her a little reputation in Hollywood, then the heroine of Mission Impossible is the real role that can make her famous. The heroine of a large-scale commercial film is the shortcut to her fame. But if Mission Impossible fails, it will be a devastating blow to her. The director still has the possibility of turning over, and the actor fails to make a big production, especially an actress like her who has no capital behind her. It means the end of the star road. She couldn't help but be nervous. Mission Impossible, Tom Cruise's spy adventure. It sounds good, hopefully it won't let us down. A middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 30s sat in front of Kevin with his teenage son and said to himself, "Cruise." The child waved the toy in his hand and called Cruise's name. Although Cruise's largest audience is female, there are also some male audiences. Obviously, the family sitting in front of Kevin are all Cruise fans. Next to the father and son, a middle-aged man who looked very majestic said viciously to his friend, "If Steve Kevin ruins Mission Impossible's reputation, I swear, I'll beat him up." Apparently, that's what fans of the Mission Impossible series are all about. The first wave of audiences who came to the cinema were basically fans of Cruise or Mission Impossible dramas, only when Mission Impossible passed their mouths and fermented a good reputation. To attract more audiences. With the discussion of the audience, the film was officially released. At the beginning of the movie, a team of CIA agents, led by Tom Cruise, immediately told the audience through words that they were on a mission. The mission is to catch a thief with an extremely classified disc. Abandoning all useless plots, the movie tells the audience the identity of the protagonist and what to do at the beginning of the movie. Immediately afterwards, the audience merged into the movie world with the transformation of the pictures on the movie screen. After everything was ready, Ethan, played by Tom Cruise, and the team members he led started the activity. At the same time, a picture from the CIA was played in the screen, telling the audience that this mission was designed by the CIA to capture the traitor in the special agent team. Then the screen turned and came to the place where Ethan's special team performed the mission. Ethan's team started to act. When the mission was about to be completed, a sudden change occurred. Ethan was shocked that they had been ambushed. The entire team, except Ethan, was wiped out. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of dollars from unknown sources entered Ethan's account. CIA leaders, taking this evidence, began to suspect that the only surviving agent, Ethan, was the real insider. Ethan, who escaped from the ambush, returned to the CIA and learned that he was the only survivor, as well as the CIA's suspicions about him. After discovering that he was framed, Ethan resolutely used his skills and disguise ability to escape from the CIA and began his own way of clearing his grievances. More than half an hour has passed since the movie was here. Kevin, who was sitting in the back row, saw at a glance that no one went to the toilet. All the energy and attention of everyone is on the film. People are eager to know how Ethan can cleanse himself and who is the traitor hidden in the CIA. There was silence in the cinema, only the sound of the movie's original sound came out. Kevin nodded with satisfaction, this was the effect he wanted, and then he continued to watch the movie. Ethan, who escaped from the CIA, returned to the base of the previous team's preparatory mission, where he relied on the information obtained from his exchanges with the leader, and successfully got in touch with the intelligence dealer Max as a ghost. At the same time, he expressed the news that he wanted to meet him, and gained the trust of Max by using the news that the CIA disc was fake. At this time, the original team member Claire, Angelina Jolie, suddenly returned to the stronghold, which made Ethan, who heard from the leader's mouth that the team was completely destroyed, questioned Claire, and further suspected that she was the real insider. Ghost. However, Ethan did not immediately confirm his guess because of his admiration for the beautiful Claire and his trust in his colleagues. Afterwards, Ethan met with Max as agreed, and at this time Max naturally knew that he was not an insider in the CIA. But for the intelligence dealer Max, the only thing he needs is the disc. After Ethan proposed to exchange the disc for the real identity of the ghost, Max agreed decisively. Chapter 57 Box office on the first day. So Ethan recruited a team and started his own specific operation of stealing discs from the CIA and obtaining the identity of the ghost. The latter content, as the director Kevin naturally knows. Under the premise of knowing the plot, Mission Impossible becomes somewhat less interesting. And Kevin naturally focused on the audience's reaction. For a qualified commercial blockbuster, if the duration is qualified, it must achieve the most basic point of no urine throughout the whole process, which Kevin has done. The Mission Impossible he filmed was not completely based on the original version, but added a lot of small details to it. In his previous life, he owned the entire Dubon, and he had already analyzed all the problems of Mission Impossible. For example, the story is rough, and some are not convincing enough. Here, Kevin somewhat makes up for a lot of details. Make the whole story more real and more complete. Immediately afterwards, Kevin arranged several action scenes for Agent Ethan. The movements designed by the team of Yuen Bei, who is from Hong Kong Island and is currently the strongest martial arts finger in the world, combines the beautiful posture of Chinese martial arts in the movie, and at the same time has a neat skill that fits the identity of a special agent. The audience couldn't help but let out a loud exclamation. Marvel at what Tom Cruise does in the movie. In these action scenes, Kevin did not choose to use editing to process, but put forward his own harsh requirements to Tom Cruise. That is to let Cruise completely master these action routines, and he will make up for the screen to accelerate a little in the later stage. As for whether it is beautiful or not, it depends on Tom Cruise's own ability. And judging from his previous test screenings, Cruise's performance was quite good. Sure enough, the audience was also very satisfied with Ethan's fight. A movie that ended in just over an hour. Kevin took Julie out of the cinema slowly, and all the words of satisfaction about Mission Impossible came around. As for the dissatisfaction of some literary youths, Kevin completely ignored it. As a purely commercial film, Mission Impossible does not have any artistry, and Kevin at this time does not allow it to have any artistry. Of course, the lack of artistry doesn't make it a classic movie. Now Kevin, all he wants is to become a real big man in Hollywood. He needs a lot of US knives and nothing else. Oscar can slowly make up for it later, and MGM and Marvel will no longer miss it. He has a clear calculation in his heart. After getting the feedback he wanted, Kevin took Julie straight home. On the other side, MGM President Writer didn't sleep all night. Unlike the confident Kevin, he deeply knows that sometimes the success of a movie has no absolute relationship with the box office. The box office of this film is related to whether he can continue to serve as the president of MGM in the future, so he does not pay attention. As the major theaters gathered all the news, Leiter asked the staff responsible for summarizing the data with a little nervousness. How much was the box office on the first day of Mission Impossible? The staff looked at the data in front of them again, and then said excitedly, "President, Mission Impossible earned a box office of $25.68 million on the first day. This has created the top 2 first-day box office of this year, and the only one above it is Jurassic Park. You know, it is the masterpiece of the great director Spielberg." Writer was also excited. "So we succeeded. After so many years, is MGM finally going to be brilliant again? Quick, call me Kevin and I'm going to tell him the news. After returning to God, Leiter wanted to share this joy with Kevin for the first time, and quickly ordered his secretary to call Kevin. A person secretly hid outside on the sofa to enjoy the time of the sage, while using the computer to look at some materials. Hearing the phone ringing, Kevin picked it up quickly. "Hey Kevin, I'm Writer, the first day of Mission Impossible is out." "How much?" Kevin asked calmly. He was confident that it would not be too bad. On the other end of the phone came a number that surprised him. $25.68 million. Mission Impossible's first day box office was $25.68 million. Reed exclaimed excitedly. Kevin was very calm and asked calmly, based on your experience, how much do you think Mission Impossible's final global box office can be? Leiter hesitated for a while, and made a rough calculation according to the calculation formula of MGM, and then said, "Speak less than $500 million. In that case, don't forget our agreement. I can't wait to join the big MGM family." Kevin made no secret of his thoughts and said directly to Leiter. Writer did not have any dissatisfaction. Kevin's directing ability has been proved once again in Mission Impossible, and he is the talent that MGM needs most at this time. His addition is nothing short of a feather in the wings. Of course, MGM welcomes you to join us. After the release of Mission Impossible, we will start formal negotiations. MGM is sure to please you. Kevin nodded and ended the exchange. On the other hand, Warner Brothers and Paramount received news from the theaters at almost the same time. The astonishing box office results on the first day of Mission Impossible also surprised them. While Paramount was pleasantly surprised, it was also very regretful. The food lying in their mouths was inexplicably divided by several outsiders. This made them feel a lot of pain, but on the other hand, the follow-up copyright was in their hands, and Steve Kevin laid such a good foundation for them. After that, it's time for them to lay down and make money. Paramount started figuring out plans to invite Kevin and Tom Cruise to film Mission Impossible 2 ahead of time. Chapter 58_Party. The next day, the news of Mission Impossible's box office explosion appeared in the newspapers immediately, as well as the praise of countless moviegoers. But don't think that these are free, and the follow-up promotion cost of 10 million yuan, in addition to media promotion, also includes the role of silencing film critics. Otherwise, commercial blockbusters, bad reviews are absolutely indispensable. If you don't feed them, they will frantically give Mission Impossible bad reviews on paper. And this kind of public relations can only be managed for a week. However, what Warner's and MGM are fighting for is only the first week. The box office in the first week is the most profitable time. At this time, whoever dares to criticize will naturally usher in their blow. As for the latter, after the box office began to decline, with the previous box office results, the impact of bad reviews is not so great. At the same time that Warner and MGM made their move, the theater side saw the popularity of Mission Impossible and couldn't sit still. The commercial blockbuster is the movie with the widest audience. After learning that Mission Impossible had a big box office and good reputation, the theater chain decisively took measures to squeeze the number of screens of other underperforming movies. Among the number of Mission Impossible screens. Under such circumstances, the box office was released the next day. Mission Impossible's box office hit a new high, reaching a terrifying box office score of around 29 million, a figure that stunned everyone. CAA building. Looking at the achievements Kevin and Cruise have created together, Ovitz immediately regretted it. A director whose creation of movies has exploded one after another is definitely an extremely valuable resource in Hollywood. Unfortunately, such resources were forced away by the strong attitude of their CAA. Countless thoughts rose in my heart, and finally, Ovitz picked up the phone and called Cruise. "Hey, Cruz, congratulations on your movie hit. Thank you. Cruz was a little confused. Generally, Ovitz wouldn't call him to congratulate him on this kind of thing. The movie is a big hit, do you want to hold a party? It's better to invite Kevin and other heroes over, and the cost of the party will be handed over to CAA. Ovitz suggested. Cruz understood what he meant. Although Kevin had a reversal with CAA, this reversal was not irreversible. Build a reconciliation channel for CAA and Kevin, and he is willing to be the reconciler. Okay, leave it to me. Hanging up the phone, Cruz decisively called Kevin and asked him to come to the party hosted by him. Similarly, in addition to Kevin and the heroine, those who participated in this party also included some people from MGM, Warner, Paramount, and other Hollywood stars. The biggest role of this kind of party is to give them better opportunities for cooperation. Received the second day's box office results, and also received a party invitation from Cruz. Kevin was completely relaxed. As a director and an investor, he is under the greatest pressure. If he fails, he will not only lose money, but also reputation. A director who never fails and a director who has failed have a very different reputation. Reflected in the outside world, the biggest gap is to attract investment. Kevin, who has succeeded 3 times in a row, now has the ability to pull up a big production by himself. With his fame, even if he does not cooperate with other film companies, he can still make a big investment film by himself. There are people out there who want to invest in his new movie. Of course, outside investment is not the same as Hollywood's investment, he is very clear. A big production, if there is no investment from Hollywood giants, I don't know how much trouble there will be in the middle. Buyers burn film, rating restrictions, public opinion suppression, all kinds of trouble, do not know how much more. The reason why Kevin has never encountered these troubles is because he is very knowledgeable about sharing benefits. The first film, Chainsaw, gave New Line the bulk of its profits, and Warner Brothers got a piece of the pie through overseas distribution. The second movie was simply New Line and Warner investing together. The third film, Not to Mention, is an investment from the 3 giants Warners, Paramount, and MGM. In Hollywood, if you get the investment of these 3 companies and you get trouble, it will undoubtedly be a provocation to these giants. No one can afford the counterattack of the big 3. This has made Kevin's development so smooth. 3 days after the party, Kevin took advantage of this rare opportunity to get in touch with Nicholas Kevin and Robert Downey Jr. 3 days later, Kevin happily went to the party held by Cruz. As for Julie, because of her menstrual period, she was reluctant to go out at this time and rested in the villa. Because of the expansion of the scale, the party was not held at Cruz's home, but at the Hollywood Hotel. Kevin walked into the hotel generously. Thanks to Kevin's current hot status in Hollywood, as soon as he entered it, many bosses or executives of the film company came over, got close to Kevin, and handed him his own business card. Looking forward to Kevin having the opportunity to work with them. Facing the enthusiasm of these people, Kevin dealt with them one by one. This enthusiasm lasted for more than 10 minutes, until Cruz came here, and the crowd dispersed. Looking at Kevin's helpless look, Cruz said with a smile, "Get used to this sooner, Director Kevin. With your success as a director, there's only going to be more of these people coming in and trying to get involved in your new film venture." To be honest, even Cruz himself wants to invest in Kevin's next film. In the same sentence, whether a movie will be a bad movie or not, the actors are the most emotional. Shooting Kevin's film made him feel his progress and passion, and he had never been so dedicated to a film. From that time on, he knew that Kevin would not fail. At least, Kevin won't fail until this passion for movies wears off. However, his investment ideas were held down by his investment manager. In Hollywood, investing in movies is an extremely risky business. I don't know how many directors have made movies with their own money and ended up going bankrupt. Sometimes Hollywood studios don't welcome their investment, but they don't dare to invest anymore. This is why Kevin can easily get a 30% investment share. They are also afraid that the film will fail and cause major losses. Facing Cruz's words, Kevin exhaled and adjusted his mood. Only at this time did he know that he really had a huge reputation in Hollywood. Chapter 59 _ Kevin to Fame. Although the first two films were big box office hits, they did not give Kevin the feeling of improving his status. Only Mission Impossible, which just came out at the box office a few days ago, seems to have already become famous in Hollywood. Of course, the real situation is that the success of 3 consecutive films has proved Kevin's own strength. If the first 2 movies can be explained by luck, then Mission Impossible can no longer be explained by luck. All this shows that Kevin has the ability to be an excellent commercial film director. At this time, investing in his next film, the risk is infinitely reduced. The icing on the cake, of course, is done by someone. This is also the reason why Kevin came to the party this time and attracted so many people's attention. I'll get used to it, Cruz. Kevin is confident. He will never stop here, he will continue to climb higher and higher in Hollywood. Cruz and Kevin greeted and left, followed by Ovitz of CAA. With a full smile on his face, he said, "Long time no see, Kevin." Looking at Ovitz's smile, Kevin said indifferently, "Is something wrong?" In the face of Kevin's rude words, Ovitz was not at all angry, and now Kevin is no longer something he can deal with at will. An excellent director, no one in Hollywood can block it. It's not like a star. There is a world of difference between being a star and being a director. Celebrities can easily ruin their future with just some black stuff, but directors are different. As a director, no matter how bad his external reputation is, as long as the film is made well, these are not problems. People don't pay too much attention to the tidbits of the people behind the scenes, they only care about the works. As long as Kevin is not involved in something too sensitive, there will always be film companies asking him to film. I am here to invite you to join CAA again. This time, we will not force you to completely adopt our CAA packaging system. At the same time, your agent Dawson can directly become our top partner, and you can get CAA's highest rated customer service. Join us again, Kevin. Ovitz said very sincerely. In the face of Ovitz's invitation, Kevin just shook his head firmly. Ovitz just valued his status. But now Kevin, there is not much demand for CAA. MGM, Warner, they all have very mature late-stage teams, and Kevin can use them at will. Although the future CAA has numerous big stars and great directors in its hands, the current CAA is still far from developed to that point. And it needs to be emphasized that, even if CAA has such a powerful channel in the future, it will always serve customers. In other words, if its ideas harm the interests of customers, then the huge scale of CAA is just a piece of sand. Thinks that last year, Michael Ovitz was named by some magazines as the most powerful person in Hollywood's entrepreneurial power list. Those who say this undoubtedly do not understand the situation in Hollywood. The top tier of Hollywood will always be the top 5 film companies, and in the future, if you add one more Disney, it will only be the top 6. These 6 major film companies are the most powerful forces in Hollywood. Reason why Ovitz seems to be able to compete with them is that CAA's customers need CAA to seek more benefits for them. Once the big 6 are willing to give in, the CAA will immediately become a mess. End of the day, the CAA is just a bunch of brokers. Ovitz was not angry, but called a few beautiful models over. Obviously, the relationship between Kevin and the heroine of Chainsaw, and the heroine of Get Out, is no secret. The man is nothing more than that hobby. He wants to repair the relationship with Kevin, and naturally he has to start in this area. Then Ovitz drifted away, letting the beautiful model and Kevin get along on their own. Several beautiful models praised Kevin with their own thoughts. It's a pity that they have this intention, but Kevin is not interested for the time being, or Kevin is only interested in future stars. As for these ordinary beauties, to be honest, with his current status, there are as many as he wants. Just then, an actress that Kevin was familiar with in the future came over. "Hello, Director Kevin." Milla Jovovich stared wide-eyed, sizing up the director who had recently gained fame in Hollywood. His eyes were full of curiosity. "You are?" Although Kevin knew her well, he couldn't remember her name for a while. "My name is Milla Jovovich and I'm a young actress." Kevin was taken aback for a moment. The heroine of the future Resident Evil? At the age of 18, she is a bit amazing, and she is indeed a Ukrainian beauty. Kevin has seen her sexy photos in the future, and I have to say, they are quite tempting. With Milla Jovovich, several other models are inferior in body and appearance. Seeing that Kevin seemed to be more interested in Milla Jovovich, several models, although unwilling, had to leave Kevin's side to find other opportunities to enter Hollywood. With a little interest, Kevin reviewed his memory and said, "You are the heroine who returned to the Blue Coral Reef. I have seen that movie and it was very good." Milla Jovovich's eyes lit up. Since the filming of that movie, she has never been able to get any good movie resources. The director in front of her, as long as she has a few resources on hand, is enough for her to work hard in Hollywood for a long time. Seeing how Kevin seems to be interested in himself. Thinking of the unspoken rules in Hollywood, Milla Jovovich was stunned and leaned directly towards Kevin. With Kevin's appearance, even if he was unspoken, he wouldn't be so disadvantaged. "Who thought so?" sent out his invitation directly. "Director Kevin, do you want to share with me the story of the Blue Coral Reef?" Kevin is all too familiar with this kind of direct invitation. Kevin was pulled into the hotel room by Milla Jovovich. As soon as he entered the room, Kevin was thrown onto the bed by Milla Jovovich, and then the outer packaging was removed. Right here, Kevin suddenly thought of a very serious question. "Are you an adult?" European and American women are too mature in appearance, and sometimes it is difficult to judge age by appearance. "I'm 18. As Milla Jovovich's words came out, Kevin no longer hesitated and became entangled with Milla Jovovich. The young body brought Kevin a completely different experience from Julie. Let him be in a fairyland. Especially since it was her first time. Kevin never thought of this. But it seems to be very normal. Before the age of 18, no one dared to attack her. After the age of 18, she happened to meet her, which seemed very reasonable. During the party, the executives of Paramount and Warner were all looking for Kevin at this time, trying to negotiate with him about the next movie in advance. 3 consecutive films sold, making Kevin the most sought-after director in Hollywood at this time. They're afraid of being taken first by others, which would be a waste of their relationship with Kevin. Chapter 60_New Project Pirates of the Caribbean. With Milla Jovovich in the hotel and leaving her his personal business card, Kevin returned to the party. At this time, it was only after 10 o'clock in the evening, which was the busiest time of the party. Kevin's reappearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. The top executives of Paramount and Warner Brothers gathered around and congratulated Kevin. Kevin agrees one by one. If he just wants to be a simple director, then in fact, he doesn't need to pay attention to these interactions. However, Kevin's ambition is not just a director. In the future, cooperation and contact with major film companies will be indispensable. In this case, it is natural to manage these contacts well. After a circle of communication process, dozens of public business cards were distributed on Kevin's body, and at the same time, dozens of business cards were added to his body. The crowd dispersed, leaving only a few absolute top executives of the film company. Of course, it's still Kevin's old acquaintances. Warner's president, and Paramount executives. Paramount's chief operating officer, Ledrick Hansberry, because the name was too long, Kevin silently arranged the name of Barry for him in his heart. Barry approached enthusiastically, with a friendly smile on his face, and his demeanor was so kind that his subordinates could not believe it at all. Kevin, Mission Impossible's rebirth from the ashes is entirely up to your plan. This time, Paramount is really honoring you. It's not like this, Mission Impossible 2, you direct. Paramount is willing to offer you the highest director salary in the industry, still your original cast, plus Tom Cruise's role. Barry's face was confident, he believed that Kevin would not refuse Paramount's offer. Impossible 2, on the basis of the success of Mission Impossible 1, no matter how bad it is, there is no possibility of losing money. This is basically sending money to Kevin. Of course, there is no comparison with being an investor, but the advantage is that Kevin does not have any risks. As for getting Kevin to invest, that's of course impossible. Mission Impossible 1 has caused several waves of quarrels between Paramount executives. They are all hurting for the benefit of going out, and they can only watch Warner, MGM, and Chinexai 3 film companies gobble up their meat. As for finding ways to get into the loopholes in the contract, this kind of thinking is not unheard of. However, considering the power of Warner and MGM, the only thing they can actually start is Kevin's 30% investment. As for Kevin's relationship with Warner Brothers and MGM, it's hard to say whether they'll make a splash for Kevin. After some consideration, Paramount put out this little thought. Full attention is devoted to the sequel to Mission Impossible. With Kevin's foundation in place, as long as the sequel isn't too bad, they'll be able to make a fortune at Paramount. And after Mission Impossible 2, they could even launch Mission Impossible 3, 4, 5, and more. The real big head is actually still in their hands. Instead of entangled in those benefits Kevin divided, it is better to continue to develop the follow-up of the big IP of Mission Impossible. And the safest way is to use the original team from the director to the actors to the production team. So, as soon as they learned about the party that Tom Cruise was throwing, they asked Barry to come here to invite Kevin. Facing Barry's confident invitation, Kevin shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, I already have plans for my new movie. I have to invest more than 20% of the investment in the equally huge fantasy pirate movie. Kevin said this, in fact, is a polite refusal. Paramount is willing to give him more than 30% of the investment share in Mission Impossible 2, it is not impossible for him to break his own rules. Although he is a man of rules, but if others give too much, he can't do anything about it. In the face of Kevin's attitude, Barry was somewhat disappointed. But Paramount can give him the highest movie remuneration in the industry, but it is absolutely impossible to give him a share of the investment. Mission Impossible 2 is a lucrative business, they will not give the outside world any investment opportunities, and Paramount will eat them alone. Since Kevin is unwilling to continue to serve as the director of the Mission Impossible sequel, he, the operating officer and producer, naturally has to find another director worthy of trust in the Mission Impossible 2 project. Thinking of this, Barry smiled, politely greeted Kevin, and turned away. On the other hand, Warner president Robinoff was keenly aware of Kevin's new movie plan. A fantasy pirate movie? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel trouble in his heart. Looking at the box office results in recent years, there is not a single fantasy film that has sold well. Oh no. There was an Aladdin last year, but that's a world classic IP, and it's a cartoon at the same time. Although the theme is fantasy, it is obviously not the same as the pirate film in Kevin's mouth. However, although this theme does not seem to be so popular in the market. But if the director is Steve Kevin, they are still willing to invest part of the share. But all of this will definitely have to wait until Kevin's project plan is decided. Thinking of this, Robinoff couldn't help but sigh for Kevin in his heart. At only 25 years old, he is already a very mature producer and director in Hollywood. The producer of Mission Impossible and the producer who escaped from the fatal town are useless on the set. And that is actually the staff of the insurance company responsible for it. In other words, Kevin's next film, he alone occupies 3 positions: producer, director, and screenwriter. This kind of person is not a genius. What is a genius? Thinking of this, Robinov leaned over to Kevin's side and asked directly. Kevin, I don't know how much investment you need for your pirate film. Warner Brothers is willing to give you at least 30 million financial support. Robinov calculated in his heart, and finally set an investment amount of 30 million. This amount, judging from the recent profits of Warner Brothers, even if it loses all of it, it will not hurt the bones. On the contrary, if there is a real loss, it is just right to suggest that Kevin return to the field of horror films he is best at and make small investments. Kevin's small investment, as long as the production cost is less than 5 million, they can all be covered by Warner. Kevin nodded, but did not respond immediately, just declined. I haven't even come out with the project plan yet, don't worry, I'll talk about it after I do a careful market research. Robinov nodded and temporarily ended today's exchange. Chapter 61 _ Zack Snyder, the assistant director who was targeted by Kevin. The next day, Kevin, who was free, first went to Warner Brothers, and sold the subsequent copyright proceeds of Escape from Dead Town for $30 million. Then it came to Chinexi Film Company, which he hadn't been here for a long time. Garcia Ali, who has never met Kevin, has long heard of the reputation of Steve Kevin as a senior. In school, Kevin has long become the idol of countless USC students. Before graduating, he was unanimously praised by many professors. As soon as he graduated, he immediately got an investment from a film company of the size of New Line Film Company and made his first film. And with great success. All of this is like a legend. No, he has become the legend everyone wants to be at USC. The reason why Garcia Ali wanted to be his assistant was to take a shortcut. Starting from his assistant and stepping into Hollywood, it is much more difficult for her to get up step by step and achieve her director dream than if she went to other places by herself. But to her surprise, after serving as Kevin's assistant, she had not even seen Kevin's face for so long. If she didn't want to miss this opportunity, she would have quit her job long ago. Just when she was bored in the office, she saw a stranger enter the company in an instant. The 2 little girls at the front desk were very surprised and said, "Kevin boss, come here." Ellie hurriedly took out the mirror from her arms and adjusted her makeup. "Long time no see, do you two have a habit of staying in the morning light?" Kevin said cheerfully. Just after receiving the money, he was in a relatively happy mood. Seeing the 2 sisters whom he had not seen for a long time, he also had the time to tease them. "It's a habit. There are bosses and uncles covering us. In the company, no one offends us." Sister Helen said proudly. Yes, in the company, we are very happy." Sister Emma hurriedly said. Helen rolled her eyes and said, "It's just that there are too few bosses, so my sister and I miss them a lot." Kevin glared at the 2 goblins before walking into the company. As soon as he entered the office area, Kevin saw this blonde and pure beauty in front of him. Her appearance has the Chinese characteristics in the memory of Kevin's previous life, but her appearance clearly looks like the unique facial features of Europeans and Americans, which is a typical beauty of Eastern and Western consensus. In the United States, there are very few beautiful women with this look. In his company, and at the same time not a contracted actor of their company, there is no such beauty in the financial department in theory. "So, are you my junior and the assistant Dawson found for me?" Kevin asked generously. Ellie took a breath and looked at the boss and senior in front of her with a little nervousness. I cursed in my heart, it's really unreasonable to be so talented and handsome. Then he nodded and said, "It's me, my name is Garcia Ali, you can just call me Ali. Okay, take a look at this project plan first, and then give your opinion." As soon as they met, Kevin handed Ellie the Pirates of the Caribbean plan. This can also be regarded as a test for Kevin to Ellie. As his assistant, the job is not so easy, again, if Ellie can meet his requirements. Ellie can also get unimaginable contacts and high salary from this job. Ellie also knew this, took the plan and read it nervously. While Ellie was looking at the plan, Kevin came to Dawson's office. Dawson was dealing with several signing directors at the time. As a film company, the most important business is making movies. However, the previous morning movie was just an empty shell, and there was no such business. Now that the funds are a little abundant, after Kevin's guidance, Dawson decided to explore some other directors to shoot some low-cost works. To open up new financial resources for Chinexai Film Company. Seeing Kevin's arrival, he just raised his head to signal that he knew, and then buried his head and continued to read the director's information in his hand. Kevin didn't bother when he saw this. He just arranged to pick up the materials and read it, and saw a name that he was very familiar with. That was the name of a future great director and a director he liked very much. Zack Snyder. "Dawson, you call the director on this list over. I think he has great potential. Let him be my assistant director first, and then give him a chance to make a movie when the time is ripe." Kevin arranged. As Kevin's status has grown, he's lost interest in those small-budget horror films. But it is undeniable that small investment horror films have always been the subject of high profits in Hollywood. If Chinexai Entertainment can get a good director, Kevin is still willing to become a producer and support the director of his own film company. Zack Snyder was one of those targets that happened to be. As for the others, it's time to test Dawson's vision. However, Dawson was able to choose his predecessor, and I have to say that he still has some vision. Dawson nodded. Although Zack Snyder's resume was nothing special, Dawson, who had some superstition about Kevin, still believed in Kevin's opinion. Since he said that Zack Snyder has potential, then Zack Snyder must have some potential, but he just didn't see it. After I ordered this, I inspected my company at the same time. Kevin came to the office area again. At this time, Ellie looked like she was thinking, as if she had already read the project plan. Seeing this, Kevin also directly tested. "Ellie, do you think there is anything wrong with my project proposal?" Ellie said boldly based on her own experience. A fantasy film with an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars has no successful examples in the first 5 years. The risk is extremely high, and it is not easy to attract investment. Kevin nodded, and it seemed that Ellie still worked hard. "Yes, but these are not problems. Ellie, you have passed the test. Now, you should immediately bring the materials and go to the Screenwriters Union to file a project for me, and at the same time, release the news and openly interview all the characters." Facing Kevin's instructions, Ellie's face showed joy. Now that Kevin has directly invoked her, the position of her assistant is naturally secure. He hurried out of the house and went to the location of the editors' union. Watching someone run errands, Kevin stretched. With an assistant, his director can be much easier. This is also the reason why he didn't do any special tests, just asked casually, he really needed an assistant. The next thing to do, of course, is the interview about Pirates of the Caribbean and the preparation of funds. However, these things are not in a hurry. After a month or two, when Mission Impossible is completely finished, he will start negotiations with MGM. This time, even if he pays most of the cash and the future copyright proceeds of Mission Impossible, he has to take a minimum of 5% or more of MGM's shares. Kevin's eyes flickered with a light called ambition, looking to the sky outside. Chapter 62 _ Finding the best actor for Captain Jack Sparrow. The establishment of the Pirates of the Caribbean project is naturally not that simple. The original Pirates of the Caribbean was made by Disney considering that there are fewer tourists in the Pirate Pleasure Boat project in its amusement park, and tried to make a promotional film that would be helpful for its own amusement park project. In later generations, the Pirate Amusement Ship project was officially renamed as Pirates of the Caribbean, and many interactive games such as treasure-stealing elements were added. It's enough to prove how much Disney has benefited from this project. That's more money than Pirates of the Caribbean's box office gain, which is why Kevin chose to shoot Pirates early. However, Kevin is not in a hurry to authorize this aspect. In fact, MGM itself has an amusement park, located in Las Vegas. But compared with Disneyland, it is undoubtedly a lot worse. In the future, after he has mastered Marvel, or MGM, that time will be the time to develop these IPs in depth. Until then, he has to firmly grasp the external authorization of the Pirates of the Caribbean in his own hands. In fact, for Pirates of the Caribbean, Kevin's attention is much higher than that of Mission Impossible, Chainsaw and Breakthrough. No matter when, fantasy IP is always stronger than urban themes. For that kind of fantastic and magnificent world, people all over the world have a common yearning. With an assistant running, Kevin felt much more relaxed. In addition to going out for shopping every few days, Kevin left all the chores to Ellie to run, and Ellie was very happy with Kevin's instructions. Although tiring, Ellie was able to get in touch with countless great people that she had never been able to contact before. This is a child of an ordinary middle-class family like her, a character that she has no contact with, and has countless benefits for her future development in Hollywood. As for Kevin, after having an assistant, of course he enjoys life in the villa. At the same time, I was thinking about the plot of Pirates of the Caribbean. The first Pirates of the Caribbean, the original hero and heroine is actually the daughter of the governor, Elizabeth Swann, and the blacksmith apprentice Will Turner. Most people can guess this from the plot. But after the movie was released, Jack Sparrow's charm conquered everyone. The original hero and heroine were completely covered up under his light. At that time, in fact, the Pirates of the Caribbean had only one protagonist, that is, Captain Jack Sparrow. In theory, he'd be better off using the original Jack Sparrow, aka Johnny Depp. However, 30-year-old Johnny Depp showed the superb acting skills and character charisma that he should have shown in Pirates of the Caribbean 10 years later. This made Kevin somewhat suspicious. As for Johnny Depp's subsequent discredit, Kevin as an outsider is not a very good commenter. The matter between him and his ex-wife was agitated and turned over many times at the same time. To the discerning person, it seems that there are multiple capitals fighting against each other, and the final result is that Johnny Depp was removed from the Pirates of the Caribbean. All this seems to be in line with the name, but it is hard to say whether Disney no longer wants to pay Depp's high salary and box office share for a legitimate reboot of the Caribbean series. But if Depp is really a scumbag, it's not impossible. But at least, Depp at this time is more betrayed. He has not yet become the scumbag of that time, the villain boycotted by Hollywood. Thinking of this, Kevin no longer hesitated. Although he has no friendship with Depp, Depp and Nicolas Cage have an unusual relationship in the memory of his previous life. Asking Cage to contact Johnny Depp. But thinking of this, Kevin's face was slightly embarrassed. For Nicolas Cage that was promised was delayed again and again because of various variables. Or, by the way, will Cage play Captain Jack Sparrow? With this idea in mind, Kevin directly took the Pirates of the Caribbean plan and walked towards Nicolas Cage's villa. Inside Nicolas Cage's villa, Cage is admiring his collection. As a superstar, his income is very considerable, with an annual income of tens of millions of dollars, which is enough to support any extravagant life. What he likes most is actually investing in real estate, buying luxury cars and collecting comics. Of course, some strange things always arouse his desire to collect. For example, the young Tyrannosaurus Rex skull fossil in front of him is like a priceless treasure in his eyes. Of course, the person who sold it to him doesn't know the product, so he bought this skull for only a few $100,000. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Cage came to the monitor, and saw Kevin, who suddenly came to visit. As a neighbor, the first visit to Cage was just a courtesy. But soon, after learning about Kevin's experience, he developed a feeling of appreciation. In this way, after some exchanges, he and Kevin became good friends with a considerable age difference. In the face of Kevin's arrival, he was also very happy and hurried to the door. "Hello, Kevin." "Cage." The two hugged and walked into Cage's villa together. Different from Kevin's villa, Cage's villa is much larger. At the same time, there are many Roman statues in the courtyard. It looks completely different from ordinary people's villas. But Kevin, who was already used to it, didn't care about that, and just handed the project plan in his hand to Cage. Then he took out a bottle of top-quality wine from Cage's refrigerator, took out 2 more glasses, and poured 2 more glasses. Then quietly waited for Cage to watch the script slowly. Pirates of the Caribbean. Cage frowned and read the script carefully. The script isn't really that complicated, and that's the usual story rhythm for a big-budget movie. From this point of view, Kevin did not do anything unconventional. On the contrary, he is a very mature director of commercial films, but to be honest, Cage has not had much contact with commercial film directors at present. What Cage is after now is more of a challenging role. Of course, to put it in layman's terms, in fact, the goals of the films he is choosing now are all aimed at winning awards. There is no such purely commercial film as Pirates of the Caribbean. However, I have to say that he felt the charm of Captain Jack Sparrow just from the script, and he could imagine that this would definitely be another classic character in film history. This made him hesitate. But in the end, Cage sighed. Although he really wanted to play it, it was hard for him to imagine what a sissy captain of a pirate ship would look like in him. Chapter 63 The special friendship between Depp and Cage. Hearing Cage's sigh, Kevin put down the wine in his hand and asked directly. "How about this Captain Jack Sparrow, the only protagonist in the movie? Do you think you're suitable?" Yes, although the script is still the same script, Kevin has obviously made some dramatic adjustments to some of the characters in the script. The original hero and heroine, in his version, became the characters who promoted the plot. In his script, the only protagonist, there is only one person. Jack Sparrow. This is not a risk, but the biggest factor in the success of Pirates of the Caribbean in his hands. Everyone knows that the biggest success factor of the Pirates of the Caribbean is Johnny Depp's unique and charismatic Captain Jack Sparrow. This kind of movie, in Kevin's view, is that the characters save the movie. The charm of the characters has gone beyond the movie itself, and Pirates of the Caribbean can only succeed because of Captain Sparrow. Knowing this, Kevin knew that if no one could recreate the Captain Jack Sparrow he had in mind, Pirates of the Caribbean was basically doomed. Similarly, if Sparrow can reproduce at this time, he believes that even after 10 years, the Pirates of the Caribbean can achieve incredible success at this time. Cage shook his head, frowned tightly, and there was a little regret in his eyes. It seems he likes the role of Jack Sparrow. It's a good role, but I'm not a good fit. Kevin, you are looking for me, definitely not for this role. What is your purpose? Just say it directly. Having said that, Cage took a distressed look at the wine that Kevin casually placed beside him. It was the highest grade wine he had imported from France. A bottle can cost thousands of dollars. Don't think this price is cheap, except for those luxury goods and things that are deliberately hyped. Wine itself is actually a very cheap and common wine in France. A bottle of $10,000 is already high-end in the high-end. Even Cage himself, drinking is a fine product of a small cup, and he is reluctant to waste it. Like Kevin, The cow chews peony and drinks it in big gulps, just like drinking a drink. The distressed Cage put away the remaining wine, took out a bottle of ice Coke from the refrigerator and handed it to Kevin. Kevin was so cheap, he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, then opened the ice cola and took a sip. Even on a cold day in December, in the villa, Kevin still likes ice Coke. As for the wine, he couldn't tell whether it was good or bad, but he liked to see Cage's pain, but he didn't want to show it in front of him. As for Cage, seeing that he wasn't all that sincere about casting him as Captain Jack Sparrow, Kevin isn't surprised. The image of the two is too different from the previous roles. Although Cage is willing to challenge unfamiliar roles, but that is also in literary films. Running into a commercial film, no matter how popular it is, he will miss the award. This is not in line with Cage's play style. It's impossible for Kevin not to know this, but he's still coming. Then there must be other purposes. Cage stared at Kevin with bright eyes, looking at what he was selling. Comfortable. The gas bloomed in the mouth, bringing a strong impact, making Kevin feel what it is like to be cool. Putting down the Coke, Kevin said with satisfaction, "Do you know an actor named Johnny Depp?" A trace of complicated emotions flashed on Cage's face, saying, "How did you know I knew him?" Kevin hid haha. "I heard it by accident." "What, do you really know each other?" Cage nodded, and said as if he was thinking while recalling. "His ex-wife, a top makeup artist in Hollywood, has worked with me many times. Because she didn't want to live an ordinary life with Depp, she chose to divorce. She felt guilty and asked me to help Depp in order to make up for her debt to Depp. As for Depp, I have to say, he is a genius in acting, a genius actor, you know. He's the kind of guy who can give a character a unique charm. He's still a jerk though." The complex emotions on Cage's face. That guy Depp actually stole his money and went to the bar casually. Because he saw that Depp had nowhere to live, he even let Depp live in his own property for free. Then, can you help me contact him? Kevin couldn't help asking. Cage nodded. Kevin is looking for him, it must be for the role, although Depp is a jerk, but this does not conflict with him being a good actor. He is also very happy that Depp can get such a good role. Agreeing to Kevin's words, Cage didn't waste any time, just picked up the phone and called Depp, the bastard in his eyes. After a loving scolding, Kevin vaguely heard the news that Depp was rushing here immediately. The happy Kevin also showed his skills, took out some meat from the refrigerator, and had a barbecue party with Cage outside, waiting for Depp to arrive. Like Cage, Kevin is not used to the temperament of strangers at home. Therefore, there is no nanny, chef, and bodyguard at home. Kevin's approach is to let the bodyguard rent a room in an ordinary house below Beverly Hills, and when he needs it, he will call the bodyguard and driver to come over. Cage does the same thing. On the other hand, Zack Snyder also received news from Dawson, Hollywood's hot new director, and invited him to be the assistant director of his new project. As a music video director, Zack Snyder wants to be a real director all the time. But there is a big difference between MV directors and film directors. If there is no accident, Zack Snyder estimates that it will be at least several years before he can get the opportunity he wants. However, the opportunity came sooner than he thought. Steve Kevin's assistant director, this is undoubtedly a way, as long as he does a good job, it can be a great addition to his resume. Pull some small investment or something, there is a possibility. After all, you have the qualifications for a big project, and you can still scare many investors if you take it out. After being the MV director for several years, Zack Snyder has accumulated some contacts, and now he lacks such an opportunity to take off. At the moment of receiving the news from Dawson, Zack Snyder packed all his luggage, and even the rent was too lazy to ask the landlord to refund it. Going directly to the address of Chinexai Company, he wants to take root directly near Chinexai. As his goal, Zack Snyder is willing to work in this film company as long as Kevin's Dawn movie doesn't feel sorry for him. These are all his thoughts now. Chapter 64 Depp's confidence. Johnny Depp, who has done a lot of shit, heard his good friend and brotherly affection Nicolas Cage call him over. Immediately declined all his other activities and drove his car towards Cage's villa. After more than an hour's drive, he arrived at Cage's villa from near Hollywood. As soon as he came in, he saw Cage having a barbecue party with a stranger he didn't know. "Hello, Cage." Depp naturally came to their barbecue grill, picked up a half-pound skewer of beef, and ate it. Kevin also introduced himself. "I'm the director of Chainsaw, Get Out and Mission Impossible, Steve Kevin." Kevin's name, along with the popularity of the movie, has long been known to everyone in Hollywood. Only then did Depp know that the young man in front of him was the most famous up-and-coming director in Hollywood recently. "Hello, I'm rock star Johnny Depp." Depp introduced himself with a smile on his face. When he debuted, as a singer, although he is better in the film circle now, he is more of a rock singer in his heart. "Hello, Depp." This is another future superstar that Kevin has met. Unlike his rock and roll style in front of the crowd, Depp behaves much more normally in this private gathering. At least, there is no sense of rebellion and weirdness revealed by the clothes outside. This made Kevin sigh a lot in his heart. Mia really developed a lot, and Hugo will only start playing the character design in the next few years. At this time, he was already playing in the American entertainment circle early. Seeing that Kevin and Depp exchanged a few words, Cage then called for the two to pack the fried skewers to the table beside them. After packing up the fried skewers and taking out some good beers, the three of them had a delicious meal and rested on the large sofa in the living room, ignoring the mess outside. "Anyway, a phone call tomorrow, someone will come to clean up." After a few chats, Cage got down to business. "Depp, in the next movie directed by Kevin, I'm going to find you as the male protagonist. Because I don't know you, I know you, and that's why I found me. You must act in this movie. The actor is very good and can make you a superstar in Hollywood. The most important thing is that this is a big production with a production cost of hundreds of millions of dollars. Before this, only one Edward Scissorhands was outstanding, and because of his makeup, it was not easy for people to recognize him. Although he is not a nobody in Hollywood, he is obviously not a big man either. For a director of Kevin's level, asking him to be the male protagonist is tantamount to valuing him." Depp's face instantly turned serious. "What kind of role can I find out about?" Unlike Nicolas Cage's solid background, Depp isn't that picky about roles. Hollywood stars, with the exception of Cage, actually pursue literary films mostly because they can't receive the protagonists of commercial films. If they can receive it, who would put commercial films and not shoot them, and go to shoot some literary films? "Do you really dislike dollars?" Kevin nodded, handed over the script, and explained. "This is a fantasy film with huge investment. I think the temperament is very consistent with yours. That's why I want to ask Cage to contact you in advance. However, because of the huge investment, the only protagonist of this film must be interviewed by senior executives of many companies to pass. I also hope that you can take this role and play the Captain Jack Sparrow in my heart." By this time, Kevin was also very nervous. If Jack Sparrow at this time can't interpret the charm of Captain Orchid Finger, then he will take a huge risk to choose someone else to play Captain Jack Sparrow. It's even possible that the project had to be postponed because there was no suitable role. Kevin couldn't have risked not having the right actors to force a Pirates of the Caribbean film, which would have only ruined his reputation. If in the future, when Kevin's position in Hollywood is solid, he will make some such high-risk or original films, it doesn't matter. But at this time, Kevin will not risk his future because of a small impulse. Depp read the script at a glance and was instantly attracted to this character. In the Middle Ages, when witches still existed, men became thieves on the sea, hunting everywhere in search of treasures on the sea. This setting is very attractive. And everything revolves around the fastest ship in the Caribbean, Captain Jack Sparrow of the Black Pearl. Jack Sparrow is different from the pirates who are generally known to do evil, and also different from the adventurers who are regarded as heroes. He has the title of one of the 9 most powerful pirates in the Caribbean Sea, but his personality is so cynical, even a little girly. At the same time, he is also a good liar, and his morality and rhythm are questioned. But with so many shortcomings, he also has many shining points. In order to save his friend, he is not afraid of danger. It is such a complex and non-single character that establishes a very three-dimensional and vivid image of the captain. The moment he read the script, Depp knew he had to get the role. A character who must be remembered in film history. If he misses it, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Looking at the two who were silent on the side, Johnny Depp said confidently, "Leave it to me, Director Kevin, this role is mine." Kevin nodded. A week later, come to MGM's Pirates of the Caribbean cast to audition for the male lead, I Believe in You. Looking at Depp's confident eyes, Kevin was instantly convinced by him. There are always people who talk about hard work, but in Kevin's view, talent is often the most important part of these arts. As far as Lu Tianwang in the previous life is concerned, in terms of singing, he can't compare to Zhang Tianwang, and in terms of acting skills, there is also a huge gap with Liang. No matter how hard he tried, the gap between him and others was visible to the naked eye. Not to say he's bad, but to make a point. The importance of talent in the film industry. Nicolas Cage and Johnny Depp are without a doubt that kind of genius. This kind of talent, assuring Kevin that he can play well, shows that he has this kind of confidence. And Kevin is willing to believe in the promise of his genius. In the next time, Kevin didn't say much. After eating and drinking, Julie went out to pick up the show, and there were no women in his villa. Simply spend one night in Cage's villa. Drink some beer and get a good night's sleep. Chapter 65 _ an MGM figure poor dagger now. The next day, when Kevin woke up, both Depp and Cage had left the villa. Depp was in a hurry to go home and hurry up to study the script. Such a big male lead drama is undoubtedly a great opportunity to turn around and must be grasped well. And Cage has something to do and wants to go back to his uncle's house. Kevin left here by himself, after another calamity at Cage's house for a lunch. Called the driver to go towards Chinexai Company. Early in the morning, Dawson called him, and the assistant director he needed, Zack Snyder, had arrived at their company. With curiosity about Zack Snyder, the future director, Kevin rushed to the company in a hurry. Zack Snyder dragged his luggage and sat carefully in the chair, feeling a little nervous both physically and mentally. At the age of 27 this year, he has been in the music video industry since he graduated. He was very nervous about this opportunity. If he can be successfully elected as Steve Kevin's assistant director, this can put him on a high road in Hollywood. Kevin is the noble man in his life, it depends on whether he can grasp it or not. This is what Kevin saw as soon as he entered the company. The future director was sitting cautiously on the stool at this time, waiting for his arrival. After saying hello to the little sister at the front desk, Kevin came directly to Zack Snyder and said with a smile, "Hi, my name is Steve Kevin. I'm Zack Snyder." Seeing Kevin take the initiative to speak, Zack Snyder immediately stood up from his chair and introduced himself nervously. Kevin waved his hand, with a thoughtful look, frowned and said, "Don't be nervous, I saw the MV you shot before. It's very good. It has a heavy feeling like an oil painting. At the same time, it seems to have a special aesthetic of your own, which is very distinctive. That's what made Dawson contact you. I think your style is very suitable for a movie I'm about to shoot. Would you like to be my assistant director?" Kevin stretched out his hand and cordially invited. I do. Zack Snyder responded immediately. From what Kevin said, he could feel that Kevin really understood him. To describe the Oriental culture he knows, Kevin is his bowl. So he responded immediately. Of course, in fact, he has no reason to refuse, and being able to become the assistant director of a big production is undoubtedly a step up to the sky for him. Okay, the project is still under preparation. I will give you the contact information of my assistant. You and her will prepare some supporting role selections in advance, and find a special effect company, help me make a plan in advance, and read to see how much of your budget is going to be spent. Okay, Director Kevin. Zack Snyder nodded. Kevin arranged these things, and then diverted to MGM Studios. Time to talk about the shares. Most of Mission Impossible's North American box office has already come out, and now it is the overseas box office that is worse, but it is different from the ethnic restrictions and cultural differences of Escape. The commercial blockbuster Mission Impossible has always been more popular overseas than North America. According to the analysis of professionals, the overseas performance of Mission Impossible can surpass that of North America by 4 to 5 times. This is an unusually large number, and MGM has taken a huge profit from the Mission Impossible pie. Of course, for a giant like MGM, a movie is just a source of income. It's not enough to make a giant of this level return to glory. But at least they saw hope. And this is what Kevin wants to see. It's time, see you Tookie and Dagger. Inside the MGM Grand Conference Room, Kevin and MGM's executives, as well as President Writer, were sitting in the office at this time. The atmosphere in the conference room was very relaxed at this time. Writer said, Kevin, after the unanimous approval of all our senior management, we decided to give you 0.5% of the MGM shares. The market value, based on the current stock price of MGM, is worth about $9 million. All the senior executives with shares applauded. This is the contribution of each of them, and this is why these shares are squeezed out. Everyone paid a lot of money. In their view, Kevin should be very happy because of these shares. You know, this is MGM's shares. The shares of MGM are basically not circulated in the outside world, and most of them are in the hands of major consortia, and individuals own no more than 10% at most. Privately owned shares do not add up to more than 25%. It's just that the consortium only wants MGM under their control. As for the daily management, the consortium does not interfere. Of course, if the financial report is not good, changing the president is also indispensable. This is also the reason why Leiter is desperate. Fortunately, he bet right. Everyone looked at Kevin, who was supposed to be happy, but to their surprise, in the face of this huge surprise, instead of smiling, Kevin looked serious. Just then, Kevin spoke up. I want more than 5% of MGM's shares, and I can pay for it. In the future, I can bring more explosive movies to MGM, and let MGM rebuild its glory. This is my condition. If I don't agree. Kevin is decisive. My movie will not let MGM invest a penny in the future. Damn you, who do you think you are? MGM has been brilliant in Hollywood for so many years, and it's not like you can take advantage of the situation. Kevin, you're going too far. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. Kevin's act of taking advantage of the fire immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of all the senior management of MGM, and they all issued scolding words. Kevin just drank the coffee in front of him calmly, completely ignoring these words, and looked at Leiter, who had been silent in the crowd. Leiter frowned at this moment, as if thinking about something. Just like that, after arguing for more than 10 minutes in the conference room, Leiter began to speak. Everyone be quiet. As the facilitator of Mission Impossible, Leiter has greatly increased his prestige among MGM at this time, and everyone is willing to listen to his words. Taking a breath, Leiter continued. Kevin's target is not us, he wants to talk to the group behind MGM, and we don't have 5% of the shares for him. Only then did everyone realize Kevin's true purpose. Leiter looked at Kevin again and said, I will fight for the opportunity for you to meet them. As for whether or not you can convince them, it depends on your ability, but I believe that if you join MGM, you will be able to lead MGM to glory. Kevin's face didn't have a wild laugh at all, but a flat smile, as if everything was what he expected. Chapter 66_Kevin, I want 10% of MGM. After reaching a tacit understanding with Leiter, Leiter went out to help Kevin contact the current MGM boss behind the scenes. The news is, let Kevin go to Las Vegas to meet the real boss behind MGM. Kevin readily agreed, brought his own bodyguards, and went to Las Vegas with Leiter. Las Vegas, amidst a splendidly decorated casino. Kirk Kerkorian, a casino tycoon, heard Leiter, the president of the industry he was least optimistic about, came to him with a director, and couldn't help being a little interested. As a person who focuses on the gambling industry, buying MGM is completely out of a layman's idea, and now, I have to say, he regrets it. MGM is definitely a money-losing deal for him. Fortunately, thanks to the development of IP, MGM can barely be self-sufficient, but it is impossible for him to benefit from it. However, this year, Leiter seems to have come up with something to make MGM's financial report look a little better. This made Kirk Kerkorian feel a little better. A half-day flight, Kirk Kerkorian's men picked them up when they got off the car. The three of them sat in the car and headed for the legendary casino. Kevin also looked at the quartet curiously. The roadside, as far as the eye can see, is generally the same as the most prosperous downtown area in New York. Various luxury goods, high-end restaurants, gold jewelry, and other high-consumption stores are placed on both sides. Obviously, it is aimed at the gamblers who have won the bet, the kind of energy that is not money. It's these bigots who are in the hole. Kevin did not have these high-end consumption habits, and the poor often appear to be upstarts when they become rich, but Kevin has maintained his original mentality very well. Although he occasionally spends money to eat good food, he does not spend money on these luxuries. After all, he is a director and doesn't need to package himself like a star. All people want to see is his work. There is no need to spend the money. After half an hour's drive, the three of them came to a huge and splendid building. The driver walked to the door and said a few words to a few gatekeepers. Then he returned and led the three of them into the office area of the casino through the small door. After several complicated roads and many guards, several people entered the core area of the casino. After the two bodyguards checked that they were not carrying any metal weapons, they were allowed to enter Kirk Kerkorian's room together. As a gambling tycoon, he was hated by countless people. On weekdays, he was very careful about his own safety. In this area of Las Vegas, with such a complicated procedure, the safety of oneself is protected to the greatest extent. After entering the room, Kevin looked at the decoration of the room. It was a 100-square-meter office area with sofas and other office supplies in the middle. A middle-aged and sturdy man in his 40s or 50s, a man in a suit and leather shoes with a bit of a Godfather vibe, sat on the sofa in the middle and motioned the three of them to sit down. Following his invitation, several people took their seats. Kirk Kerkorian then spoke. Is that what you said, can lead MGM to restore glory? MGM means nothing to Kirk Kerkorian. He bought MGM, but he actually paid more for his feelings, but when feelings became a burden, Kirk Kerkorian, MGM doesn't take that seriously anymore. He was looking for an opportunity to take MGM. And Kevin is the one who made the MGM in his hands sell for a better price. Facing a valuable person, Kirk Kerkorian put away his face as a gangster, and used a serious businessman face to deal with several people who looked like a gang leader. Kevin was not afraid at all. Things in the world move for profit. When he can bring benefits to others, even the gangsters will not attack him. Kevin responded calmly and plainly. Yes, it's me. Steve Kevin. Writer interjected. He is the most famous emerging director in Hollywood recently. 3 consecutive films have grossed over 100 million at the global box office. The latest Mission Impossible is expected to reach a global box office of 600 to 700 million. We at MGM have a 30% investment share. Kirk Kerkorian looked at Kevin with a somewhat surprised look. This kind of huge profit is almost comparable to the income of his casino. Kevin has topped a casino all by himself. This is talent among talents. Thinking for a while, Kirk Kerkorian said with a scrutiny. How did you bring MGM to glory? Tell me about your plan, and if you can convince me, MGM's 5% stake. I agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, Kevin suddenly said. I want 10% of the shares. People are not greedy and unstable. After meeting Kirk Kerkorian, after a series of thoughts, Kevin directly doubled his original goal. Hearing Kevin's words, Kirk Kerkorian was not angry. He lit a cigar, took a sip, and then said leisurely. Young people, if they are too greedy, they will only seek their own death. Of course, just because you dare to stand in front of me, the lion opens its mouth, and I will give you a chance to convince me. What can you bring to MGM? With a smile on his face, Kevin began to speak. Do you know the biggest reason for MGM's decline so far? Kirk Kerkorian did not speak, but motioned Leiter to talk to him with his eyes. Leiter on the side hurriedly said. There is a lack of movies with huge profits, and subsequent distribution power. As we all know, publishing is more profitable than a movie. The box office of a movie is only 30% to 40% of his profit. And our current distribution power at MGM falls far short of the true potential of the movies in our library. Kevin chimed in. The most important thing is that we are missing a capital injection from a media giant. Without the support of the media giants, MGM will never be the top 5 in Hollywood. In addition to my shares, I also propose to sell a certain amount of shares to Warner Brothers to gain the support of Time Warner, who is behind them. In this way, I am confident that in 10 years, MGM's stock price will rise at least 5 to 10 times. Kevin's words will clearly arrange the future of MGM. Using his directing ability as a link, he introduced the capital of Time Warner behind Warner Brothers, so as to bring MGM back to life. Of all this depends on whether Kirk Kerkorian is willing to sell part of his shares to Kevin and Time Warner. Chapter 67 _ Kevin's net worth. It is not so easy to get the shares of a film company of MGM's level in Hollywood. Like the Big Five, most of the shares are in the hands of the group behind it. As part of a complete industrial chain, it is almost impossible to take action. The next level MGM, if you want to start, also has to pay a lot of cash higher than the stock price. Unless it is someone like Kevin who is inseparable from MGM, can he buy shares at a normal price? In other words, Kevin is actually buying more than 100 million shares at a price of $90 million, which is robbery. Kirk Kerkorian stared at Kevin for a long time with an unpredictable expression, until a few minutes later, when he saw that Kevin's face was still without fear, he suddenly burst into laughter, showing a very kind look. Kevin, I believe in you. I can sell 10% of the shares directly to you, and I can also give up 20% of the shares to Warner Brothers. Of course, yours can be purchased at the current stock price, and Warner must pay 1.3 times the share price. Buy at a premium. I value you, not them. Kevin's face finally showed a happy look. 10% stake in MGM, which is an achievement that countless directors can't achieve in their lifetimes. The success of this step means that he has surpassed the achievements that countless directors could not achieve in their lifetimes, and has become one of the numerous major shareholders of MGM. Since then, his status in Hollywood has changed. The most basic point is that he can use MGM's connections to win awards for his films. As long as his film level is high enough, no matter his age, nothing else can stop him. As the founder of the Academy Awards, MGM has made connections, and even Oscar can't refuse. If anyone thinks that Oscar is not affected by the outside world, then Kevin can only say that that person is still too young. Of course, even MGM, in Kevin's heart, is also just a springboard. IPS provided by Marvel, to follow the future development route of Disney step by step and become an absolute giant in Hollywood. But before he really grows up, he still needs the big umbrella of MGM to protect him from the wind and rain. A day later, he rejected Kirk Kerkorian's invitation to gamble in his casino. The three returned directly to New York. Writer, as Kirk Kerkorian's contact, went directly to Warner to negotiate a stake sale, while Kevin was cleaning up his assets. Funds ready to buy a 10% stake in MGM. 10% of the shares for a mere $90 million, which is undoubtedly a huge profit. In his memory, 10 years later, MGM, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, was able to sell itself for more than $3 billion. It's just that MGM is unwilling to sell at this price, so it chose to go bankrupt. And even now, the real value of MGM's 10% stake is actually at least doubled. If MGM doesn't need Kevin too much now, it's absolutely impossible to get MGM's shares at this price. Kevin came directly to Chinexai Film Company. After teasing with the two little sisters at the front desk, listening to their compliments, and taking them out for a good meal, Kevin returned to the company and came to Dawson's office. "Dawson, how much active funds does the company currently have, and how much will come in later?" Dawson nodded, and called out an ordinary woman with glasses and an ordinary financial look that Kevin didn't know, and counted it in person. After doing some calculations, the woman with glasses raised her head and said, "Currently, the company's income is mainly the income from escaping from the town, and the subsequent sale of copyright income, a total of $61.85 million. After deducting the expenses, there are still $58.43 million left. As for the follow-up, Mission Impossible's North American box office has reached $150 million, and there is still 1 to 2 weeks before it goes offline. It is estimated that the North American box office is about $160 million, and the company's revenue will probably be $30 million or so. The follow-up overseas box office share should be relatively large, and it is expected to earn hundreds of millions of dollars, as well as follow-up copyright income." Kevin interrupted. "Enough, so it looks like I'll have enough money when Mission Impossible comes out." The woman with eyes raised her eyes and said, "Boss, you have to pay taxes in April. After the operation of charitable funds and other aspects, you only need to pay about 15% of the income of the year, but it is best to reserve this money in advance." Kevin patted his head. "I almost forgot about this. In the United States, the tax bureau is the boss. The FBI and the SHIELD are nothing compared to it. The tax bureau is a force with independent armed forces. No matter how big the rich, once it involves tax evasion, the tax bureau will not buy it. Reasonable tax avoidance can, tax evasion, no." Kevin didn't have the guts to fight the tax office. As for more tax avoidance methods, some are not available to film companies, and for the time being, they cannot be reduced to a lower level, and we need to hire professionals to study them later. In this way, there is still a certain gap in his hand, Kevin thought silently. But this is not urgent, and he can delay the payment for a few months. All he cares about now is how well Ritter and Time Warner are negotiating. On the other side, Writer and Robinoff were chatting happily over coffee in Warner's president's office. Robinoff pondered Leiter's words, somewhat moved. The most valuable thing for a film company is actually their film library, and MGM, as the oldest film company, does not have too many movies in the film library, which is invaluable in the hands of Time Warner. At this time, they only need to invest 20% of the shares to be able to use their film library. Although they also have to pay, it is still a profitable business. Especially at this time, Mission Impossible is still in theaters, and the stock has not yet reached its peak. At this time, even if it is a 1.3 times premium, Time Warner will never lose money. And the most important thing is that Steve Kevin will buy 10% of the shares of MGM. If they don't join Warner, it will be difficult to intervene in the investment of Kevin's other films, which is undoubtedly unacceptable to them. Escape from the Dead Town and Mission Impossible gave them a taste of the sweetness, and they couldn't stop it. Under these multiple considerations, although Leiter has no decision-making power, he has decided to persuade Time Warner to buy 20% of MGM shares. Of course, the exchange of Warner and MGM shares is not unacceptable. This point depends on the needs of the big boss behind MGM, whether to cash out a part or continue to be optimistic about entertainment stocks. Chapter 68 Closing the deal, the smooth progress of Kevin's plan. The two were drinking coffee in Robinoff's office, waiting for news from Time Warner. After about 3 hours of discussions, Time Warner finally agreed to buy a 20% stake in MGM. As media giants, they do not dislike having too many film companies under their control, especially a film company with a long history like MGM. That means an extremely thick film library, which can greatly benefit their core, the TV station. It's just that they can't always find a place to lobby for a purchase before they get the real news of the sale. And now MGM is taking the initiative to deliver it to the door. Of course Time Warner can't miss it. After confirming the result of the acquisition, Time Warner immediately sent someone to notify Robinoff, the president of Warner Brothers. In the office, upon hearing the news from the secretary, Writer and Robinoff smiled at the same time, and Robinoff took the initiative to say to Writer, "Happy cooperation." Leiter nodded, and also replied with a smile, "Happy cooperation." In this regard, MGM and Warner Brothers were completely tied together and became a part of Time Warner. 3 days later, after Time Warner agreed to the acquisition, Leiter immediately notified Kevin, and Kevin made a down payment of $20 million, while the remaining $70 million was credited within a year. Conditions: successfully obtained a 10% stake in MGM. 0.5% donated by minority shareholders. Kevin acquired 10.5% of MGM's shares at this time and was successfully promoted to MGM's third largest shareholder. Under the proposal of Time Warner, today, 3 days later, a press conference is being held at MGM. The news that MGM and Time Warner had reached a share acquisition silently spread throughout Hollywood in the past 3 days. As the alliance of two film companies in the top 10 in Hollywood, it has undoubtedly attracted major attention in Hollywood. Even more remarkable than this attention is the news that Steve Kevin, the up-and-coming director, has purchased a 10% stake in MGM at a low price of $90 million. Pure director reputation. Although Steve Kevin's reputation in the circle is not small, but it is still far from those real famous directors, Spielberg and other directors. He also lacks the fame and awards he has gained over the years. But since he became a major shareholder of MGM, all this has changed, and his status in the circle has increased sharply. Through his brilliant achievements, people have added a variety of identities to him, such as a gold medal producer, a gold medal editor, a famous director, and a major shareholder of MGM. One of these identities alone may not be outstanding enough, but all identities are superimposed together, and Kevin has become the hottest god of wealth in Hollywood. People have found that it seems that as long as they can invest in the films he makes, they can make almost 100% of their money. If it weren't for the lack of projects on hand, Kevin would have set up a fund and used the fund to invest in his films. In this way, he only needs to pay a small interest to pocket the profits of the film. Of course, it's still the same sentence. At present, Kevin's foundation is not solid enough, and he needs to share benefits to earn more. The fund will definitely do it, but not now. Steve, Kevin, writer, Robinoff, and several other MGM executives stood together on the podium at the press conference. Countless reporters waited and watched, and as soon as the press conference started, they put the microphone into Leiter's mouth. Leiter took a step forward, facing all the reporters, and said, "After the unanimous opinion of MGM's executives, as well as future strategic decisions, starting today, MGM will cooperate with Warner Brothers in the closest possible way." MGM sold 20% of its shares to Time Warner. In the future, MGM's 007, Tom and Jerry will all be broadcast on Time Warner's TV, and the two sides will also reach other in-depth cooperation. In the face of Time Warner's support and the acceptance of Kevin as a general, all of this made Wright feel the hope of MGM's return to glory. Now he is of course very happy. A beautiful blonde female reporter rushed in front of Leiter and quickly asked with the gesture of shoving the microphone into Leiter's mouth, "Excuse me, is director Steve Kevin the key person behind this collaboration? I heard that director Steve Kevin has a special relationship with all the heroines in his films, is that true?" Before Let could answer, he saw several reporters crowding in at the same time. 9 of the 10 questions asked were Kevin's gossip, and a few were asking Kevin how he had so much money to buy MGM. The issue of tax evasion and tax evasion. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Steve Kevin, Leiter quickly picked up the microphone in his hand and said, "Since everyone cares about director Kevin so much, let director Kevin answer your questions." Having said that, Reed took a few steps back and handed the microphone in his hand to Kevin. Kevin took the microphone without stage fright. Here, it was actually his first time participating in a press conference in the true sense. The previous opening ceremony did not invite reporters to come, and the propaganda of Mission Impossible was handed over to Tom Cruise. He did not go, just showed up and left without answering any questions from reporters. Today, it is his first time to attend a press conference. Seeing Kevin appear, the reporters were even more excited. The 3 movies, Chainsaw, Escape from the Dead Town, and Mission Impossible, well explained his road to fame. People are eager to find out how he succeeded. Of course, the reporters were more interested in his tidbits. Director Kevin, according to Chainsaw's crew, you have used the director's authority many times to be the heroine of Chainsaw. Do you have any explanation for this? Looking at the reporter with excitement on his face, Kevin smiled in his heart. Chapter 69 _ the key interview to decide if Pirates of the Caribbean shows up early. The experience of being a director in the past life is not fake, he has been exposed to this kind of thing to some extent. The female reporter in front of him directly confirmed his unspoken actress from the questioning. Regardless of whether he answered or not, these reporters can distort and edit the answer into what they want. Your so-called crew broke the news, may I ask who broke the news? Can you come and confront me in person? Kevin directly avoided talking about unspoken things, and directly grabbed the witness in the reporter's mouth. He knew that this so-called whistleblower was fabricated by reporters 9 times out of 10. Even if it were true, no one would dare to stand up and confront him. That's the rule. When the reporter heard Kevin's words, he immediately realized that Kevin is not the kind of director who is easy to deal with, and the sharp topic that he had prepared was instantly replaced by a serious interview. Director Kevin, have you played a vital role in the MGM-Warner collaboration? Is there a problem with your source of funds for the purchase of MGM shares? Kevin smiled lightly, picked up the microphone and explained. The cooperation between Warner Brothers and MGM was facilitated by me. As for the source of funding, every film I directed either got a share of the box office, or was part of the investment that I own. $90 million, I can take it out. A blushing instantly appeared on the face of the female reporter. Obviously, a handsome, capable, and rich man like Kevin was a high-quality man that women couldn't resist. The female reporter's tone suddenly twisted and asked. Then Director Kevin, do you have a girlfriend? Kevin just smiled and turned to answer other reporters' questions. Disappointing female reporters. Relying on the memory of his previous life, Kevin avoided all the traps and answered their questions with ease when asked by a group of reporters. In the end, until the press conference, the reporter was unable to dig out any scandal from Kevin's mouth. Combined with the power of MGM and Warner Brothers, most of the formal media eventually adopted positive coverage. The next day, waking up from the bed and looking at Milla Jovovich next to him, Kevin touched the tip of his nose a little embarrassed. Julie and Hayek both took up new dramas and went to shoot other movies. Kevin, who was not comfortable at home alone, called Milla Jovovich to accompany him. Looking at Milla Jovovich sleeping beside him, Kevin couldn't help but scolded in his heart that he was a scumbag. But scolding is scolding, and he will not change if he changes. Then I made a simple American breakfast for Milla Jovovich, which awakened Milla Jovovich. As for why it was an American breakfast, of course, it was because it was too easy to make. Kevin is not one who knows how to make it. Man with rice. Honey, get up for breakfast. Kevin smiled and kissed Milla Jovovich before saying softly. Milla Jovovich woke up lazily from her sleep. Looking at the man in front of her, she couldn't help but think of staying by his side forever. In addition to being a playboy, the man in front of her is simply the most perfect object in her ideal, and she has been deeply infatuated with this man in front of her. Okay. Milla Jovovich got up, revealing the wonderful vest line that she had developed from regular exercise, stretched her waist in front of Kevin, and then got up and went to the table in the living room to eat breakfast. Kevin picked up the newspaper sent by the housekeeper of this villa area and watched the news on it. Genius director to gold medal producer, to MGM's major shareholder, Steve Kevin's gorgeous growth path. Representatives of the American dream, from orphans, to talented directors, to MGM's major shareholders, explore Steve Kevin's path to success. Kevin nodded with a smug smile on his face. Kevin obviously couldn't get tired of this kind of touting him. And this kind of press release will implant the influence on the public that Kevin has never failed, which is undoubtedly a great benefit for a director to develop his own brand. Kevin also hopes that one day, he can become the kind of director who can attract countless audiences with his own name. Of course, now he's on the right track. Steve Kevin, the director of Playboy, heard that he had made female classmates pregnant many times during his school days. Seeing this kind of news, Kevin naturally skipped it. Celebrities can't be without lace news, and arguing with them is undoubtedly adding fame to these small gossip newspapers. The best way is to ignore them. Kevin silently cancelled the subscription to this newspaper in his heart. Then he raised his head, smiled and said, "Darling, I'm going to MGM later, you can stay here for a few days first, there is everything in the refrigerator, just heat it up if you want to eat it, and I'll show you in my new movie in a while. Have an important role in it." Milla Jovovich's eyes lit up and nodded. After the advance publicity, who doesn't know now that Steve's new film is expected to cost hundreds of millions of dollars? It's unquestionably a big production, and it's been great to get a big role. As for the heroine, Milla Jovovich didn't even think about it. That's not what she should be looking for now. Of course, if she can be Kevin's long-term girlfriend or his wife, then of course none of that. "Kevin, don't forget to come back early, I'll be waiting for you at home." Milla Jovovich gave Kevin a suggestive look and licked his lips. Kevin immediately laughed and left the house. He is going to MGM today to formally interview the protagonist, and after confirming the specific candidates for the protagonist, he will talk about the investment share. Whether Pirates of the Caribbean can win the audience's love 10 years in advance depends on whether someone can restore the image of Captain Jack Sparrow in his mind. Chapter 70 _ Brad Pitt also came to interview. When I came to the MGM building, under the guidance of the front desk, I came to the interview location on the 7th floor smoothly. Director Kevin, I'm free tonight, you can call me. The front desk is an American sweet girl with big breasts and fat hips. After bringing Kevin to his destination, he winked at Kevin, gestured with his finger on Kevin's palm, and left a note at the same time. Then he twisted his hips and walked towards the elevator. Looking at her back, Kevin was a little speechless. Why are they all treating him as a hungry ghost? I really thought he liked everything. The 3 women he has now will all be big stars in Hollywood in the future, and they are still big beauties who have been recognized as sexy by some women and recognized by the beauty rankings. Just a front desk. Kevin threw the note into the trash can and walked into an office. Kevin, come here. Writer and a producer from Warner got up to greet Kevin and greeted Kevin to his seat before continuing. Kevin, you look at this list, these are stars who are interested in the lead characters of Pirates of the Caribbean. I've got everything set up and I'm interviewing today. Kevin has gone through 3 consecutive movie sales and the status of MGM's major shareholder, thus gaining the highest voice in the crew led by him. Simply put, he can use whoever he wants, and no one will question him. His authority is assured, at least until his films fail at the box office. After listening to what Leiter said, Kevin picked up the list in his hand and looked at it carefully. Soon, he saw several familiar names from the list. Brad Pitt, one of the big stars in Hollywood, although he is still very immature at this time compared to the future, but this year's Best Actor at the Venice International Film Festival is enough to prove his strength. Jude Law, who was only 21 years old, was also sent to this interview with the power of the company behind him. Apart from the 2 of them, the one that Kevin noticed the most was Johnny Depp. As for the others, to be honest, although there are bigger names than them, they don't fit the Captain Jack Sparrow temperament described by Kevin in the script. And these 3 people have a prodigal aura about them, which is in line with the character Kevin portrayed in the script. This time, let's choose one of Brad Pitt, Jude Law, and Johnny Depp. They have that prodigal air about them that I need. The others, just walk through the interview. Kevin chanted 3 names and said slowly. Writer and Warner's producers nodded. Kevin's successive successes are beyond doubt. Their meaning here is actually for others in their respective companies to see, in order to show that Kevin did not go his own way, but chose actors based on everyone's opinions. But in essence, they all knew that Kevin was the only boss on the set. These actions are nothing more than a fig leaf, in order to give some explanations to the minority shareholders. Brad Pitt rushed to MGM, and then said uncertainly to the agent beside him, "Am I going to get the lead role in Steve Kevin's movie?" Although he has just won the Best Actor in Venice, the gold content of this award is actually not so recognized in the United States. The arrogant and confident character of Americans makes them obsessed with everything about their country. Only the Oscar is the most recognized award by the audience. Venetian actor? Never heard of it at all. At this time, Brad Pitt, although he was well known in Hollywood, it was extremely difficult to easily get such a large-scale role. The agent said with a grim expression, "It's very difficult. Generally speaking, the important roles of this kind of big production have been determined as early as when the project was established. Although Pirates of the Caribbean is interviewing publicly, it only shows that they have multiple actors they value, not a real public interview. We just do our best. You have to show your strength in front of Steve Kevin. If he is valued, even if this movie doesn't choose you, but you can't be sure about the next movie, if you think about it, you won't be sure. If you want to develop in Hollywood, being familiar with these famous directors is a necessary condition." The broker comforted. Brad Pitt, handsome and good acting. He is the most potential star in his hands. For this reason, he took Brad Pitt to get familiar with the major directors. This time, the interview opportunity for Pirates of the Caribbean was also obtained by him looking for a relationship. It's also a big production. In Steve Kevin's movie, Brad Pitt has a chance to get the male lead, but once it is replaced by Spielberg or Lucas's movie, Brad Pitt will instead. It's hard to get this opportunity. This is the gap in the intensity of competition. With some nervousness, Brad Pitt arrived outside the interview room on the 7th floor of the MGM building. After waiting for several casting interviews to be completed, a staff member went out and shouted, "Is Brad Pitt here? Come on." Brad Pitt shouted loudly and walked directly into the interview room. Kevin looked at Brad Pitt in front of him and handed him a page explaining the character of Captain Jack Sparrow, as well as some scenarios of the plot. "You have 10 minutes to look at the material and then act out in front of me what you understand as Captain Jack Sparrow." Kevin smiled and said relaxedly, "Chapter 71 selected role." Brad Pitt nodded and took the time to look carefully. 10 minutes were quickly over, and Kevin looked at Brad Pitt, who closed his eyes and constructed his image of Captain Jack Spike. "Let's start. Please act out the story of Captain Jack, who was almost caught and introduced himself when he escaped." After all, Kevin stared straight at Brad Pitt. While Kevin's first choice is definitely Johnny Depp, it's not impossible to be a substitute if Brad Pitt can act the way Kevin wants. The young Johnny Depp made Kevin somewhat uneasy. Hearing Kevin's words, Brad Pitt opened his eyes. On the paper Kevin handed him, it described a special captain image with a bit sissy behavior, but very manly behavior, complex personality, and multifaceted personality. This is a special image that has never appeared in previous films. Brad Pitt has nothing to learn from. He can only perform such a role with his own understanding. This is actually the most difficult point. Brad Pitt glanced at the props around him, tables, chairs, and nothing else. With a small jump, Brad Pitt came to the table, and a very proud smile suddenly appeared on his face. Through the smile on his face, people who knew the plot immediately simulated such a scene in their minds. Jack Sparrow, who was about to escape from the enemy's pursuit range, stood on a high place and looked triumphant before running away. Brad Pitt, using all his lines, combined with his own smile, said proudly, "Children, you must always remember today that you almost caught it, the owner of the Black Pearl, the most powerful pirate king among the 9 pirate kings, Captain Jack Sparrow." Brad Pitt, who is extremely talented in acting, has undergone tremendous changes in his acting skills since he apprenticed to actor Roy London. The strong appeal made both writer and the producers from Warner applaud under the premise that there was no fixed image of Captain Jack Sparrow in their hearts. Kevin didn't change his face, nodded, and said softly, "It's a good performance, and I'll let you know if a candidate is confirmed." Hearing this, Brad Pitt couldn't help but look disappointed. Generally speaking, this situation also means that he has become a substitute, unless no one behind him can surpass him, otherwise, it would be difficult for this role to fall on his head. Brad Pitt turned around and was about to leave when he heard Kevin suddenly say, "The second male, would you like to play the role?" Brad Pitt's face instantly lit up with joy, although he failed to get the film's only protagonist, Captain Jack Sparrow. But the actor who won the second role is also a very good role for his current coffee position. "I would." "Okay, I will contact you when the time comes. You should go back and wait for news." Brad Pitt nodded, suppressed his excitement, and left the interview room. Seeing Brad Pitt leaving, Kevin smiled. He also found that after just thinking about it, Brad Pitt was the perfect choice for the little blacksmith Will Turner. The elf Prince Orlando Bloom is handsome, but he is more like a little white face, which is naturally incompatible with the profession of blacksmith. And Brad Pitt is a typical big skeleton. As long as the makeup is added with a touch of fireworks, he is a strong blacksmith. This is the way to go. Brad Pitt left. Jude Law also came here for a wave of interviews. However, the immature Jude Law was successfully pass-dropped by Kevin. After another round of interviewers going through the process, Johnny Depp finally came on stage. Looking at Johnny Depp's outfit, writer and the Warner's producers knew instantly that he was Kevin's favorite actor, and if nothing else, the role would probably fall into his hands. Johnny Depp, a self-proclaimed rock star, naturally has long hair on weekdays. After finding a professional to deal with it, the messy hair, the dark color and the skin tone blown by the sea breeze are exactly like the real pirates, when there is no time for haircuts on the ship. Just from the appearance, you can tell that he is prepared. Depp, show Captain Jack Sparrow standing smug at the top before he flees. The line is "The children, you're going to be forever." Depp nodded, and also chose to walk on the table to simulate standing on a high place. Just that, unlike Brad Pitt, Depp stepped onto the table in a peculiar way of swaying from side to side. The peculiar posture, coupled with Depp's orchid fingers, instantly made the special image of Sissy set up in front of several people. Depp stood on the table, posing, and then said, "Children, you must always remember today that you almost caught it, the owner of the Black Pearl, the most powerful pirate king among the 9 pirate kings, Captain Jack Sparrow." Exactly the same lines as Brad, but Depp's image is undoubtedly much more feminine, and the feeling it brings to Wright and the Warner producers is significantly more special. Kevin, I think. Brad Pitt's Captain seems more in line with what people think. Writer asked tentatively. Kevin pulled the corners of his eyes and explained with a smile on his face. "That's what I want, the extreme contrast, and Depp plays it very well, and trust me, Captain Jack Sparrow, it's bound to be one of my best." Kevin is so confident, the two naturally had nothing else to say. The movie box office exploded 3 times in a row, giving Kevin a lot of power at this time, and they had no way to object. Kevin looked at Johnny Depp and said, "Depp, this movie will be handed over to you. It will take some time before the film officially starts. During this time, you should get used to the feeling of the boat shaking, and you should also practice stabbing swordsmanship in advance, so that you have a good posture." Instructed to give Depp the task, Kevin invited Robin off to MGM through Warner producer to discuss the investment of Pirates of the Caribbean. At the same time, Zack Snyder was instructed to start casting supporting roles near Hollywood. Except for a few roles that Kevin prepared for his own people, Kevin gave all the casting rights to Zack Snyder. Chapter 72 Talk about good investment from the novel group 700830304. 1 by 1. Daily publishing of novels. From the new novel group 700830304. New novel group, 700830304. After determining the protagonist, Kevin handed over the completed Pirates of the Caribbean project plan to MGM and Warner Brothers to evaluate the success rate of the project. It includes Kevin's consideration of the fantasy pirate film in the current market, as well as the later promotion strategy, as well as the consideration of shooting and so on. The specific negotiation time is set in 3 days, so that they can investigate the authenticity of the plan. Even if it is Kevin, the procedure cannot be avoided. It is thanks to this system that Hollywood film companies will not be fooled at will and cause huge losses to the company. After doing these things, Kevin went to the Pirates of the Caribbean crew set up by Zack Snyder, who recruited supporting roles in Hollywood. After seeing that he was in good control of the crew, Kevin left with confidence. The role of the assistant director is to help the chief director do all the dirty work. The chainsaw horror and escape from the dead town are not a problem. Because the production cost is small and the scale of the crew is small, it is actually very easy for him to control the crew. But Mission Impossible really tired him out. With a crew of hundreds of people, plus going abroad to shoot, negotiating with others is really exhausting. Even with the help of the old crew members arranged by MGM, it still gave him a headache. That's why he wanted to train a reliable assistant director. Back in the villa, Kevin took a trip to the sex store and bought something. After buying a bunch of food and drink, I returned to the villa. Although Kevin is not good at cooking, due to his personality, he is not used to having other people, strangers, staying in his villa, except for regularly inviting people to come to the villa for cleaning. Of course, with the exception of the woman he applauded for love. "Kevin, you're back." Mila Jovovich, wearing sexy underwear, came to Kevin's side with 3 twists. Kevin took out the stockings in his hand with a smirk and handed them to Mila Jovovich. "Baby, I arranged for you the role of the female number 3. How can you thank me?" The Caribbean one, there are actually not too many female characters, but this is not a big problem. An extremely charismatic man, Captain Jack Sparrow is sought after everywhere, and Kevin gives Mila Jovovich the role of a sexy bartender in the first half of the film. At the same time, a short scene of a woman and a beauty saving the hero was added, allowing her to play a role in the process of Captain Jack Sparrow's running. This also in disguise foils Jack Sparrow's female predestined relationship. In fact, after the explosion of 3 movies, Kevin's self-confidence has slowly grown up. Although he does not dare to make huge changes to these classic movies at present, he still has this confidence in small-scale changes. Of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl, the biggest change he made was that he reduced the roles of the original male and female protagonists and turned the film into a personal show for Captain Jack Sparrow. In the movie, he added more characterizations of Captain Jack Sparrow to present the character more fully to the audience. As for the audience will not like it? As one of the fans of the Pirates of the Caribbean series, he deeply knows the psychology of the fans. Everyone watches Pirates of the Caribbean to see Captain Jack Sparrow, rather than a little blacksmith or the governor's daughter. Hearing Kevin's words, Mila Jovovich looked excited, threw Kevin on the sofa, and took the things Kevin bought from the sex store to add to the fun. The two were entangled on the sofa, and the outer clothes were instantly emptied. With Mila Jovovich, I tried every position and played dozens of tricks. It was not until 3 days later that he received a notice from MGM, and he went to MGM to participate in specific investment matters. In the MGM conference room, Kevin was about to enter the conference room when a sudden soreness came from his waist, which made him stagnate for a while. After rubbing his waist for dozens of seconds, Kevin put away his painful expression and walked into the conference room. Kevin. Whether it was Ryder or Robinoff and others, they all welcomed Kevin with a smile. This is exactly what a star named Huang in Kevin's previous life said. When you are silent, there are bad people around you. When you become a big celebrity, you are surrounded by good people. Kevin, who does not eat alone, is surrounded by friends at this moment. Kevin sat generously on the seat on the right and said confidently, "Pirates of the Caribbean, it is estimated that the production cost is $100 million, the personnel capital expenditure is $30 million, and the other $70 million is mostly used for the production of special effects and props. I represent Genexi Film Company, occupying 30% of the investment share. Among them, as a producer, screenwriter, and copyright owner of Pirates of the Caribbean, and director, it is counted as an investment of $15 million. At the same time, Genexi Film Company takes $15 million in cash as an investment in Pirates of the Caribbean. The other 70%, how do you think it will be distributed? Generally speaking, if this kind of plan is proposed by the film company, any director will not accept this situation. The film industry still follows the 28 rule, that is, only 2 out of 10 movies make money. Among the 20 movies that made money, there may only be 1 or 2 big hits. Accepting such conditions, for the director, may face the situation of working hard for half a year and finally losing money. Of course, as an investor, Kevin is undoubtedly doing this at his own risk and making money for himself, which is a good thing. Let him not have to take out too much cash. Of course, the most important point is that, as the copyright owner just said, that is to say, The rights to follow-up copyright development and copyright authorization of Pirates of the Caribbean are in the hands of Kevin's Don Films. Chapter 73 _ The crew starts work. For this point, MGM and Warner Brothers discussed and reluctantly agreed. After all, Kevin at this time, if he doesn't cooperate with them, it is actually a very simple thing to find outside funds to enter the market. The capital market is very obsessed with successful people. Kevin is currently a sweet pastry in the eyes of capital. If he releases The Wind, his new film will receive external investment, even if it is $100 million. It is estimated that it will not be long before he can raise enough. Although the two of them may not be very optimistic about the results of fantasy pirate films, Hollywood also has the habit of chasing the footsteps of winners. Now that Kevin has succeeded in 3 consecutive films, they are also willing to take another gamble with Kevin. Compared with Warner, MGM has more confidence in Kevin. After all, Kevin is a shareholder of MGM. He can't cheat anyone. Thinking of this, Leiter said decisively. MGM, the investment is 40%, and some of the crew members are still handed over to MGM to deduct part of the investment quota. Robinov no longer hesitated, followed by, then leave the remaining 30% to us at Warner Brothers. Follow-up publicity and distribution costs will also be apportioned according to this ratio. For a large production of $100 million, the publicity and distribution costs will be calculated at $20 million. Is there any problem? Robinov added. Everyone nodded. After leaving MGM, Kevin came to the Hollywood crew and began to work officially. Johnny Depp. 2. Salma Hayek. 2. Mila Jovovich. 2. Snyder, the assistant director, counted the numbers one by one to ensure that the entire crew of more than 100 people were present. This too looked up at Kevin and waited for his instructions. More than 100 people looked at Kevin silently, with different eyes, each with their own different thoughts. Everyone, stand up as an actor who is a pirate or a navy in the plot. Kevin held the loudspeaker and said loudly, his face extremely serious. Kevin, who was relatively peaceful in life, would be daunting once he came to the theater. Even when filming Escape from Breakthrough, Jolie didn't dare to make any jokes with Kevin on the set. On the set, they were just actors and directors. Including Johnny Depp, stood up, and Kevin continued to say seriously. Next, you will have 2 to 3 weeks of closed training. The content of the training includes the posture of walking and the training of swordsmanship that matches your identity. Now, you can ask questions in advance. Once the training starts, if you leave, you have to pay the crew a high liquidated damages. After all, Kevin looked at everyone present with a blank expression. A black actor stood up, raised his hand and said, I have something to do in a few days, can I ask for leave? Kevin said coldly. Okay, you're fired, now, right away from this crew. The black man's expression instantly changed from a questioning expression to a confused expression. He didn't expect that he would be fired just by asking. Although he had heard that Steve Kevin had a reputation as a tyrant on the set, he was trying it out, but he still didn't expect to be fired like this. Then his expression changed again, becoming dissatisfied and angry, and he shouted, If you do this, I will file a complaint with the Actors Guild. It is our right to ask for leave. Do you still want to continue acting in Hollywood? Kevin said a word directly, and the cold breath suddenly cut off the black people's thoughts. As a major shareholder of MGM, and the cooperation with Warner Brothers is in the honeymoon period, with his words, it is easy to block this unknown black actor. If this black actor is no longer funny, Kevin will really ban him. The black man lowered his face, did not dare to shout any more, and left here with a sullen face. Looking at his back, Kevin turned his head to look at Zack Snyder and said, Go find an actor and take his place. Then he turned his head to the front and continued. Now, does anyone else have other questions? Everyone shook their heads. Well, now, the actors who came out, followed director Zack Snyder to the bus outside, and the training place was in the training camp near San Gabriel Mountain, 100 kilometers away. The rest of the crew and filming staff are temporarily on vacation, and the post-filming tasks are heavy. Now take care of your spirits. Other actors, go through the channels and learn about the pirates that happened between 1720 and 1750. 2 to 3 weeks later, I will inform you to conduct a simple understanding and assessment of the events in that period. Okay, let's go now. After arranging these tasks, the crew started running in an instant. And Kevin once again came to the self-built studio of Warner Brothers. It is located in the wilderness outside Los Angeles, with a huge area, including mountains and forests, suitable for shooting various types of movies. Kevin came here to build the most crucial venue among the Gatbai pirates, the cave where Barbossa hides his treasure. That is the cave full of gold coins. As soon as we came here, the Warner staff responsible for the venue construction greeted us. After listening to Kevin's description, the staff led Kevin to the studio. Kevin's request, there was no scene in the whole set that met, so it had to be built from scratch. After making a request, estimating a budget, bargaining, and closing the deal, the construction of the scene was completely handed over to Warner Brothers. Of course, before the official construction, Kevin frantically tortured the experts for 3 days, trying to restore the cave in his memory as much as possible. At the same time, he also invited professionals to discuss the shape of the rocks under the erosion of the ocean current. The arrangement of the waterway has been professionally designed one by one. Finally, there was a cave building drawing that was very in line with Kevin's imagination and at the same time very scientific. After the drawings were completed, Kevin naturally had no time to supervise the next construction. However, as a project in which Warner accounted for 30% of the investment, no one dared to make a joke about it. Kevin was very relieved about this. After arranging this most important location, Kevin told the staff about the design requirements for some scenes of the Black Pearl. Naturally, it is impossible to complete all the scenes on the Black Pearl and the Black Pearl on board, so there is no way to film. Part of it must be shot at sea, and part of it must be shot in a studio, plus post-production. As for the town at the beginning of the movie, the seascape by the sea, Kevin has also chosen the location for the shooting. That is the port of San Pedro in the city of San Pedro. There is a beautiful sea view nearby, and only a small number of wooden retro buildings need to be built. In this kind of scene, most of them must still rely on special effects to complete the vision, otherwise, the investment cost will be too great. Unless Kevin suddenly thought of an idea, and immediately asked his assistant to contact the local tourist office in San Pedro. As a filming location for a movie with an investment of hundreds of millions, and Kevin's hot status in Hollywood at this time, it is reasonable to apply for assistance from the San Pedro City Tourism Bureau to build a Pirates of the Caribbean town. As for why the name Pirates of the Caribbean town is used, it is naturally to rub off on the popularity of the movie and help San Pedro attract tourists. Chapter 74 Tourist Town Plan. San Pedro City Tourism Bureau, Director of Tourism Ronand, quickly received the news from his subordinates. A woman who claims to be one of Hollywood's hottest directors right now, Steve Kevin's assistant, will come to San Pedro a day later to discuss the shooting of his new movie. Matter. Inside the office, Ronand said to himself. What do you want me to do for filming? Our tourism bureau doesn't care about road closures, could it be? Ronand raised his head and instructed a staff member. You find me all the news about Steve Kevin's upcoming movie. Ronand has already guessed about Kevin's purpose, and now he is looking for information to support his thoughts. After a while, the staff handed over some newspapers about Steve Kevin's recent news. Ronand checked them one by one. After a while, he nodded. Fantasy pirate film, and it is still a masterpiece with an investment of over 100 million yuan. There is no doubt that what Steve Kevin needs is a seaside scene. For this, they are very good near the San Pedro port in San Pedro. The purpose of contacting their tourism bureau is mostly to get them to pay to build some movie scenes. This kind of thing also has a precedent in Hollywood. A good movie can sell a lot, which can bring a huge flow of people to their city of San Pedro, that is, countless tourists. Of course, if the movie fails, this part of the money they put in will naturally go to waste. However, with Steve Kevin's current reputation, those coastal cities are not willing to gamble too much. A successful director who has sold 3 consecutive movies, unless his brain is broken, no one will refuse his proposal. After all, the success rate of the 4th film is also very high. Now that he has this knowledge, what Ronan thinks is naturally to negotiate with Kevin, discuss the specific investment amount, and Kevin's specific needs. The next day, after getting a response from the San Pedro Tourism Office, Kevin brought his secretary Ellie to the San Pedro Tourism Office. The staff of the Tourism Bureau, after hearing their intentions, very politely led them to the reception room. Kevin sat on the sofa very calmly and waited for the person in charge to arrive. Ellie sat next to him with a dignified face, wearing a female black suit on the upper body and a black short skirt on the lower body, with a pair of black stockings, and placed her slender legs in front of Kevin. It seems very tempting. For a while, Kevin was a little confused. Ellie naturally noticed his boss's gaze, but she was not angry, but rather proud. Her legs were slightly spread, and she seduced Kevin's eyes to look inward. "Come on, safety pants." Kevin secretly cursed, "Can people get better?" Then he closed his eyes in disappointment and looked straight ahead. Ellie smiled secretly. She wouldn't let Kevin take advantage of it so easily, and things that were too easy to get wouldn't be cherished. Crunch. There was a sound of pushing the door, and a middle-aged man wearing a standard white overalls and looking to weigh more than 200 pounds walked in. With a seemingly sincere smile on his face, he smiled and said, "What to drink, coffee or milk?" "Thank you, no need." Kevin looked serious. "I'm here for work, not for coffee." "Are you the person in charge here?" "Ronan doesn't sell anything. This is a matter of mutual benefit, and naturally there is nothing shameful." "Yes, I'm the head of tourism, Ronan." "Hello, Director Kevin." "Hello, Chief Ronan." After a brief understanding of each other, Ronan sat opposite Kevin and said straight to the point, "I'm probably clear about your purpose, but I don't know what kind of budget you want to apply for and what kind of shooting scene you want to build. Only after your plans are finalized, can I find someone to approve and decide whether to sponsor your crew or not," Ronald said calmly. Kevin motioned for Ellie to take out the plan from her bag, which she had worked on overnight, and handed it to Ronan. It also included the time the scene would appear in the movie, to show that it was definitely not an insignificant scene. Ronan looked carefully. In the planning book handed over by Kevin, it includes the size and scope of the Pirates of the Caribbean town, how many buildings, which buildings are there, etc. At the same time, he will also show how he will shoot this town to the audience. All of them are written in the plan. At the same time, a plan was made at the end, and the approximate cost price is between $5 million and $15 million US. Ronan raised his head and asked with doubts, $5 million to $15 million. How can there be such a huge spread? Kevin explained. $5 million refers to building a model like Pirates of the Caribbean town. Tourists can only watch from the outside at most. Most of the buildings do not have real functions. And 15 million, this is a real town, with the appearance of buildings in the pirate period, but also with modern functions. Residents in this area can choose to imitate the characters in the Pirates of the Caribbean to serve tourists. This will be the only antique town in the United States. It is full of features and will definitely attract countless tourists. Ronan's eyes lit up. The investment of $15 million, in exchange for a tourist destination, is simply too good. Looking at Ronan taking the bait, Kevin continued. Of course, as a licensing fee, Chinook Sci Film Company will receive 8% of the annual profit after the entire town is officially operated. 8% of the profit is definitely not a small amount. Excluding operating costs, the net income of a tourist town is calculated to be between 40% and 60%, of which part of the tax is paid, and finally less than 30% is in the hands. On Kevin's side, it takes 8% of the 40% to 60% profit, which is definitely not small. If it wasn't for Kevin's current reputation, and he never made a loss, he would have been kicked out long ago just because he dared to mention this condition. Chapter 75 _ Go to the Oscars. Ronan suddenly grimaced and said dissatisfiedly. Are you taking too much advantage of this? It's just the authorization that took away nearly 15% of the profits. Kevin said forcefully. That's because you don't understand what a magnificent legacy the Pirates of the Caribbean will leave behind in the history of cinema, and its influence will last for 10, 20, 30 years. Even longer. I have set up countless settings for it, and the countless adventures of Captain Jack Sparrow's life will be born in my hands. I swear by Steve Kevin. It's bound to be a classic. Kevin stared confidently at Ronan in front of him. Hearing Kevin's words, Ronan hesitated. If the Pirates of the Caribbean can achieve such results, then their tourism bureau will still make a lot of money. But this undoubtedly carries huge risks. Unless. Ronan thought for a moment in his heart, and then said. Pirates of the Caribbean grossed over $100 million at the US box office, and it had to make more than 5 sequels within 15 years before you could get that revenue, and that's going to be written into the contract. After all, Ronan stared at Kevin, trying to see the guilty conscience in his eyes. With such a large investment, if he fails, he, the head of the Tourism Bureau, will also be under enormous pressure. He needs to gain confidence from Kevin, or lose his confidence. Therefore, he decided to invest and rejected the plan. However, Kevin's eyes were full of confidence, as if this plan could not fail at all. After staring for a minute, Ronan finally made up his mind. He could see the confidence of winning from Kevin's eyes, and since that was the case, he believed him once. Negotiations on specific details continued for another hour, and experts and legal professionals would naturally be invited to conduct professional evaluations on these things. Kevin didn't care about the details in this regard, and handed it over to the assistant to run. After the approximate task was completed, Kevin went to the special effects company and the prop company one after another to arrange the relevant content of the movie one by one. After all the preparatory tasks before the start of filming have been completed, the time has come to 3 weeks later. In the Caribbean Sea, behind a large ship, there is a wooden sailboat. If anyone sees it, they can immediately react. This is the Black Pearl. On the Black Pearl, Kevin sat behind the camera and watched the actors perform the scenes from the script one by one. Filming is different from when it is shown. It's never said that according to the plot, you go first, you shoot first. Instead, it is arranged according to the actual situation of the plot and the preparation work. The seaside town that appeared at the beginning of the plot, because the construction has just begun, the scene naturally has to be shot at the end. By the same token, the final scene in the film, Barbossa's Cave of Hiding Treasures, also had to wait for Warner's to complete the filming. Therefore, what Kevin chose to shoot was actually part of the scenes at sea. Of course, only part of the scenes were actually shot, and some of them had to be shot in the studio. At the same time, even these actual scenes have to undergo post-processing before they are officially completed. As for the Black Pearl, it is a hull made in a hurry, and it is completely dependent on the consignment of the big ship to be able to sail on the sea. Compared to building the real Black Pearl, this method will undoubtedly save a lot of money. During this process, the scenes of Pirates of the Caribbean were filmed non-stop. Time came to mid-February 1994. Pirates of the Caribbean had been filming in the Caribbean waters for nearly half a month. Finally, all the scenes here were filmed. Looking at the tired crowd, Kevin raised the loudspeaker in his hand and said loudly, "Everyone, from today onwards, we will go back to New York and take a 3-day break. After 3 days, we will gather at the Warner's studio. We will just find Director Zach when the time comes. Oh hoo hoo hoo. Director Kevin, you are the best." Dozens of people suddenly made a loud noise, applauding Kevin's words. Although Kevin is indeed a tyrant on the set, scolding is a common thing when filming, but he usually focuses on the matter and does not make any personal attacks, just pointing out the mistakes of others. Unless this mistake occurs again and again, otherwise, Kevin will not make too much action. At the same time, in view of sufficient funds, Kevin did not treat these actors and the staff behind the scenes badly in terms of logistics. Everyone tasted various seafood dinners one by one, and the stay was quite good. Coupled with sufficient wages, under this premise, Kevin still received praise from the staff. In such laughter, the group embarked on the road back to New York. The biggest reason why Kevin is so rushed is actually that he received a message from Warner to inform him, that is, his film Escape from the Dead Town successfully won the Oscar nomination for the Best Film Award and nominated for Best Screenplay. When Kevin was busy with his own affairs at hand, Warner Brothers did not stop, during the Oscar warm-up session during the release of Mission Impossible. Investing millions of public relations expenses, the DVDs of Escape from the Dead Town were given to the judges one by one. At the same time, next to the DVD, a batch of valuable gifts was given according to the judges' hobbies. Sending money directly is, of course, an insult to the sanctity of the Oscar, which will make many judges reject it, and even have a rebellious mentality, so they will vote for other movies. But when it comes to gifts, it's different. These are all unspoken rules that have gradually formed since the founding of the Oscars. As for the confidentiality principle of the Oscar judges, in the eyes of a film company of Warner's level, it's just a joke. They know the addresses and real identities of 99% of the Oscar judges. This is the background of the big film companies. Back in New York, Kevin didn't even have time to go home, he came to Warner Brothers. Robinov greeted him with a smile on his face, looked around, and after making sure it was safe, he said in a low voice, "Kevin, there is a high probability that you will win the Best Screenplay Award for Escape from the Dead Town, congratulations." Kevin also smiled and said, "Thanks to the follow-up PR from Warner Brothers, this award has been awarded, but unfortunately it is not Best Picture or Best Director." Having said that, Kevin also knows that, at a time when the Black Lives Matter movement is not yet developed enough, Escape from the Dead Town is an anti-war art film that tries to defeat Schindler's List, and at the same time awakens and reflects the painful experience of the Jewish people. There is no possibility in Hollywood, a circle dominated by Jewish capital. The 1994 Oscar, the biggest winner, was exactly Spielberg's Schindler's List, the target of Kevin's pursuit. As for Escaping from Dead Town, under Warner's power, he finally ate a small piece of Oscar's cake.